man speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while, when will the lonely voice of youth cry what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome in, everybody. Glad you're all here. I hope I'm all here. We'll find out. Kind of off the edge today, if you know what I mean. We are here and we are pirating and we have our Sampel, right? And we have some in the Muppet Cup because have you considered? You should. You should consider. I've got some dark chocolate here. I don't remember what brand. It doesn't matter. It's all yummy. It's like 80%, I think. It's good stuff. And I got some tea from the Table Rock Tea Company. I'm doing the winter blend again. It's good stuff. You need it in the summer. Definitely need it in the summer. So yeah, I'm just gonna. It's been an interesting day so far. I got to talk to Jesse this morning. So I haven't heard from Jesse in a while. We've all been wondering where he's been. And of course, I chatted with him for quite a bit, which was very lucky for me for getting up actually at a decent time. And we talked about the Matrix videos. So what we're going to do is, and we already have notes and stuff, but what we're going to do is we're going to do a video, talk about what we're going to do, right? And then we're going to propose a bunch of ways to do it, right? Threads we could follow, sort of a thing. And then we're going to ask the audience to comment and see which ways they want us, which threads they want us to pursue, right? Which will sort of set the tone, because we can't, you can't do an exhaustive sort of thing on the Matrix. That's not going to happen. Too many rabbit holes. So we're working on that, and that'll segue us into actually doing the videos. But we'll set the stage. I will tell you what we're up to. We're not going to do a symbolic interpretation. That's dumb. We have something better in mind anyway. And then we'll proceed from there. And so this week has been, utterly fascinating. It's just a lot of the stuff is just dialed down from last week, but like there are memes flying everywhere. Twitter's on fire. The communists have decided to prove that they're communist by proposing communism after being called communists. It's inconceivable. People are still doubling down on obviously AI generated images being real, and I I don't know. Imagine half the country. It's not half the country. It's not even a third of the country, guy. Oh my goodness. Everyone's confused and lost. There's a lot of chaos. And much of the distraction with all this chaos keeps us from building things that last. That's what it does, right? It's very convenient for the forces of evil or disorder or bad demons or however you want to frame it, because they can just keep you distracted. Like they keep you convinced that the most unpopular vice president in history is suddenly the most popular president in history, or more popular than any previous president ever. Then you'll never build anything because of the uncertainty, right? Because you're not sure if that's true. It's not true. It can't possibly ever happen. Constraint of the world, right? Uh, Miserable idiots don't get popular suddenly. That doesn't happen. Especially not when they get caught just lying about everything and making stuff up and being idiots. And the thing is, keeping you distracted from building things that last, this is because, those things would interfere with the temporary fantasies in the minds of people. People want to believe their fantasies. And if there's something that lasts, if there's history, if there are statues from things outside of their fantasy world or things they wish didn't exist, they want to get rid of them. That's what they want. And so you see a lot of this rewriting of history, tearing down of statues, destroying of historic paintings, right? This is all part of the chaos. So that things that have been built are destroyed and new things won't be built because anything you build contains a constraint, right? So when you're railing against constraint and consequence, that's what you do. If you're not railing against constraint and consequence, you don't do that. It's not really that hard, right? It's not oh, there's several up. No, there are not. And chaos is the result of this activity, right? Kind of breaking down the past so that you're not beholden to it, right? You're not responsible for it. You're not subject to it, even though you were born into it. It's a little ridiculous, right? But chaos is also the reciprocation of that perpetual cycle, right? That rebellion against order itself in favor of a fantasy order, which can't exist, right? Because it's not there. That's why it's in your head and it's not in the world. It's not that hard. And most people have no clue about sort of reciprocation and the implications of it. And I'm going to try to make some of this more clear. I've got some videos coming out. I have 3 videos with the editor right now, which is good. Not for him, but it's good for me. I've got all that work out of my way. And I got to do several more, but sort of capturing, what's going on with, threats from other countries that have lost wars to us before. Go for 2, guys. We can go for 3. It'll be fine. You'll lose again, but whatever. Finding out new facts about things we thought we understood well, right? Tiny countries that never had a chance in hell at winning anything, much less a war, invading other larger countries, even though that trick was tried by a couple of different people in the past and didn't work. I don't know. Like I don't know what's good. I just and I think this is part of the problem. If you assume rationality in the world, that the world's this rational place, you're going to end up a conspiracy in a chaotic environment. Chaos is chaos, man. These things are not planned. No one's stupid enough to do things and be caught this way. Right? It really is just a hell of a lot of chaos, and you're just not used to it. And you should be thankful that you haven't been used to it up until this point. So yeah, I mean, I got an animation coming out. I got another. I've got another commentary video coming out. I did a political-ish video, which will talk about some of this stuff to some extent. Not on purpose. These things happen, I guess. I wanted to make a little note about cooperation. If you want to cooperate with someone, you either have to do what they say, right? Like, okay, I agree to do this thing and then do it, not just say I agree, because everybody does that all the time and they're lying. Right. Don't even tell me you agree with me. Just do it. Okay. I'll figure the agreement out without the language. Thank you very much. Or you have to propose something. Like you have to say, well, I want to cooperate with you. Why don't we go to lunch? Right. In other words, some action needs to be proposed and stated by some party. Okay. And either of these initial steps, whether it's by you or the other person, can be followed up by a negotiation, whatever. Right. But someone has to make the first move, or there's no way to negotiate. Like you can't do it. Negotiation doesn't work that way. Somebody has to mention a thing in order for negotiation to proceed. Otherwise, it's never a negotiation. And you should think on that carefully, right? Because a lot of people seem very confused about this. And most cooperation or attempts at cooperation fail because of an objection or a critique, which are actually the same thing. A critique is a form of objection uh, or rejection. That might be important. And that's why so many people like the quote opponent processing frame. It's impossible to do something like opponent processing. It's impossible. It's nonsensical. It's bullshit. And they oppose. These people, they oppose. Like they're opposers, right? They're the staunch contrarians or whatever. They like opposing, right? It makes them feel superior. So they want their way of doing things, which is constant opposition, to be redeemed, right? That's what they want. Hey, look, ego to the rescue. I can critique, and it's opponent processing. It's all fine. Also, don't do that. Don't do that. It makes you a bad person. Don't be a bad person. You cannot be a bad person. You can put your time, energy, and attention into cooperating. And you have to talk about it. You could just actually do it without mentioning it at all. It's a miracle. It's almost like language was optional, like we didn't always have it or something. Hint, we didn't always have it. So, yeah, we don't need that. Maybe it helps, but maybe it just makes things worse after a certain point, like everything else, because that's a constraint. So perhaps a list is in order. What do we mean by constraint? Time is a constraint. Gravity is a constraint. Your body is a constraint. I still can't run a 2-minute mile. I don't know why. Your yard, that's a constraint. Trees, constraint. Oxygen, constraint. The whole atmosphere, constraint. The atmosphere is definitionally a constraint. Right? It's the container that constrains the molecules of chemicals that we call air within the confines of our planet. And the earth itself, of course, is a constraint. In fact, all the things that we object to in your fantasy version in your head, where you have no constraints, are in fact objects or constraints. You're not getting around them. You're just swapping them out and telling yourself they're not there because they're yours. Well, if they're my constraints, they're not constraints because I came up with them. I own them. I'm their master. Fair. Also, you're an idiot. And that, my friends, is the proper use of the term object. It's not something apart from the world, but all things in it that basically tell your imagination that it is going too far. In other words, that which objects. Now, you can say, we can overcome gravity with rockets. It's like, yes, but you cannot do that. You, singular, cannot do that. That is not correct. We can do that. It took lots of people to get there, to rockets. And it takes lots of them to make them happen now. It takes a lot of work. So if you want a handful of people to not be constrained by gravity, it takes a hell of a lot of other people. So sure, a culture, a society, maybe a state or a country can overcome that constraint, that gravitational constraint. but it remains a constraint on you personally. Scale matters. Now, we could say that constraint has merely changed. Instead of gravity, you now need to cooperate with, or maybe fight with, a bunch of other people in order for your constraint to be removed. It's a trade off, it's hidden in plain sight. And almost everything is like this. You're not getting around constraints, you're trading constraints in some limited cases, but they're not going away. And it's that individualist, objectivist, materialist mindset that makes us think otherwise, even if for a brief moment. It's a real problem, though, because we don't even see it most times. John Vervaeke likes to talk about bullshit, and he's kind of swimming in it sometimes, as are we all. We get that way when we adopt a mind frame from the age of gnosis knowledge frame. Oh, I know something. No one cares. No one cares. You're probably wrong anyway, but no one cares, even if you're right. Sorry. This doesn't matter to anything. The world doesn't care. It objects to your knowledge. The world actually objects to knowledge, technically speaking. That already happened. It's good to know. It's good to know. All of the important things and all the most important things are constraints. That's what they are. Gravity is pretty important. Knowing how it works is pretty important, right? Understanding, interacting with it in a way is important. It's a constraint on you personally. And even if you want to remove that constraint, you have to do a bunch of stuff and cooperate with a bunch of people. And it won't be easy. Good luck. And the thing is, we need constraint because without constraint, things mix. They become muddled. Boundaries are now impossible, or they move, which makes them impossible, by the way. You cannot tell where things end and other things begin. Sometimes that's you. Do you know where you end and other people begin? We all want the world to be a certain way in our head. Maybe we want the government to be the bad guy, or we want politics to save the world. Once my political candidate gets in, problem solved. Constraint is the thing that tells you that's not going to work, which is good to know because you can use constraint to shape your time, energy, and attention to the greatest good. You can spend most of your life figuring out how to get around gravity. There's a trade off there. Or you can accept that constraint and go after a different constraint. The Stoics, for example, talk a lot about the constraint as being your discipline or lack thereof. Because a lack of discipline causes constraints to you. You can't be better without discipline. It's not going to work. You don't want things mixed up. That's the chaos. That's what we have. You want what we have? That's how you get what we have. Don't do that. And the thing is, not all constraint is absolute. Sometimes it's merely a filter. We don't have perfect constraints. We don't have perfect anything. You are not perfect. Get over it, Muppet. Get over all of it. You are constrained by reality, the creation into which you were born, irrespective of how much say you may or may not have had in the matter, which you just don't have any access to. Too bad. So sad. Move on. Constraints are boundaries. They are a form of grounding. They allow you to make claims. They give you the contrast to see. Having an edge is very useful. In computer vision, the big thing is edge detection for a reason. These boundaries allow you to avoid things flooding in. Without boundaries, things will flood in. They will not be ordered. All intelligibility is enabled by constraint and cannot exist without it. Order itself requires constraint and is a form of constraint. That's why when you get these sorts of people who don't want boundaries and don't want constraints, they also can't build anything because building things requires order, which is a type of a constraint and also builds constraints. Oops. Chaos is kept at bay by constraint, and it is the opposite of constraint. You don't want constraints, you're going to get chaos. It's not an optional thing. There isn't a mystical way around that conundrum. It's a flat trade off. You can leave the constraints to go into chaos and come back with it. You're risking a lot in doing that. And if you're the right person to do that, you should do that. And if you're the wrong person to do that, you shouldn't do that. Some people need more order than others. Do you know how much order you need? I thought not. You know what else is a type of a constraint? Filters. Why do we need them? What do we need filters for? We should just get the world unfiltered. Filters protect us from the world, from too much of something, from the flood. But they don't keep it out entirely, like a full constraint, like a boundary does, right? They allow some of it to get through. How interesting. Maybe you don't need to go into the chaos after all. They give us usually the best stuff and leave out the worst stuff. And they aren't perfect either. We don't live in a perfect world. But filters are better. The world is better with them. And this allows us additional intelligibility, an additional resolution, if you will. You see, maybe the boundaries tell you where all the humans are. There really aren't any in the desert, for example. And then maybe the filter tells you which ones are less likely to cause you harm because they're criminals. So you put the criminals in jail, that filters them out of society. Gives you an additional resolution, additional contrast to see, and additional protection against the outside, the flood, chaos itself. These filters are very useful. And let's keep in mind that filters are required. They're not optional and they're imperfect, but they're required. Doesn't that suck? It's helpful for discernment, though. Helps to train your discernment. Also, filters are a constraint of the world. Imperfection is everywhere. If you don't pass through one filter, maybe you couldn't graduate high school, maybe you're doing something you should not or cannot do. That might be helpful to know. I bet no one told you that. I bet you grew up hearing you could do anything. You can't do anything. That's bullshit. I can prove it to you. You haven't seen or heard my purple talking unicorn. Therefore, you cannot do anything. Problem solved. The world has constraints. You have constraints. Constraints emerge as the result of all of these relationships. You want to be with somebody? That's got constraints. You want to be alone? That has constraints. You want to go meditate in the woods by yourself? Constraints. You want $10 million? Oh, constraints. Money doesn't buy everything, and people will try to steal it. Oops. There's lots of constraints, and they change as a result of your relationship to the world and as a result of your orientation in the world. As you are navigating the world, constraints are always there, and they're ever changing. But they're not arbitrary, and they're not changing in a way that you can't understand unless you're not paying attention to them. Different problem. This is why discernment is so important. I have a previous live stream. It's over a year old now on discernment. It's discernment, judgment, action. 3 live streams. Excellent stuff. Constraints emerge from chaos, from order, from scale, from ignorance, from attention, from yourself. And the thing is, filters are there to help you deal with poor emergence because emergence is not good. Maybe you see a constraint that isn't real, and a filter can show you that. Filter is good. Emergence, not good. That's why you need filters and constraints to deal with emergence. You can't just let emergence come out willy-nilly. You drop all the barriers to entry to things and you get strange results. When you try to get rid of constraint, you eliminate borders. Do you want to know if people are rebelling against constraint as such? Ask them where the border is, where the line is, when something has gone too far. If they have a hard time answering, if it takes them a while, there you go. They're rebelling against the constraint. That's all. It's not hard. And those people are, or will soon be, in chaos. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. Rebelling against constraint, trying to tear down the filters. It's going to throw you into chaos. But when you get rid of filters, you flood the world. Your world, mostly. Let's assume you leave all the constraints intact. You get rid of the filters and you say, I'll hire anybody. I'm not going to pay attention to if they're a criminal or if they're competent. You would be surprised at the number of people that are clumsy and just drop things. Therefore, they cannot be waiters or waitresses because they're just too clumsy. They cannot work in kitchens. They'll cut their little fingers off. We should filter them out for their own good. Filters allow you to be careful with your exposure. What you expose yourself to and what exposes itself to you. You can always just look at the negative side of that equation. Oh, this filter is preventing me from having a PhD in whatever. Maybe you shouldn't have a PhD. And when those filters don't work, you give people PhDs in things that don't exist and aren't useful in the world. And they go to the Olympics and get a 0. Filters keep you from bad things and bad things from you. So do constraints. Barriers to entry matter. The higher the barrier to entry, the more determination it shows on the part of the person getting over the barrier. The more skill, often, not always, the more competence, imperfectly perhaps, and the willingness to submit. You got to be willing to go over the barrier. People who want low barriers to entry to everything are dangerous. Even if they're not dangerous, the dangerous people want the low barrier to entry. They'll support them. It's not that hard. Not that hard. You have to consider why things are hard and what things are. Some things that are hard should not be hard. There's a reason why you want somebody with experience to operate a piece of heavy machinery. Now, I'm not saying you should hire somebody for heavy machinery based on a certification. I think that's stupid. You should hire them based on experience. And if you can't know that experience, you have to submit to somebody else's opinion about their experience. Sorry, that's a constraint. You can't be everywhere all at once and know all things. Pretty sure that's only reserved for one existence, we'll say. And that's not you. And if you want to know if somebody's good at something, there's a barrier to entry to be good at figuring that out. Did you put in the work, Muppet? Because I don't think you did. That's why people want barriers lowered. They don't want to put in the work. Not all the time, but often. If it's a specific barrier, if it's just one once, that's a good sign. But it's worth considering, perhaps, If you don't like filters and constraints, maybe your definition of freedom is freedom from constraint and consequence, in which case you are likely in and certainly causing chaos. And you should apply that to other people. You should also apply it to yourself. I don't want the government to tax me. Uh, Listen up, genius. No one does. But we do it because on balance, it's better. It's not that hard. Don't make it hard. You need to be able to look out into the world and figure out where someone's at. It shouldn't take the Washington Post to point out that after someone was called a communist, they proposed actual communism. You should have known that person was a communist years ago. You can whine about the filters of the mainstream media. The mainstream media has been irrelevant for 20 years. You missed the boat if you didn't notice. Go look at the viewership numbers. Clear as day. You can whine about being constrained and the true voices on YouTube have been No, they weren't. That didn't actually happen. I'm not saying no one's ever silenced on YouTube. Lots of people are silenced on YouTube. But if you have a good idea, several other people have that idea, and they're not all going to get blocked on YouTube. Why Tim Pool was never blocked from YouTube, I'll never know. Actually, I have a good theory about that, but I'll never know. Can't tell. Can't go back and figure it out. He's daring you to block him. He's saying the bad words that you said you'd block people for. Why didn't you shut down his video? Good question. Things are not that organized. You're seeing chaos and inferring order. That is an error. The error or era of order or increasing order is over for the moment. Pray that does not continue, because that's all you got. Filters provide intermediary boundaries, ways to slow things down. A good check against too much of a good thing, because that happens too. You need filters. You need constraints. They protect you from you, and they protect you from others, and they protect you from nature. And they protect you from the complexities of the world that are inevitable within the creation that you were born into, perhaps without your choice. I have no idea. Too late. Get over it. You need those things. They are features of the world that are required. They happen even if you cannot or do not see them. You don't see a filter, you can still get filtered out. Things are still being filtered from you. You don't listen to mainstream media, now you have a flood of information on the internet. Congratulations, you've made a trade-off and didn't see it. Each of those floods has its own filters, the algorithm. Anybody who says that is so dumb, don't listen to them about anything computer or math related ever. How can you make such a bold claim, Mark? Let me put it this way. If everybody posts smiley faces on Twitter, Twitter will post smiley faces and nothing else, except for ads, of course. How's your algorithm working now? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's not theoretical. I've written more algorithms than you can count. I can assure you that. Having a bounded world is good. Having a constrained world is good. Having filters is good. Even if the potential is not bounded. This is where people get into trouble. Don't flatten the world by looking to the world to be all open, unfiltered. That is a confusion of actual and potential. It's a confusion of the material and the ethereal. Don't try to make them the same so you have a single set of rules to use in the combined world or something. Don't flatten the world. That just creates chaos unnecessarily that will affect you eventually. You will get overloaded and you will be immediately brainwashed. And you won't know it because that's what brainwashing is. Barriers to entry are important. They give you important signals about the world, about other people, about value itself. And this idea of potential versus actual, which is related to, if not the same as, the is ought gap. Perhaps I'll talk about those next time. All right. Let me catch up. RJ, this calls for new merch. Matrixy merch. We'll get some Matrixy merch. Sally Joe, no one is stupid enough. Yes, that is technically true. Mixing and muddling. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Techne, filters. Well, filters are there without Techne. Algorithms. Yes, very clever, Father. I love it. Benjamin Franklin. All right, I took a deep breath. I think I'm good. We'll find out. Who holds the reins on constraints? I don't know, dude. Who runs gravity? Was that hard? There you go. That's actually your real answer, by the way. And shouldn't genetic engineering be allowed? Well, you can't stop it. So I don't know what to tell you about that. Like, no one's ever stopped genetic engineering. So I don't know what you're saying. Apparently, you're confused. Why should only natural selection be? Only natural selection is not allowed. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you need to watch some Peterson or something. He talks about that explicitly. It's not only natural selection. The child doesn't choose either the naturally selected genes. Yes, you don't choose. That's true. You're constrained. That's what I was talking about. You have a constraint. First of all, you're a muppet. That's a big constraint. Second of all, who cares? No one cares that you're constrained. Get over it. They're all constrained too. What difference does it make? Oh, air. Everybody has to breathe air. Oh my. Oh me. What shall we? Nothing. We shall do nothing. We can do nothing. It wouldn't be relevant if we could do anything. Why do you care about this? This is pointing at the wrong thing. Just be constrained like everybody else. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Why do you do this? It's not hard. Don't make it hard. It's not hard. You don't have to make easy things hard. There's no reason. You want freedom from constraint and consequence. Oh, well, you didn't get born into that world. Too bad. Move on. And I don't know what else to tell you. You need a new plan. Your plan is terrible. Terrible. All right. If you would like to join, that is the link. Feel free to jump in and ask me about constraint, or we can talk about something else. Or your excitement over the upcoming Matrix videos that Jesse and I are working on. We've been working on it in the background this whole time, but we're going to in earnest make a push to getting the videos done. Now that we have a plan, we needed a plan. Plans are key to getting things done. That's a constraint, you know. If you want something good that lasts, you need to plan it out. Can't do this agile development methodology because it ain't gonna work. Sally Joe, we can change the channel name to Mark's Suffering. I don't think so. I don't believe in suffering. I'm a struggle guy. Suffering's a different issue. I'd love to slap the theologians, so-called theologians, around about that. They seem to conflate struggle and suffer, and I'm like, why are you doing this? There's no reason. We have 2 videos. Ixnon, Matrix video hype. Yeah, I know. I mean, we've only been talking about it for a year or so, or something, maybe longer. But it really is and like the Matrix is an embarrassment of riches, right? Like, what angle do you want to take? That's a good question. The Matrix has so many angles you can take. You have to have a constraint to talk about things, right? I mean, jargon is a constraint, right? Does he know the jargon? Then he's done his homework. Yes, it's a good constraint. It's a good filter. If you don't know jargon, maybe you shouldn't be allowed. Maybe you haven't put the time in to understand the issue at hand. Yeah, maybe. Did you make up new jargon? That tells me something about what culture you came from. Maybe. Jargon tells you what's important too in a field, right? I mean, if you're willing to make up your own language for it, you're probably paying a level of attention to it that other people are not, right? And that's not universally true. Some jargon is, so we'll take relevance realization. Relevance realization is an excellent example. Relevance realization is a jargon term, and it's a jargon term for something that's undefined and possibly undefinable, by the way, but different question. So not all jargon is like detail, but most of it is. Like most jargon is like, oh, these are the most important things in this field. That's why this filter of jargon is here, and you need to overcome that jargon filter to be in our club. It totally makes sense. Benjamin Franklin, I've been watching Serial Experiment Lane. I think The Matrix was partly inspired by it. Yeah, nobody needs inspiration for The Matrix. Like, I don't. It's a story as old as time. Like, I don't. It's just trying to trace things back, and it's like, to where? Genesis? Because probably have to. Oh. Uh-oh. Here's trouble. Wow. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in like 2 weeks. You've been skipping out on all the important stuff, including the book club. What's up with that?
Yes, doing my job and spending time with family instead because of the constraints that I placed myself under.
In fact, and indeed. I'm glad you recognize those constraints.
Yeah, and they actually make things possible. So
Yep, constraining the time of your book clubs or my live streams. Yeah. I'm glad you're back. I have a bunch of reading to do in Moby Dick, I guess. I got to catch up.
It's only 3 chapters, but it's 3 chapters of Moby Dick.
I heard it's 3 very long chapters.
Right. It's about the same as I'm keeping all of our chapters between about 8 and 10,000 words.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So that's how I'm like, but stupid modern web browsers, you highlight a huge chunk of text. It doesn't tell you how many words it is. You could code that in an afternoon, I'm sure.
Oh, believe me, it flashed through my head like, JavaScript. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
But no, I have to copy paste it and put it into Word, so it'll do it for me. So, but
there's a browser extension waiting to be written right there.
It might already be out there. I haven't looked I mean, I already have Word on my computer, so it's like, yeah. Yeah, no, just back in North Dakota. Nice to be back in a civilized place that doesn't smell like weed everywhere. And
The most unbelievable thing was last year when I was driving back. I'm on the highway. You've heard of highways. People
heard
drive
of-
fast. I
yeah.
drive fast. I have a sports car. I had the top down. I'm doing 80 and I can smell weed on the highway. I'm like, what is with this place? Get me out of here. I couldn't believe it.
oh,
I
man.
was like, how do you smell weed on a highway at 80 miles an hour? That's unreal. It's not, it's not like there were tons of cars, right? I mean, it's like, is everybody smoking while driving down the highway? This isn't good.
Yeah, that's where we're at. Here we are.
It's it's not good. Double Viz. AI is getting constrained. AI was always constrained. Some are constrained to big woke, and some are constrained to telling the truth.
Well, if only we could constrain AIs to tell the truth, that would be really useful.
Yeah, AI is like all over the map. Perplexity is good. Claude is good, and Perplexity are really good. But yeah, the others are completely insane, and that's because somebody has to decide what is truth, right? Like, we hand the constraints to the AIs, and they can't break out of them. No,
The AIs can only do the first, or they can't even do the first act of understanding. They can mimic the first act of knowledge, which is understanding, but they can't do judgment.
They mimic knowledge, and what they do is they're parasitic on your thought. Since you're a rational creature, you rationalize things. So you rationalize AIs putting words together because they're close. Yeah. That's effectively what you're doing with LLMs. Don't tell anybody.
I haven't told anybody. It'll be our little secret.
Yeah.
It's not like you can find information about it literally anywhere.
It would be horrible if if somebody with well over 15 years of experience actually building the things actually spilled the beans about that and said, no, LLMs are just mostly illusory. Not useless by any means, but mostly illusory.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Sanjuro, good to see you, sir. The suffrage of Mark. What do you think of this suffrage idea?
Suffrage?
Well, I mean, Sally wanted to change the channel name to Mark's Suffering.
Okay. I missed that part.
Sally's always get these ideas. Anyway, yes. Sally's always get these ideas. Yeah, exactly. Right. See, this is why I didn't want to go there. This is not going to end well.
Oh, my.
I guess. I don't know. I've missed your Sunday live streams too. I thought for sure those were going to happen.
Yeah, I've just had 2 busy weekends in a row. It's one weekend I was on vacation with my family, and I was mildly optimistic that I'd make it back on Sunday evening, and we didn't.
Oh.
And then the second weekend, it's like I had last Sunday, I had 2 masses with the bishop on the road. One of them beginning at 5 p.m. And it's an outdoor mass, so it's like, I'm not. It's just kind of like, okay, it's just gonna be a little summer break, That's what happens in Rome every year. Nobody works in August in Rome. The only thing that's in Rome in August is the dogs and the Americans, which is it sounds better in Italian because it's Cani e Americani.
I love it. That's great.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just kind of taking my lead from the people of Rome and not working during we should be back on this weekend.
Oh, good. All right. Well, I'll definitely do the reading. I got to. I'm way behind on reading, so I gotta do reading. Reading is hard. Not recommended. Burn all the books. I'm still there.
It's very odd of you to be in 2 book clubs, one of which is being hosted on your YouTube channel, and to have such an anti-liberal stance.
It's odd, but appropriate.
It's another thing to cause you suffering, I guess.
Exactly. That is the theme. Oh man, it's fascinating to me the ways in which constraint and lack thereof come up.
Yeah, I mean, human beings long to constrain themselves.
Yes.
It's like, oh, what do you want to do? Oh, I want to, get a good job and get married and buy a house. It's like, okay, so you want to limit yourself to one career path, one other person, one place to live, or then you want to have kids on it. That's going to limit a lot of what you're able to do responsibly.
Right.
Human heart longs for the constraints because it's what we're supposed to do. We weren't supposed to be infinite.
Well, otherwise you wouldn't have anything to do, and everything you do would be meaningless.
Yeah.
You want meaning crisis? Remove constraints.
Oh.
Which way, leftist man? Oh, ouch.
To the right.
Yeah, I mean, it allows us to focus, really. Right? Constraint is good at allowing you to focus. Right? You're not gonna read the wrong book for the book club because you're constrained by the book club.
Yeah.
Yes. We know which one we're actually reading. Uh-oh. Ixnot, I'm on chapter LXVIII.
Why? Okay, so that's 48, I think. Or is it 68? Oh. Why can't you just use regular numbers? Anyway. I should be better at Roman numerals. I'm a Roman Catholic after all.
I know. I'm horribly disappointed.
Yeah. The Romans didn't really use them all that much either. It was mostly like on monuments and stuff. When they actually needed to do math, they had another system for it.
68, he says. Yeah. The common Romans never used that. That really was just for monuments. Yeah. Well, you don't want the same writing and numerical system on the highest. No one likes that. We're always trying to constrain the world. I mean, to flatten the world, right? Instead of dealing.
You at least need to use a fancy font.
At the very
fancy, almost unreadable fonts go a long way.
Everything should be in Latin. That's high. How's that?
Okay. I'm on board with it.
Benjamin Franklin at Father Eric. Don't forget, also constrained by birthing more to do the same.
Yes. I'm sure every mother in the world is delighted by the fact that she is constrained to giving birth to human children. Not worried if there's going to be an orangutan or a chimpanzee popping out, It's a good thing.
Alleviate the burden of choice. Yes, Sally. That's good. Without constraints in your eye, light. On your eye, light. Yeah. Like you could not see. Right. Without constraints on light, you're not going to see. You'd be flooded. That's why your lens is small and your fovea is smaller and it moves, which is technically how you're able to see anything at all, especially when you're not moving. Yeah, the resolution of your eye is actually related to how fast that fovea moves. Don't tell anybody.
It's like a reverse cathode ray tube.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. Not even a reverse one, because it just takes in what the cathode ray tube puts out.
Yeah. But like you could overclock the electron guns, couldn't you, and get like a higher resolution? No,
that's
higher.
Yep. No, that's
refresh rate. Higher refresh rate, not a higher.
It's a refresh rate. Yeah. Resolution is related to the size of the pixel, and refresh rate is related to how quickly it gets hit or activated. Sandra, no, Father Eric. We want infinite knowledge of the unspeakable. Face curls into a vicious horror reading yet another book.
Okay, man. Let me know how that works out for you. I'll just take my little water dropper of finite knowledge, as much as I can handle at any one point.
Yeah, I think I've been thinking about a video for this. I don't think I can do it in an animation. I'm going to work on I have another animation in mind that I have to work on, but I want to put something, because I think one of the things people don't understand is when you grab too much, and you may not know what that is, probably because you're not listening to anybody when they tell you not to. When you grab too much, you collapse. Right. And so, with knowledge, you grab more knowledge and more knowledge and more knowledge and more knowledge and more knowledge, and you're still smart and you're getting smarter. And then you grab too much knowledge and you collapse and you lose a bunch of stuff. And you don't notice. You think you're still smart. That's the real problem. Yeah.
But really, your life is falling apart around you, and you're not paying attention. You're falling.
Or you're stuck in a cult, and you have no idea. I mean, there are people still voting Democrat in the United States. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you about how reality works. This is going to end poorly. Sandra, all hail the age of gnosis. Yes, indeed. I put out another Age of Gnosis quote on Twitter today. It was pretty good. Sally Joe, lol, higher refresh rate on the brain will not help. That is correct. I'm working on the more information will not help video, Sally. I just if I hadn't gotten sick like 3 freaking times in the past week, I could probably get more videos out. But as it is,
I liked your commentary video.
Oh yeah. Tell me everything you liked about it and everything you hated about it.
Yeah, it was. So first, what I liked? I liked that your on-screen reaction to Alex O'Connor's silliness was much more muted than your in real life reaction.
I know. Huh? Hey, I had just gotten done driving through traffic to see you, sir, and that was only half the video. I think I finished. The other half on the way home.
Yeah. And I was like, oh man, I thought he was like really going to just open up and like have a long form video like Pastor Paul does. And I'm like, no, Pastor Paul does the commentary videos to figure out what he thinks. And you just get there a lot faster.
I usually know what I think. Yeah. I'm pretty good at that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just bold of you to do commentary on a book you've never read. That's all I'll say as far as criticisms go.
I wasn't doing commentary on the book. I was doing commentary on his idiotic assumptions, but sure.
Okay.
What did you hate about it?
Oh, the fact that you're doing commentary on a book that you hadn't
read. Fair.
Yeah.
The story I've heard. I mean, if I have to read the damn story, I heard the damn thing a few times.
Okay. Sure.
Hang out with Protestants. They'll tell you all the damn stories over and over again and not understand any of them. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. BubbleViz, there is a sandbox game, Farm Simulator 22, and you're free to do what you want. Favorite constraint people like to do is to start with 0 money and then try to grow a farm empire.
That's what makes life exciting, is the fact that you're under these constraints and you have the possibility of doing something crazy, like apparently stealing your first tractor and plot of land and making a go as a farmer. I guess you'd have to work for somebody else. I haven't played Farming Simulator 2022. They jumped the shark in 2019. I haven't been back on board since. I'm just kidding. Never played it. I don't know why I'd simulate farming here when I could just go get a garden.
I know, really. Everybody wants a farm simulator. Nobody wants a garden.
Yeah, well, it's because it's a lot easier to sit on a tractor on the computer than it is to
actually do it. Yeah.
Go weed.
Yep. Well, and the amazing part is that's where all the wisdom is. The wisdom's in the work, folks. Oops. Wisdom's not in the book at all. In fact, you can't get any there. There is no wisdom script. Most idiotic thing I've ever heard anybody say. Wisdom script. I'm like,
Oh, somebody actually said that. Okay.
Oh,
We have
yeah.
wisdom books, but they don't do you any good unless you put it into practice. So
Yeah. Our mutual friend up in Rhode Island said that on Twitter too. It was just like, what is wrong with your brain? Why are you like this? Oh my goodness. There's no hope for Catholic schools. There's no hope for Catholicism. You don't have a good enough filter. Can't let these people in.
the kingdom of heaven is like a great ship out to sea, and it catches all manner of fish and
Mm-hmm.
is taken to shore. The good are
That's
placed
fine.
into the buckets, while the bad are thrown away.
That's good for the kingdom of heaven. The Catholic Church has some work to do on more excommunications now, please.
Well, okay, I'm
Lord.
not actually going to argue with you on that. I just think we've got much bigger fish to fry than what you're looking at.
I don't know. It's a start, and it's an easy one. I'm just saying. You can just weed out a few of the nuts.
Yeah.
Get rid of the few of the people who don't understand clear doctrine and stuff, and let them struggle to get back in or something.
What I want you to know, Mark, is that our friend up in Rhode Island is in much better shape than many others.
Well, that's I realize that. That's my whole point. It's like it just seems like an easy filter to apply. You could do a lot of good with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't understand why people are confused about things. I don't.
Well, see,
Like,
here's what happens is that you put constraints on yourself without noticing because you start behaving in a certain way. And then
yeah,
the longer you behave in that certain way, the more constrained you are by behaving in that certain way. So there was
yeah,
this
yeah.
theologian. I don't remember what exact year this happened, but I believe it was either the late 60s or the early 70s, teaching at Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. And yeah, he was teaching a doctrine of moral theology called proportionalism, and it's completely heretical. And it was like as plain as day, completely heretical. And the Archbishop there, who was like doing his job, the Archbishop of Washington, D.C., had gone through all of the steps and all of the appropriate canonical procedure to get this guy out of the theology department at Catholic University of America, right? And then the Vatican comes in and undoes everything he just accomplished.
No way.
Yeah. And so, you know what the Archbishop said? He said, you know what? I'm done. They can go and sit on top of the Washington Monument and dissent all they want. I don't care anymore. So, anyway, you do like 50 years of that. Imagine trying to excommunicate somebody over doctrine under those circumstances.
Yeah.
You've got to want it real bad.
That's too high a barrier of entry. It should be easy to kick people out, and it should be hard for them to get in. That's what makes a good club. Right? And yeah, we were having a conversation last night with Ignacio, who's doing the translations for the language of creation.
Mm-hmm.
And the conversation was interesting. Ignacio and I are just like, he's great. Because I was like, burn all the books, just do things in the world. You'll understand the symbolism. And because that's the only way to understand symbolism for real. You can't, because this guy was asking like, is there a condensed book I can get on Thomas Aquinas so I can understand Thomas Aquinas so I can understand the symbolism? And I'm just like, can I read a book so that I can read a book so that I can read this book? No, that's not how the world works. You don't read more books to understand the book.
Books are what got you in trouble in the first place.
Exactly, but it's all age hypnosis stuff. See, I didn't say that. I had typed it into the comments because he was in the middle of talking and they were having a conversation. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt. So you picked up on it. He says, "Oh, I agree with Mark. We need to burn the books and just do things in the world." And this gets back to what Sally Joe says, right? Which is grow a bean, right? And then the further problem was the person we were talking to was like, well, you can't just burn all the books. I'm like, all right, fair enough. But you know what? You've read enough books. Like, you don't need any more. Like, I promise you don't need a single more book. And Now just go out and do things. And I talked about, go for a walk, pay attention to the surroundings. You'll link the symbolism in. It'll happen, right? You need to read a book about how to read Thomas Aquinas so that you understand the language of creation. That's complete insanity.
Well, and like Thomas Aquinas didn't do pictures.
Right, but and the point that was being made was Thomas Aquinas lived in a certain world at a certain time. And the book is contextualized within that environment. And we're not in that environment anymore. And maybe you can understand that environment to some extent through whatever means, right? Maybe go live in a monastery for a while or something, and maybe you'll get it. But like, you can't just pick. And it's the same with, we went back to Aristotle too, right? It's the same with Aristotle. Like, Aristotle was a wrestler. Like, you live philosophy. You don't do philosophy. It's a mode of living. It's a mode of participation. It has nothing to do with reading at all. If somebody told you otherwise, shoot them and save the world, because we don't need people like that. Like, this is ridiculous.
Your Honor, I had no idea he would actually go through with it.
Spoken like a true attorney. I love it. Our favorite canon lawyer.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Everyone's like, I need a book to read a book so I can understand this book. And it's like, no, just stop. And especially with symbolism. And, my point was, look, we have things like traditions and, and some symbols you're not going to be able to relate to. If you've never lived near the ocean, you're not going to be able to relate to the ocean because you haven't participated in oceanness. Like, it's not that hard. And that's okay, because you don't need all that stuff. You don't need it. And people don't realize that in the age of Gnosis, they think they need to know everything, whatever that may mean. And then they get confused, and it's horrible to watch. I mean, it's just horrible to watch these poor people. But even so, and I went over this in my commentary, right? It's like Alex O'Connor, right? Like, Eve didn't know she shouldn't eat the fruit. And it's like, no, she did know that. Maybe it wasn't the kind of knowledge that you like, but like, being told not to do something is a form of knowing. I don't know what else to tell you. No, you have to read it in a book. And how is that not being told? Because they didn't speak it? It's just written down?
I mean, how much you want to bet that Alex O'Connor has a consequentialist morality?
I don't think he has one, but I don't think he has.
I bet you if you default ask anybody to analyze whether something is right or wrong in 21st century Anglosphere, unless they're like A, very well educated, or B, completely uneducated, they will default to some kind of consequentialist reasoning. I should do this because of these consequences, right? Which is the most arrogant way to reason about anything in the universe, as if you could know all of the consequences of your actions.
Or any of them.
Yeah, and the best you got is probability.
Well, and this is the irony, right? The game theorists discovered this in the 1940s or 50s, I forget. They discovered this. They discovered the constraint of mapping it to math. Which is, you can't actually understand or know any of these things. You can't, technically.
Yeah. So it's like he is imagining that in order for this story to work, the Lord God of Heaven has to say, now, here's what's going to happen is if you eat the fruit, you will lose the supernatural grace that you were constituted with. You will lose the infused knowledge that you were constituted with, and the preternatural gifts of integrity and impassibility and immortality. So now you know, and so therefore you don't do it, right?
And you wouldn't have the experience of any of those things. Those words would be completely meaningless to you.
Right?
It's so funny.
Whereas it's just like, hey, I'm trustworthy. Don't do that. I'll explain later.
Yeah.
That's enough to navigate on.
Well, a lot of it, right? I mean, we still talk like this. You don't do that. You don't want to know what's going to happen. Right. So in other words, I can't convey the knowledge to you. You only get the knowledge through the action, but also you don't want like you don't want to know what it's like to live in a car in the winter in New England while you're starving. You don't want to know that. I'm sorry, you don't, and I can't convey it to you. You'd have to do it, and you don't want to do that, no matter what you may think. That's not true. Yeah, it's a strange circumstance at some point. Let me catch up on comments. Benjamin Franklin. Let me breathe deep. All right, let's see if we can do this. All right. I've been thinking the same thing about reading Philosophers Out of Time. Oh, good. So you don't read any of them. Excellent choice. Because you're not in their time and you're not going to be. I'm just constraint of time. Like imagine somebody in the future reading Peterson without understanding the environmental context in which he resides. No, you can't. Ethan, good to see you, Ethan. The last LOS podcast I happened to listen to, he described your body as a combination of two things: constraint, yes, and a generic soul. Interesting. No mention of any arbitrary particular physical thing like DNA. Interesting. That's fascinating.
Thomas Aquinas says the same thing, except he says matter is what constrains you. And it's the matter, yeah. Right. So it's like, oh, I'm made out of this stuff that is in North Dakota. It takes up this amount of space, displaces this amount of air. You know, that's where all the constraints come from. Right. So I can't become Ant-Man, you know, and like sneak in through the cracks, and I can't become 100 feet tall because I'm constrained to this matter right here. So,
well, that's why all the Gnosticism ends in this mysticism. Because it's all about getting rid of constraints, and material is constraints. So they always end with invoking demons or becoming demons, or, you know, becoming shards of light to go up to the alien spacecrafts, or, you know, whatever other nonsense. Benjamin Franklin. Hegel. Oh, good Lord. Dude. Are you absolutely kidding me right now? Lived. I don't think Hegel lived. Actually, I don't know what state he was in. Living is not one I would use to describe whatever nonsense he was going through as a being on the planet. So many massive changes. Everybody appeals to that. Okay, if you're living through change, you don't notice it. Sorry, that's just the way it works. I don't know what else to tell you. Like if you're immersed in chaos like we are now, you don't notice it. You come up with a bunch of stupid conspiracy theories to explain the world that are dumb. Right? He lived in an accelerated timeline. I don't know what that means. Relative to what? How are you measuring acceleration in this case? With many revolutions in his lifetime, this impacts his philosophy. He doesn't have a philosophy. He's a retard. Okay? Everything he wrote is banal and easy. Just ignore it all. Your life will be better. Sanjura, wait. So I should have read the Necronomicon? Dude, the one that came out, years ago there, it was great. Yeah, don't read that. You should not have read that if you did. I did. I don't have it anymore. I don't have it anymore, Father. It's gone.
Okay. I'll bring that up at our next exercise. Excuse me. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Touche. Yeah. The Necronomicon is not good.
Wasn't that from the Army of Darkness?
No, it's from H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh, it's from H.P. Lovecraft. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's where Army of Darkness got it from. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, they started a literary cult. Very few people know this. So Lovecraft, Robert Bloch, I don't remember all the players, but like they all started using the same material. So like,
which they stole from Edgar Allan Poe, by the way, but never mind that.
Lovecraft was completely original. He blows Poe away. I mean, Poe's great. I love it. I read all this stuff.
Have you ever read the nautical narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym?
I've read everything Poe's ever written for sure.
Okay, I think Lovecraft did too. Not saying he didn't do cool stuff with it, but Lovecraft understands the ethereal like no one else. Right, because he's terrified of it. Yeah.
No one's got the ethereal. Well, also he has the proper respect for it. Oddly, he's terrified of it. Right? I mean, like just all the stories where he talks about that barrier breaking or being breached, or that filter like letting go, and what squirts out. He uses terms like that too, right? That's such a good writer. His writing is so exquisite.
You're just standing for other New Englanders now.
No, I mean his style of writing, the concise storytelling that he does, and all the visual imagery somehow. I don't know how he does it. I have no idea how he does it. It's magic. It's definitely high spellcasting, man. It's good. The thing is, though, he understands there's a veil, and he has this whole thing about what happens when the veil gets pierced or you cross it. And if you want a good introduction to Lovecraft, read The Horror at Red Hook, which I don't know if it's under his name or a pseudonym, or he ghost wrote it. It is the best detective story ever written. It is phenomenal. It is just great. But Lovecraft and all these other authors were trading letters back and forth, saying like, well, if you talk about this book, I'll talk about this book. And then there's a famous book like that. Hold on a sec. There it is. Which I do not recommend anybody read. It's actually a mess.
Burn it! Burn it now!
The King in Yellow. And The King in Yellow, it's not a big book. It's a bunch of short stories about insanity.
Well, that means it should burn quickly.
It should burn quickly. Robert Chambers. Yeah, Chambers is another one of these authors that they... So what he does is he tells all these stories, and they're somehow linked to the character, the King in Yellow. And they're all of a certain type. Actually, you want good historical stuff? This is actually brilliant at historical. It's just nonsensical stories at some point. It's a fascinating book. I haven't even finished all the stories in it just because they're too bonkers. Like, it takes me a long time to absorb them. But they had all of these things, so they would all drop a mention of the Necronomicon in their stories. And you didn't know that they had corresponded. And they all thought it was a great joke because they're basically doing propagandistic manipulation of of different audiences in some cases. And the King in Yellow is the same thing. So there's all these references. So True Detective, they mention the King in Yellow in True Detective. And that's actually what prompted me. One of the guys on Clubhouse was like, oh no, you got to watch True Detective first season and let me know what you think. And I did. And I was like horrified. It was just awful. I mean, it's good storytelling actually, but the story was too horrific to be engaged with. But they mentioned the King in Yellow, and he was like, no, you got to read the King in Yellow. And I had known about it because that's one of the things that Lovecraft, in the Lovecraftian space, is the King in Yellow. And so, and I knew it was the same sort of thing where they meant the Necronomicon's mentioned by a bunch of different authors in that space. So you have that whole milieu, right? Sandro, it's referenced in the Army of Darkness. Yeah, Army of Darkness. A lot of people steal from Lovecraft and that group. Lovecraft shared often his love of Poe. Yeah, Lovecraft's a big Edgar Allan Poe fan. He was, but like there's no one. There isn't anybody close in the genre. I mean, Lovecraft is transcendent. He is so good. So good. Sally Joe, focus on what you can affect keeps getting pushed into things beyond your reach by media. Yeah. Right. Yeah. You should worry about the war in Ukraine. Like you can do something about that ever. Or distractions. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. See, and Lovecraft was really good at that too. Like he would talk about the trouble you get in with your curiosity. Because he'll say stuff like, it would have been better had I not, right? And then talk about because a lot of his stories are told by one of the people in the stories looking back and stuff like that. He does a lot of clever stuff. And his writing though is so, he might be my favorite author just because I love short stories. He wrote almost nothing but short stories, and the amount of stuff he packs in there is amazing. And I got to read some Milton because I guess Milton does something quite similar from what I've been told, but I've never really gotten around to
reading not Milton. Short.
No, but I guess he's got the sentences and the amount of data packed into a single sentence thing down pat.
Yeah. I sat down and hacked through Paradise Lost, and I mean, it's well written. He's really good at English and all of that. I couldn't get past all the heresy.
Heresy, there's a lot of heresy.
There's a lot of heresy, a lot of anti-Catholicism in there because he was a Puritan. So
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah.
Oh,
And the way he writes the story is that the second person of the Trinity is created in time, which is a heresy called Arianism. And yeah, he couldn't. But like nobody called him out on it in those days, which is like, kind of. He must have just had some powerful friends, or everybody's like, oh, he couldn't have really meant that.
Where was he writing? Where was he?
England.
Oh yeah, but they were all heretics in England, so
I suppose.
Puritans. I mean, there's only Puritans in England and New England, right? That's it.
Yeah.
We're gonna get called out in New England, although he probably would have gotten like put in the stocks in New England, ironically enough, because they were all hardcore crazy people.
Yeah, they were the ones who were hardcore enough where they were going to move to the middle of nowhere across the ocean.
The hardcore people are the damn French that went to Canada.
Yeah, that's pretty hardcore. I'm amazed that anybody lives north of me.
I know. That's right. That's the French. Yes. Yeah, it's brutal. It just tells you how brutal life was, even in the nice weather of France and England, that they left. It's so bad here. We're leaving. We'd rather live in an untouched nature. That's that's worth considering. Very much worth considering. But yeah, I mean, I think everybody should read Lovecraft. I mean, Lovecraft is fantastic. Not all his stuff or anything, but like one or two of his stories. His way of talking about the ethereal is so good. It's all dark, but it's all dark and godless, but it's so good because it really gives you a sense for how dangerous it is for those things to happen, for invocations, for and he talks about it at different levels because he's got the Dagon worshippers, and it's a whole village basically, and he's doing secret societies, but they're all quasi-religious effectively, and
many secret societies in the 19th century were.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he had to make that one up too much.
Well, except his religion is all mystical. The mysticism with Lovecraft is off the chart. It's totally, because he's all ethereal. Like everything is ethereal. And if you want a emergence is not good author, Lovecraft is the guy to go to. He kind of points out this emergence is not good thing pretty well. Because man, nothing good ever comes from the emergences in his brain. I'll tell you that much. They're all catastrophes. Ethan likes my I don't think Hegel lived actually. I'm prepared to die on that hill, by the way. I'm bring your best. I'll show you that Hegel was a banal, retarded idiot, and we'll put it to bed. Yep, he's another one. They're all so just terrible. Sandra, Lovecraft is very much emergence is horrible, burn it all. Yeah, he really is. He really is. I mean, I think that's where I got that's why I was immune to that. I mean, I read Lovecraft when I was like 14 or 15 or something. And it was The Cats of Ulthar. Oh, what an amazing story. Oh, amazing. That's his novella. I think that's the longest thing he wrote was The Cats of Ulthar. It's just amazing. I got to dig that out of the shed one of these days. I'll get all my books in here. Because I have his collected unabridged works in a single volume somewhere around here. But I haven't cracked that open. I just bought it because it was pretty. And Castle. Oh no, Castle's read Lovecraft too. Of course he has. Shadow over Innsmouth was pretty wild with the emergence. Yeah, it was. I gotta reread all my Lovecraft. I had a dream when I was young. I don't know if I still have this dream because man, I was gonna write stories in that genre, in the gothic horror genre. And I don't know. I don't know if I could ever get up to that level of writing skill. But I toy with it every once in a while. I mean, one of the reasons why I bought the Unabridged, which was only a few years ago, I was in Barnes and Nobles, I think the one in Charlotte actually, and I saw that it's a beautiful rebinding of a bunch of classics, and this one was blue, and I was like, a blue Lovecraft book. Well, that's coming home with me, obviously, whether I intend on reading it or not. In case you didn't know, blue is my only color. Other things are not colors in my world. I reject them. There's only blue. That's it. I love blue. My house is painted blue in the inside. It's a brick house. It's not blue on the outside. My previous house was blue on the outside. That book, when I bought it, I was like, maybe I'll read this whole thing and I'll jumpstart into doing this dream that I had when I was like 15 or whatever. Didn't work out that way. Man, that is a monster of a book. Like H.P. Lovecraft wrote a lot of short stories. There's a lot of, and that might have some of his letters and stuff too, which I haven't read all his letters or anything. But yeah, I read a biography of his too. Fascinating. Like, poor guy. What a man. New England was a mess. The United States was a mess back in the early 1900s, late 1800s. It was really bad. Castle Adams loves blue, wears orange. I have blue Hawaiian shirts from Hawaii. All my Hawaiian shirts except one is from Hawaii. Like, actually came on the plane home with me. Sandra, the most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its content. The first line in Call of Cthulhu. Tell us how you really feel. Yes. Yes, I forgot about that line. Yeah. One of the last times I read Call of Cthulhu, I read, it wasn't the last time, but I read Call of Cthulhu and immediately listened to the Metallica song, Call of Cthulhu. That was a freaking experience, let me tell you. Another experience, if you want weird sort of musical concurrent stuff, aside from reading Call of Cthulhu and finishing it and immediately listening to the song, which works mysteriously, by the way. Sort of listen to Jordan Peterson, or grab some Carl Jung collective unconscious stuff, or stuff about the shadow in particular, and then listen to Tools 46 and 2. And then your life changes. Like, just there's a shift in reality. It's quite nice.
I'll have to ask my spiritual director about that.
No, the 46 and 2 is interesting. It was a student, I think, of Jung who came up with this wacky material correspondence to the shadow thing. Like, oh, some people have extra chromosomes or some nonsense. 2 extra chromosomes, I think it was, right? 46 and 2. And then they're able to self-transcend the shadow, or some goofy, like, he was just a goofy person, right? So that's what the song's actually about. Just that Maynard James Keenan is a genius, and very few people understand that. Yeah, it was so once you're sort of thinking, and the reason why you read it and then listen to the song is because it moves your attention, right? And then you're there, and then you have this external song experience on top of whatever you've already synthesized propositionally, and that moves you further, that song. Ixnon, Herbert West Reanimator was pretty long for Lovecraft. Yeah, well, that was a ghostwrite, right? He that wasn't his. He needed money. That's basically what that was all about. But Herbert West Reanimator, I mean, that launched a bunch of stuff. I'm fairly sure that was the first. It might have been the first known major work since Frankenstein along those lines. But it was much deeper, right? It was much deeper. And a lot of things copied that. The number of things that copied things like The King in Yellow and Lovecraft and Robert Bloch and H.L. Mencken and some of these guys is unbelievable, right? Because they're at some point very obscure writers, but they got picked up. It's like reading Bruce Sterling, right? If you read like Islands in the Net and you look at when it was published, and then you start to realize how many people either had the similar idea or ripped off stuff from him or expanded on it, or however you want to frame it. That happened a lot with Lovecraft in particular. And yeah, Lovecraft is taking Poe's work and sort of, Poe is very focused on the material side of things, and the link from the material side to the ethereal side. And Lovecraft just does away with that. He's just like, you don't want those two things linked. And he's very focused on the contrast, on the dichotomy between the ethereal and the material, and what happens when that barrier comes down. He's not very integrative. Let me put it that way. And he's also very, there's certain types of people in the world, right? And like, there's all these people that are ignorant of that veil and what's behind it. And then there's these people who know, and sometimes they're protecting the world, and sometimes they're accidentally destroying it. So yeah, that's the
worst
key
place you could be. Know like 10% of what you should.
Right.
It really gets you in trouble.
It's a problem. It's a problem. It's the problem of gnosis. It's a dangerous proposition to know things, and people don't understand that. Like, you get overburdened. And I hope I can do the animation that shows the collapse. When you take in too much knowledge, you just kind of collapse, or something. You don't necessarily collapse entirely, although many people are going nuts lately. It might not be a coincidence. But part of you collapses, right? You got to give up something for that new knowledge, because you have a cognitive capacity, and once you hit it, you hit it. And if you're not careful, it can collapse part of your life, and you'll become possessed by something. I mean, it's unbelievable, the stuff we're seeing in the world now. I mean,
so it's not like something like when you're trying to measure the capacity of a popsicle bridge to hold weight, and you put enough weight on it and then it snaps, right? It's not just like a linear quantity sort of analysis.
right.
It has to do something with the quality of the knowledge that you're taking, and probably has something to do with the distance between your sphere of influence and that knowledge. So I could learn a lot about my congregation as a pastor. I could really get to know these people, and because I'm right there, and let's say I'm doing the things that I need to do in order to be properly integrated and healthy, holy, all of those sorts of things. That knowledge, even if it could somehow be quantified, it might be more than, let's say, somebody else's knowledge that makes them collapse. But because of the relationship to it, it could really mess you up. Whereas I'm doing this because I'm trying to be a good priest. That's why I know all these things.
Right.
And then what you do with it probably also matters. The reason why you're pursuing it probably also matters. Yeah.
Well, the relationship is what allows you to hold more knowledge.
Okay, so the quality of the relationship you have with whatever it is that you're knowing. Yeah.
And what's the quality of the relationship? That's intimacy. What do we have? An intimacy crisis. Right. And a lot of people think of knowledge as an object or a thing that they have. And Dr. Vervaeke makes this mistake too, right? He says, there's 4 types of knowledge because there's 4 types of memory. Guess what's definitely, we know, not stored in your memory? Knowledge. Information is stored in your memory. Knowledge is the result of the relationships of the pieces of information that you have. Oops. And that's why our model contains only 2 types of knowledge and 4 P's of information. And people get confused. And it's like, no, it's definitely not that way. And that's in the science. If you read it carefully enough, I know it. They won't admit it. But like, if you just take a look, you'll see real quick that's how it is. And so once you understand that, so that means there's right knowledge and wrong knowledge given the same information. In other words, if I go to your congregation and I try to understand it the way you understand it, it won't work, because your knowledge, the relationships you have, are not only formed by the relationships you have, they're also formed over time. And I can't catch up to that. Right? Even if I start now, I move there and I get to know your whole congregation, right? I'm not taking confession, obviously, right? Like so
I'm glad that's
whatever.
obvious.
Maybe you can get around that, right? Fair enough. But like, I won't know the history the way you know the history because you were there, right? And so which is not to say I can't get close or close enough, or even offer something that you can't because I'm not too close, right? It doesn't mean any of that. It just means it won't be the same. And I probably won't be able to hold as much of it because holding things requires something outside of you alone, which is the relationship. So your capacity matters, but also the relationships matter. That's why, I don't know if you've ever seen this, but it happens all the time, actually. There's people that they go outside to a bar or whatever, and they're extremely clumsy. And then they go to a party, to someone's house they've never been at before, but with friends, and they're not clumsy at all.
You mean like socially clumsy, or is it even physically?
No, physically.
Huh.
Well, because the comfort of the relationships of the people they're around, right? I mean, that's why you're nervous when you're alone. Like, you should be nervous when you're alone. Well, what is that? Well, that is not a function of something called nervousness that just overtakes you, right? Or at least not entirely. It's a function of how comfortable you feel, how much confidence you can have. And if you're around friends, it's just a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
But there are extreme cases of this. I mean, they're not really extreme because, like I said, they're actually fairly common. But if you watch, you can see that happen all the time. It's hysterical. And it happens in all kinds of places, not just clumsiness. Like I've seen people that, you bring them, so when they're in their dorm at school, they can just tell you things like, oh, this and that, the other thing, and I did this in the lab and blah, 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 blah. And you take them out and you say, hey, what that story you told me in the dorm there about what you did in the lab, and they can't remember it anymore. Right, because they're nervous, because they don't feel safe, because they don't have that relationship with the space that they're in, the physical constraint, right? And there's too much. There's too much going on. And so their competence actually goes down, which I don't, I mean, I've noticed these things all the time, but I just tend to notice different things from other people. I miss a bunch of things too.
I mean, it's why we do dress rehearsals, right?
Yeah, to get people comfortable with things, to give them their sense for the relationships and the constraints. And
and I think even it sounds a little silly, but we had a practice chapel at the seminary, and they just had like a bunch of old vestments and practice chalice, practice paten, the books you needed down there, and it's like, when you go practice this, don't just do it in your imagination. Put all of the robes on and play with the little, the mass kit stuff. It's like, dang it, all that works,
Your physical relationship to the world changes when you put on a robe.
Oh boy, yeah,
it's not a quote magical thing. I'm not invoking mysticism or anything. Like, physically, relationship matters whether you're wearing long pants or shorts. Like, I mean, these things have an impact on your life. I want to catch up on. Sally Joe says, oh, it is. No one should try to understand and calculate the bridge to use it. Yeah, we have to have faith in bridges or we are crippled. That is true, Sally. If you're building them, testing them, those are exceptions. Well, that's also true. Local Ken. What is this? Exactly what I was thinking. I assume you mean why. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Yeah, well, your relationship changes. Scale matters a lot. All right. And what's around you matters a lot.
Yeah, no, scale really does matter. I've just noticed a few things in the church. Pope Francis has a tendency to appoint people who are really good pastors and really good at initiatives to help the poor as bishops.
It
doesn't always go well, right? I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
saying these guys are like stealing money and abusing children or that kind of thing, but it's like, you know, one of the nice things about me being locked up in the Dark Tower in the Chancery, you know, is I get to see things from that side now. And I get to see how little information people are running on when they're trying to make decisions, and what happens when you make a decision too quickly without consulting the right people.
Right.
I get to see all of that now. And it's like, well, you know, a little bit of chancery experience, a little bit of administrative experience, that can go a long way, because what can work in a parish or in an apostolate won't necessarily, or even with a small group of priests, won't necessarily work with an entire diocese. And it's like, yeah, scaling makes a huge difference. And best way to learn about that is to see things from a different scale for a little bit.
Yeah, be at least a little aware of that by having been in participating in it.
Yeah,
it's where people get confused, right? They look at something that happens happens as a result of some government thing, and they go, I don't know why that happened. Why did this happen? Your information and their information are different, non-overlapping sets. Like, the government does not look at people as individuals with names and histories. They can't. It's not possible, right? People are just social security numbers to them, and income figures, and family size, because they have to be. The thing at the large scale can't know you in that way, right? And sometimes, you write to your congressman or whatever and say, hey, the government screwed up, and the congressman fixes it. Like, that happens too, right? And that's the proper thing. Like, maybe it should work more efficiently or something. It can't, like that. So you just have to put in the work. Like, it's just the way it is. Yeah, the government doesn't know what you know, and it doesn't know you, and it doesn't know the people it's affecting. And it's not supposed to, and it's never going to. It's just a constraint of reality, in essence. And that's, people don't understand the constraints of scale at all. Like, the number of people who sit there and say, Google did this on purpose, and I'm like, bro, have you been to a Fortune 500 company? Like, I've been in the high C-suite meetings. These people are idiots. They couldn't do anything on. The one thing you're safe from is their intent. If they intend to do something, they're so incompetent, that ain't never gonna happen. Like, I'm serious. It's funny to watch. It's like, we're gonna move this forward, and like Microsoft. You know how many times Microsoft has tried to get in the cell phone business? Like 4. You know how many times they succeeded? Like 0. It's so funny. And they've got intent, man. They planted one of their high up execs as the CEO of Nokia, and they had a plan together, and they went and they executed it, and they bought the whole damn cell phone business, and it did them no good because they're totally incompetent and can't operate in a competitive marketplace because they grew up as a monopoly. And so they have no experience competing in the marketplace. So every business they've ever been in, except one, although I'll argue they'll never make their money back on that one, they've never succeeded. It does not matter. They have never succeeded in a competitive market ever. It is the worst company to look at because they've never had to improve their product ever. They've never had to listen to customers, and they don't. Routinely, they're famous for not listening to their customers, right?
So what you're saying is that this is the year of the Linux desktop.
That was the funny part. It's so funny you mentioned that. So a couple of days ago, when I was stuck in bed, I was watching some random videos at Gamers Nexus, and he was on some other channel. So the YouTube algo switched me over to that. And they were talking about, is Windows dead? Is Microsoft killing Windows 11? Which it is, but through
Windows 10. Windows 10. Or you mean literally just killing it? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Windows 11. Yes. I'm staying on the 10 as long as I can manage.
Oh, you should. You should. And like he was talking about all these stupid little things that they do that are clearly wrong, like from any perspective, technical perspective, customer perspective. It's just stupid decisions, right? And also neither of them have worked at large companies because they're like, it must be that they're holding on to this. And I'm like, no. They were literally doing that because their customers say they want one feature that relies on that thing that they don't like. And the customers don't know this, and managers are stupid. And so they say you can't remove that because the customers want this feature. And the two are just connected, right? It's a constraint. Like you want this cloud feature, you have to log into the cloud when you boot your machine. You can't get rid of log into the cloud because there's like 5 or 6 features in Windows that customers use all the time that make their lives easier, right? So they don't want to log into the cloud, but they don't realize what they lose. And the company just makes a decision, no, we're not going to change that policy. So they're talking about this and they're going, are people going to go to Linux desktop? And they're, and I'm like, no, dude, they're all going to get Chromebooks. Every single one of them, because Chromebooks are easy to use and they work like phones and everyone's got a phone. And so
isn't Chromebook running on a version of Linux?
It uses the Linux kernel. This is the problem with calling it Linux. First of all, there's no Linux. It's GNU Linux minimally. So Linux is a Unix variant, right? So it's a Unix. It's actually just the kernel. So there's a Unix style kernel called Linux. There's another one called Minix, and there's a bunch of others. And then that has a bunch of tools around it, like ls, directory listing, and all that. Those are not part of Linux. Like Linus didn't write any of that. It's all written for him. Those are the GNU tools. So that's the actual operating system. So there's the kernel, that's Linux. Then there's this stuff on top of it, and then there's the distribution, which software packages use all the standard Unixy stuff. So the Unix includes all sorts of or GNU Linux in particular as a Unix variant includes all sorts of things like standard libraries and shared libraries and common binaries like grep and awk and make and compilers and whatever.
So I wasn't wrong, but I wasn't particularly correct.
You weren't precise enough. And you're talking to somebody with way too much knowledge of such things who can actually explain it. Some people have too much knowledge and can't explain it, and they should just shut up. But that was my living, was actually being able to talk. Like what I used to do is I used to talk between the IT department and the developers because they don't talk the same language at all. Mm-hmm. And so I'd be able to do that. And then, but I'd also have customers, right? I also started in customer support, so I could talk to customers about customer support stuff at the same time.
Spoke 3 languages, very valuable.
Pretty much. Well, more than 3, but we'll go with 3. That's fine.
Okay.
3 Englishy languages. Yeah. Well, you have to know the concepts and you have to be able to abstract them out. And I deal entirely in abstractions. So all I have to do is translate down to material concrete language. It's not that hard. If you try to do it the other way around, it's much more difficult. But most people are taught that way. Like our education system works that way. So that's probably blowing people up left, right, and center. There's an article, I'm almost certain it was on Medium several years ago about this, and I have not been able to find it. Every time I look for it, I can't find it. It was written by a female psychologist or psychiatrist or something, where she actually grabbed all the studies and showed pre-kindergarten and kindergarten where they have kids behind desks is absolutely detrimental to their future success. And she shows why, like they know why. And it's basically the Peterson story. You need rough and tumble play. That's basically this is why I'm like, well, no kidding, Peterson. Everybody knows this, don't they? And it turns out they didn't.
You have to be educated into not knowing that.
Well, and that's the other problem, right? Even if you look at the banal sort of propositional knowledge way of thinking about the world, man, there's got to be limits to that. So it kind of matters which knowledge you're fed and when and how. And I think one of the problems, I'm going to do a video on this for sure. We have like 2 generations of gamers. And the thing is, they just can't conceive of anybody knowing how to fix a car, how to cut down a tree, how to build a house. One person knowing all these things because they've been busy spending all their time gaming. So they learned how to win, these silly games instead of spending their time learning how to cut down trees, how to fix cars, how to, they don't know any of this stuff. And so, or virtually every interesting thing about computers, and not to mention like all of those things, right? Like how to sail, right? I could go on, right? But they can't conceive of somebody knowing things like that in that number because they don't. But then they've been gaming their whole lives, so they're kind of stuck. Castle Adams. Gamers continuing to be the most opposed demographic of all. I think Father Eric is correct. It's all a cell phone. That's the problem. Time is a constraint, right? So you can spend your time learning all the games in the world and being the world's best player at whatever. And there's nothing wrong with that. And as long as you keep it as a hobby, but you can't also learn that and how to sail, how to fix cars, how to be a network engineer, how to be a software engineer, how to do customer service, right? Like, yeah, the number of things you can learn is just, it gets constrained, right? I mean, it's one of the reasons I think why people are impressed with John Vervaeke, and you should be. John's pretty smart. He has a breadth of knowledge about history and psychology and cognitive science and philosophy that's, pretty freaking impressive. But he doesn't know how to sail. And if he did, he'd know how to integrate those things better than he does. I'm just saying. That's actually really important to know. And it's Sanjuro. Destiny trying to 1v1 the world. It keeps losing the metagame. Exactly. This is exactly who I keep thinking of. Like Destiny's always like making these dumb, he's stating these facts, all of which are wrong. I've actually never heard him make a true statement ever. Like I know where he gets it from too. It's just false. And I'm like, dude, you need to look it up. Because you can tell he doesn't look anything up. I mean, he says he games 10 hours a day. It's like, well, fair enough. But you probably don't know anything if you game 10 hours a day, dude. Ixnon, cell phone via cell phone. Yes. Castle, jump in here. Where are you? I didn't say they weren't responsible for the oppression too. Wait, fair. He's defending himself. That's it's amazing to me, and I'm talking about Constraint too. Is the setup for this whole my ultimate attack on gamerdom. True story, bro. These are not unplanned. They're not planned in the way you think, but they're also not unplanned. I have a very good idea of which concepts now, and I keep refining that idea as I talk to more people, which concepts I need to cover where and how, so that I can make bigger, better points later, which is, of course, also going to be a problem. And I know, Sandra, I did partially screw up the commentary video. The next one, I will not make that mistake. I will start on the glossary project post haste, and we'll make sure we get that in there. Yeah, we need a glossary. We need an on-ramp for these things. So I'm going to start doing that.
You've got to write a book. And by that, I mean program a large language model to do all the drafting for you.
I already have most of that. Yeah. Now I got to, Sally Joe, video games. The butthole of Satan. I don't know, Sally. That seems a little tough. But also, it's easy to get sucked into your addictions. And often, if you remove an addiction, one other one will appear pretty quickly. That's why you need to fill the world with your higher beliefs, we'll say. Otherwise, you will get sucked into an addiction of some kind. Sally Joe, I loathe all the virtual worlds for the brain cancer it's wrenched upon the world. Fair? I guess I guess that's fair. Yeah, I don't know, Father. What do you think? You're a gamer, so what do you?
No, I am not. I
Okay,
play video games sometimes.
there we go.
There's a
I
big
like that
difference
better.
between playing video games sometimes and being a gamer. Being a gamer is an identity and a culture that you participate in. And
Mm.
they're all deeply immodest people,
That's true.
right? I mean, you know what there is zero of in my room? There is zero waifus. The number is 0.
Zero waifu.
That's how you know I'm not a gamer.
Excellent. I like that. Yeah, if you identify as a gamer instead of, say, a priest or a Catholic or a Cathodox person, yeah, it's a problem. And you can only have one higher identity. Castle Adams, Father Eric, isn't the only lawyer here. I'm on my way to self-represent. Excellent. I look forward to it, sir. Yeah, I think that's well said. I like that distinction, right? Like if you identify as a gamer, as somehow, like, what am I supposed to do with that information if somebody tells me they're a gamer? Like, I don't know what that means. Like, did you play Quake World? Because I'll beat you at Quake World. I will redheaded stepchild you out of existence. Almost certainly. I'm really good at that game.
No, there's a whole culture behind it. And I'd rather just be a guy who like sometimes plays video games. That's much better than being a gamer. I don't want to these sweaty. Oh man.
Well, I primarily only played multiplayer online games because my friends were like, "Oh, you're going to play this game with us. We don't get to see you very often." And I'm like, "Well, that's actually kind of your fault since you won't let me go over your house. But sure, we'll play this game, I guess." So, yeah. And Quake World was a good one for me. And yeah, I don't strategic games. I'm good. I'm okay at strategic games. That I can do. And when I get immersed in them enough, I can pretty much make my way. Although I got trounced in World of Tanks. I never made it very far in World of Tanks. But like there's a lot of grinding in World of Tanks. Like you just have to put in time, and I was just not in the mood to put in that kind of time.
Yeah.
I was like, no way, man.
Gosh, I used to just blow time on RuneScape.
Oh.
I couldn't do that anymore. Right? Just like
yeah.
grinding levels. It's like I don't have the patience for
I
it.
hate grinding levels. I really don't like that. Castle, brace yourself, Sanjuro. Uh-oh.
Looks like these guys are gonna go get into it.
Here we go.
Oh, he's got the objection up behind him.
I don't know if you can tell.
That's irrelevant. Is it a mouse?
It's Mark knows what it is.
It's Ricky Tikki Tavi. We've been over this. What is wrong with you? These heretical figures who don't understand the mongoose. Like,
see, I'm just gonna keep on making these obscure jokes that like only Mark is gonna understand because I'm just making...
not only me. I'm not the only Ricky Tikki Tavi fan, sir.
This is true, but the mongoose law joke is not as obscure as it gets. So.
That is true. Mongoose at law is pretty obscure. I am enjoying this thoroughly though. This is fantastic. It's a gift. It's a gift.
I'm not. Oh my goodness.
Father Eric, do you know Ricky Tikki Tavi? Have you engaged with this?
So my only point of reference is a gag from Rick and Morty, where that was one of Rick's funny made-up sayings.
Oh my God! You have to read the story and watch at least one, if not all, of the cartoons. Cartoon movies.
That sounds like something a gamer would do.
No. Only cool people know. This way predates gaming. It's old stuff. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Ricky
Look, I changed Sally's mind.
Accept my repentance. Excellent. I love it. Well done.
This, I think, is also pretty key. Zero waifus. That's
Zero
actually
waifu.
great merchant. I know it's technically identifying against, but I'm at peace with identifying against in this particular scenario.
Adam will be happy if he ever watches this stream. He's the zero waifus Catholic. So yeah.
Well, that's the official church doctrine, I'm pretty sure.
Where is that covered in canon law again?
It's not in canon law. I think I could find something in the catechism where it'd be like, yeah, it's under there somewhere.
It's probably like a Justicio thing. Just chalk it up to that.
False gods, false idols.
Yeah.
I think probably all gaming falls under the false idols clause for sure. Benjamin Franklin. I got to level 99 mining on RuneScape just by grinding coal. That's very exciting. At the end of it, I had something like 1.4 million coal or something. This is thrilling. This is really thrilling. It took 6 months of day-to-night mining. I don't think I'd tell anybody that. Just personally.
You mentioned like kind of the identifying as gamer thing, and immediately I thought of like those. You see those things where there's guys that talk about specifically like RuneScape or Destiny or something like that, where people put like, you know, I saw one where some guy put like 20,000 hours on RuneScape or something like that. It's like, oh my goodness, like I put some time on games, but across time, you know, and like I don't know, it's just. It's wild to me. That's why I have a hard time, like I can never get into like MMO type stuff, like stuff that has like an enormous end game. I like stuff that I can like go back to, but I like being able to actually finish it in a reasonable amount of time and then like maybe go back and re-enjoy it again. But yeah.
Pac-Man.
Pac-Man's
Asteroids. Yeah. You know.
I used to play Galaga so much as a kid. That was great. That and Dig Dug.
What is wrong with the Galaga heresy will not stand. Galaxian is a better game. Galaga is no. I'm a no on Galaga.
You know, really? I'm just pretty careful to not buy any games that I know really suck me in these days. Mm. So usually it's like I play for about an hour and I'm like, okay, that was good. And then I'm done.
But entertainment is good, right? And or you know, as long as you moderate it. And the older games, that's what they were. Like you couldn't really play Asteroids for 6 hours, you know, or you could every once in a while, but generally you just get bored and your entertainment quotient would be satiated and you could move on. Yeah. And that was good, you know, which is not to say I did not, in fact, flip Asteroids in 4 hours because I did, but whatever.
There wasn't a daily occurrence for you.
No, I only did it once. Well, I only had to do it once because then it was like I did it once. That's good, you know.
Yeah. Oh, well, gentlemen, good night.
Good night, Father. Good to see you. Constraint of sleep.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Because energy constraint has been reached.
Oh my goodness, I'm probably rebelling against that right now.
Oh my goodness, I don't want to keep you up too late, Castle, but I'm very glad you're here.
I'm used to it at this point, but yeah, that's one of those ones. There's for those people that want like to scratch that itch between like the two of like, okay, I can moderate like on the given day, but also keep coming back to this. Monster Hunter Rise. I'm telling you right now, that game you can pour a bunch of time into it if you wanted to, but also to just go on a hunt, it's like 15-20 minutes something, and you can pause it as well. So it's just like you can just go and do that, multiplayer capable, completely offline if you wanted to. And like that's one of those things. I've been meaning to play that for probably a few weeks, and then like all of my productivity stuff just gets in the way. But the thing is, and I think it's something we touched on last week with like moderating like chocolate or like any other sort of like addiction or something like that. Is just that thing. Like if you can just drop it and not get emotional about it, and that's the thing I noticed. Like I'll try to like, you know, play 20 minutes of a game or an hour of a game or something, and I'll like have that, and I'll have the time slot ready, and then something else comes up, and it's like, okay, it's time to go to bed, and like I'm not upset. It's just like, okay, I'll try it again tomorrow, and that might happen 4 or 5 days in a row, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. Sanjuro, how you doing, sir? It's good to see you.
Hello there, sir. I have a much different approach to video games, and this made me a rarity even amongst gamers because I often didn't get along with them a lot of the times. And the reason why was because like when I was a kid, I grew up with Mario and Nintendo, and what drew me to it was like the first thing I remember. The first thing that drew me to it was the pictures were moving on the screen, and there was something that I was doing that was making the thing that I was looking at move, as opposed to like a movie or watching a TV show or something. And I remember being a kid and like looking behind it and trying to figure out like what's going on with that. And I like the haptic feedback from that, like that sensory thing specifically. But I was always still enchanted with the real world.
Yeah.
And if I had my choice to go outside and play hide and go seek or play a video game, it was always go outside. And then I pretty much stopped playing games. Like it was more like something that I did because I was kind of a lonely kid, and my older siblings didn't really want to hang out with me too much. They were also girls, so that plays a factor. But so I would play every now and then. But the thing that I got obsessed with was like Castlevania or Mario. It was like to complete it to the end. And when I would complete it to the end, I pretty much stopped playing it. Like I had no interest in playing it anymore. And it wasn't until I played soccer and sports, and then it was when I was around 14, 15, and then I discovered Counter-Strike. It was the sports element of it, the 5v5 going to the competitive PvP. I never really liked non-PvP games. Like since Nintendo, I stopped. They weren't interesting to me. Like it was like, okay, I liked the challenge, but once the challenge was complete, I left. But the Counter-Strike thing was like, oh, it's like soccer, but I could get that feed. I could go again and again and again, and that was always the thing for me, was the mastery. And I wouldn't call myself a gamer. I would always tell people that I was a career gamer, because I only played one game. I didn't play anything else. I didn't care about anything else. I just wanted to get better. Like the mastery part is what got me there. That flow state, being in that flow state, staying in that flow state as long as possible, and hemi-syncing with my teammates was like, I would describe it as like dancing with the gods of Mount Olympus. Like it was just when it was you and your 5 versus another really strong 5, and you just can't predict. You guys are way past your limits of what you thought was possible, and it was just like that was the greatest time ever. And I did not find that as a very common reason why people play games. I always got in a lot of beef with people because my friends would always try to get me to go play World of Warcraft or something. I played a little bit of WoW, but I just I'm like, it's boring after a while. I'm like, I'm not doing anything. I'd rather go read a book or like talk to humans.
Well, and the gaming thing's interesting, right? Because I mean, effectively, what happened was, you had the original Quake world, which obviously was the most perfect thing ever.
Dude, Quake
and
was amazing.
they went to Quake 2, and Quake 2 was garbage.
Yeah. And then
they
Quake
went to
3
Quake
was
3.
even worse.
Right, and it got worse. And I'm like, man, you took 2 Fort 4, which was the perfect game, and you destroyed it. And you're Muppets. Like, why would you do that?
Your Muppets for destroying my game.
Well, and that's the thing, though it was good to have that world lost. Dude,
Interesting.
I was a good player. Like,
Joe Rogan talks specifically about being addicted to that game too.
I was in the top 3 on any server I went, and if I played like 10 games, I'd make number 1 player for that round on at least 2 of them. Like, no, I was good.
Oh, I believe
I also put in hours too.
All those guys back then that were really into Quake, they were all like software engineers and such. That's that time. Yeah. Remember, like where it was like, it wasn't as widespread or common. No.
It was an elite thing for sure.
It was awesome. Yeah.
And we all ran our own servers. Like I had a server in my basement. It was just one of the problems, right? I mean, I was like 50 computers in the basement, plus 8 upstairs. I mean, a complete psychopath. But I had all this stuff set up, and like one day I was doing tech support at the bank, one of the banks I worked for a while. And like the quote software engineers who weren't software engineers, they knew Visual Basic. I'm like, oh, okay, you can call yourself a software engineer, I guess, but like no, they were macking on me because they were software engineers and I was a support guy, right? Meanwhile, I did stuff in the bank that was there for 15 years. I guarantee you, their software was gone, and in less than 5. So they were like, "Oh, you play Quake World? Oh, let's you should play Quake World with us." And ho ho ho. And I'm like, oh, "Okay, do you guys like have a server?" And they're like, "No, we play on this blah 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 server." And I'm like,
That's how
"Oh,
you know you don't even have
well,
a server. Like, okay,
well, here was the funny part. Here's how dumb they were. I was like, "Oh, well, I have my own server. Do you guys want to play on my server?" And they didn't understand what that meant. Like, my server is one wire and one switch away from the computer I'm playing on, and you're over the internet. That means I have an immediate, huge
huge
latency advantage. It's not a small one, it's enormous. And of course, my network was tuned. Like, I very much doubt there was a human being that could tune the network better than I could back then, man. I had it dialed in. I spent untold numbers of hours tuning my network.
Was
It
the
was
motivation to make the gaming experience better?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but like by network tuning, so a lot of people don't understand this. It's not like, you're in the switches and changing. No. I'm in the Linux kernel with the Linux kernel settings.
Oh my
changing
gosh.
the Linux kernel settings
gosh.
on each individual machine for the
Oh.
network load that it had. It's different for every net. Like, if you're doing web stuff,
Yeah.
you need a certain set of tuning, and if you're doing video gaming, you need a different set of tuning. And it's different video games need different tunings. Like, that's the level I was at on networks. I'm really good with networks.
Gosh.
So this thing was unbelievably fast. Like, it was ridiculously fast. And so they came on my server, and like the three of them are sitting there laughing at each other. We're going to cooperate and kick his ass. They didn't even come close. They got destroyed entirely. I just wrecked all of them. And here's the funny part. It had been a while since I had played regular Quake. Right, because they wanted to play regular Quake. I'm like, I'll play the regular Quake. I don't care. I love regular Quake. So we were playing regular Quake on the regular Quake maps, and I was worried that I wouldn't remember the maps. But I had Tool Anima in the machine, and the minute I heard the songs, because I trained when I initially played on that album with that game, it all came flooding back, and I was an unstoppable beast, and I wrecked them. There was blood everywhere. They all quit early, and they never talked to me again.
Oh my goodness!
You have no idea how happy this makes me.
I ruined them. I literally ruined their lives because they had this ego problem, and they didn't understand what they were getting into. And I'm like, and I didn't intend to do that. I was just like, "Oh, you want to play Quake? Yeah, let's play Quake. I love Quake. Let's do it." And they were all snide and like, "We're gonna wreck you." And I'm like, "Whatever, maybe. I don't care." And I just freaking ruined their lives. It was glorious. Absolutely glorious. Didn't intend any of it, but you know what? Mess with the best, die like the rest.
Acid burn.
Oh my goodness! For me, I absolutely love the Gears of War series, though that died at the third one for me because they just peaked with everything. It still looks great, honestly. It came out in 2011, and I was at the midnight launch for that. And I have one of the like prop guns from that game, the one that I use that I'm like absurdly good at, because it's super inaccurate, and I could like semi-auto it across the map. Like it's a close quarters weapon, but there's no damage fall off. So if you learn the recoil pattern, and there is one, you can just snipe people with it. And I got insanely good at that.
Oh, cool.
But most of the time you're supposed to use shotgun, so it's a cover shooter. So you're doing a lot of that. But what I like to do is I became really good at like psychological warfare in that game. So there's a lot of like high cover and walls and stuff, and it's over the shoulder, third person, right side camera. And so you can see a little bit over the left side, but most of the camera is on the right side of your guy. So what I would do to like psyop people is I would know that someone was coming, and I would completely play out as if I had never seen them. And then I would be watching them from the side of a corner, and I would only have like this much to be able to see them, and I would be ready for the shock and just ready to come out. Oh my goodness. I reached max level in that game legitimately, and then I still go back like a couple times a year and just dominate like first match. Like I can close my eyes and play that game on any map in my head. Like I spent that much time on that. But to Sanjuro's point about like the extreme sportsmanship, if you stayed on that game by like 2 or 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, that's what all the professionals came on. Like just everyone was sleep deprived and they couldn't speak. Like all of their brain capacity was just all like just muscle memory. That's all there was. And it was just the greatest matches you would ever see, just extreme sportsmanship. Also really bad for your health. And it was just really bad. I had stayed up till like 8 in the morning playing that game sometimes. But that was one of those things that, you know, I was super isolated for so many years because I was sick all the time and I had no social, you know, backing and not very much family interaction or anything like that. And my family all worked at everything. So it's like, well, when I wasn't working or in school or something like that, then I was just on games because I was the only opportunity I had to talk to people. So I spent a significant amount of time in that. And it's interesting. I did back in California, they had these really awesome like focus group opportunities where you could actually go and they had focus groups for everything, but they had one specifically for games, and I did a bunch of those. So they would like pay you $100 to sit down for an hour and talk about video games. And I was like, oh my goodness, like that was amazing.
Wow.
The timer is probably like way up by now, but the Uncharted series, I actually play tested the story for that over the course of a week in person at the studio, and they paid like $500 for that or something like that.
Whoa.
And then they called me back like 6 months later to beta test the multiplayer and just dominate. I was there because it's a third-person shooter.
Like a third person over their shoulder, yeah.
So it was absolutely amazing. But that was so cool. But in those focus groups, you would hear a lot of the people talk about. They'd ask them like, "Oh, what brings you to games?" Or why do you enjoy this stuff? And most of them were just like, "Yeah, it's escapism. Like I live in Los Angeles. Like it's just I'm trying to get out, But it's too bad. Like I love the stuff and I love the artistry behind it. Like you see some of these guys, I love like the behind the scenes stuff where they're doing the 3D modeling. It got me into 3D modeling. And I just like there's amazing skill behind it. But it's true, like to Father Eric's point, there's a major modesty aspect there. Like if you're not measuring how much you're intaking on that, like you can enjoy yourself for a while and there's like little vacation style, like okay, I'm just going to do nothing and just enjoy this and everything for a while. But there's a major difference between that and like the 20,000 hours on RuneScape type of thing, or like playing Destiny 2 like a job or something like that. Like the rotating like weekly, monthly, daily challenges and stuff. Like I've seen people get like wrapped up into that like liturgically almost, and it's wild.
That's exactly like what I was connecting with Father Eric was saying, because that's exactly what I saw too. Like a couple things I want to share, like how Mark was saying, both what both of you are saying, there was a love for the game that you had. That was for me, that was always a cap. Like that was, you cannot even consider being in the top competitive elite if what was driving you was not love. Period. End stop. Because the vast majority, just like you were saying, the vast majority of gamers would always be underneath that line, even if that guy. So the most, and this is what I saw was the biggest frustration in a lot of these guys, like they're fighting for the wrong reason. So it's not just escapism, but they're also getting like reinforcement and a hit from being better than other people. And some of them just have raw talent or just raw skill, where they're just quicker and they can hit harder, and they lean into their aggression to get through the difficulties when they're meeting an opposing force that is overwhelming them. And that will always break once they meet somebody who has mastered the game and is there purely for love. You cannot defeat that guy. That guy will slaughter you every time with ease, because he's not fighting with that aggression. He is in a Zen flow state. He's actually having a good time. And that good time guy sees you as just an NPC in his way. You're not a person to him. And even when you are hard, he's really just playing himself. He's thinking, what would I do if I was him? And they're constantly just fighting themselves. And it's almost like Tetris in a way, but just PvP. But those guys can never achieve that. And they're just full of venom and vitriol. And I always felt bad for those guys too, because you would see them. They always made up the bottom tier of the competitive scene. They would get that far, and then it's like to to bank on that Talos to get you that far, to see it utterly get crushed by a team that beats you with love and teamwork. Like it completely flies in the face of their own worldview. So
Well, and
bad
that's
that
what they're missing. And that's what they're missing in their lives too. Yeah,
Right.
it's interesting. There's a fun movie. I actually really enjoy it called Grandma's Boy.
I love Grandma's Boy.
Isn't it great?
Please sit on my face. What was that, JP? No, nothing. How did he see me?
That's a fun movie. I've probably seen it like 3 or 4 times.
It's an underrated movie too.
It's very underrated movie. Very underrated movie. Yeah, that I like all the hacker gamer movies because they're fun. They're fun. The references are cool. I like Sneakers. Did you see Sneakers? Sneakers is great.
Oh, no, I don't think I saw that one.
Didn't see Sneakers? See Tac Astronomy?
Oh my gosh. I know I've seen the movie, but I haven't seen the movie. Yep, I've seen the movie, but I haven't seen the movie.
You haven't seen the movie? Oh,
I'm watching. I'm putting it on the list.
And Hackers, of course, which you referenced
earlier.
Hackers. Right? Great movie.
Classic.
Yeah, but I like Grandma's Boy because he's a gamer QA guy. That's what he does. It's so great. And then he's got the whole California scene is right there, right? With the CEO is some like, Hindu.
Oh yeah, Hindu guru guy.
And he's so disconnected from everything going on in the company.
That was what happened with because it was Naughty Dog Studios that I did that in-person thing at, and then there was that whole thing where it's like it became like a big scandal. The guy who was running that, most of his developers quit, and they had to hire movie animators to actually finish the game because the game developers just wanted nothing to do with him. And he's famous for saying that, and these are the people that did Crash Bandicoot way back,
Yeah.
And it's like and then this guy is in charge of the company saying, "Oh, games aren't meant to be fun; they're meant to tell a story or something like that." It's just like, I get it if you're trying to tell a story, but also like Red Dead Redemption did both. So like,
Red Dead Redemption, great.
Did you play the second one?
I didn't do the second one. No, I only played.
I have not played I have not played a single player game in a long time, and I just picked it up on that last spring sale, and I played just like the first like up to the snow area, still fairly early. I was blown away. It was like living in the greatest Western remix ever made. The first shootout, I got goosebumps. I started shooting, and I just hear Sergio Leone like a soundtrack kicking up. It's like, I'm in there. I'm in a Sergio Leone movie. This is amazing. It's so good.
The writing was incredible, and I love the guys because they had all the same voice actors that played the previous characters. I mean, the guy who does Dutch is just fantastic in like everything he does.
That's fascinating. No, I never did 2. I really enjoyed 1, and again, that was another one. Like I wouldn't have bought Red Dead Redemption, but my buddy wanted to play, and you could play that way, and. I played a little bit by myself, but whatever.
The multiplayer.
It's way more fun to do multiplayer. Like that's what I enjoy now. I don't enjoy
fighting humans. Humans are the greatest prey.
Yeah, I was a hunter on that. I used to depopulate lobbies with my buffalo rifle because it was a single shot. But I had my roll to headshot moved down just right that I would just dominate towns, and then it would just be me by myself in the lobby, and I'd have to lobby migrate to find more.
Is that the Sparks rifle, the single shot?
Yeah.
Oh, that thing's badass.
No, we used to do the zombie versions.
Oh yeah,
and it was just the 2 of us against all the zombies, and that was so much fun in Red Dead Redemption. So much fun. And then every once in a while we do the tower defense Red Dead Redemption version, right? Where you're in the church with the graveyard, and we do that. And then one of our other buddies, kid came in, and he's like, "You guys suck," and he's like totally owning us and showing us, like, "No, this is how you do this," and he's rolling around and doing all these wacky moves. We're like, what the hell is this? Like, we didn't even know you could do this in the game. Yeah, it was completely nuts. It was it was nuts. Sally Joe, all the art in games is robbed from what it could be in the world. Sally Joe just doesn't like video games. It's okay. We know why.
I'm not allowed to
but I
destroy
got-
the art,
But
the
I
art in
gotta
the
be
world.
a cowboy.
so.
I can't be a cowboy in the real world.
Immersive
I
cowboy, Sally. Come on. Red Dead Redemption is really an exceptional game.
It is.
It's whoa. I was.
Can you
like,
play?
blown
Can you play
away.
2 on PS4?
There's a whole multiplayer campaign as well, but that'll suck your
Campaign.
time. But the campaign is excellent, and it leads right into the first game. Like
it's a
as you kinda
prequel.
go. Yeah, it's a prequel.
I never played the first one, so that's interesting.
Yeah, because the first one, the main character was John Marston, and then John
Yeah.
Marston is a supporting character in Red Dead Redemption 2. But it shows like kind of the back when he was with the gang that he's hunting down in the first game. And it's really well done. Like they flesh out everything, and then I went and I played Red Dead Redemption 2, and then like 2 years later, I went back and replayed the first one, and I was like, they wrote 2 so well that they make it look like the first one was legitimately a sequel. That like, and that the first one was written so well that it was just like, oh my
Yeah,
goodness, like I got the context of the relationships in 2. And then I'm seeing the conversations play out, and it's like the actors knew. Like it's the strangest thing. I was telling one of my buddies about it. I was just like, I played through this scene, and it's like the actors knew about the conversation that happened in the game that came out 10 years later. It's like that's insane. But they
that's
did
nuts.
an excellent job.
When did Red Dead 2 actually release? It's been a while, right?
Yeah, it's an old game now.
Because like I said, I played it recently, and it's like
Red
10
Dead
out of
1
10.
is ancient. That's like a super old game at this point.
Wow.
But it's so good. Like I really enjoy. I mean, I didn't even think I played the single player all the way through or anything crazy. Because, like I said, I generally play with
you
my.
probably
buddies.
just watch the cutscenes or something. But 2 came out in 2018, which is wild that it came out that long.
Jeez. Wow.
That's a ways back. Sally Joe, what do we got? All I've learned is that the meaning crisis could have already been solved. There was the time and effort available. I don't know, Sally. Well, look, if you want to solve the meaning crisis, just go back and watch. I mean, if you want to get sophisticated about it, you can watch the whole thing. But just watch the Battlestar Galactica 2004 reboot miniseries. The first thing that they did as a pilot. It's all there. It really is actually all there. And then if that's not enough, watch the whole thing. Now, the problem with that is that there are some very poorly written episodes for sure, and the writers are a bit retarded. But no, the meaning crisis is right there. It's all solved right there too. It's very funny. The writers don't seem to know they've solved it either, which is even funnier. Like I said, they're a little retarded. It's not my fault. Some of the episodes, I'm just like, guys, do you know what time is? Do you know how this? Do you realize you didn't tie this up correctly? Do you realize that doesn't make any sense? They didn't realize that. They weren't that good. They definitely weren't that good. Sally Joe, we could have already made it to Mars. Nobody wants to go to Mars. Mars is an escape from the meaning crisis, which won't work, by the way.
I'll go to Mars
I
if
don't
I'm going to blow it up.
Maybe feminism had a point. Maybe I should embrace cats and girl boss life. Sally, don't lose hope. Don't lose hope. Before you lose hope, give me a call. Sarah and I will drive out there and visit. We'll give you your hope back. Don't worry.
There was something I was going to ask from earlier too, or not ask, but like I was curious about because it struck me, and I was like, "Is there something there?" But when you guys were talking about Lovecraft, by the way, I'm a huge Lovecraft. Of
course
Lovecraft
you are.
fan.
How did I know that already about you?
Yeah, I always try. Ever since you told me about being from back east and everything, I've been always dropping little references, just for Mark. But I read Call of Cthulhu maybe like once a year. It's my favorite.
You're a psychopath. You're a
it's
crazy
but
person.
everything you said, Mark, is dead on. His prose on how he can describe the undescribable, but combined with his I don't know how he got this, how he tapped into this fear of it. But he's dead on with this fear of the unknown. and it just drips in everything he does. And he was
the
like
danger in the whole thing,
the danger in the whole, and so unabashed by it, like it was truly his own beliefs, like just be super cautious about the unknown. And I love it, like in the case of Charles Dexter Ward, just the way he describes how they raid. The description of a person reading a diary of a police report.
Not entirely random, but mostly random, right? So I got the book. I've probably opened it 3 times. I haven't read anything.
I have that book, by the way, that edition.
The music of Eric Zahn. Okay, an excellent story. But like all his stories are like this. Here's the opening sentence. This is the opening sentence. So you have the title of the story, and then he starts it with this. I have examined maps of the city with the greatest care, yet have never again found the Rue d'Assio.
It's like, what?
What?
Where are we going?
Like, you have to read the rest. You don't have a choice. You have no idea what he's talking about.
You have to. He's the king of the openers, dude. He's the king of the openers.
The rats in the walls.
Oh, I love the rats in the walls.
Oh, the rats. It's so good.
Such a good one.
On July 16th, 1923, I moved into Exham Priory after the last workman had finished his labors. That's the first line. It's like, what is happening? No one writes like, you can't write like that. What are you, high? And yet, it works. It works. Yeah, and there's so many. Like, you can just go, there's the horror at Red Hook. The horror at Red Hook.
Horror at Red Hook is great. It's great.
That's the best detective story.
On the doorstep.
That's the best detective story ever. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
The Dream Quest of Unknown.
The Dream Quest. Yep.
I think I'm in love.
Dreams in the Witch House is great.
I think I'm in love all over again.
Mountains of Madness, if you can bear it.
No, don't read the Mountains of Madness. You cannot bear it.
I will say there is an adaptation from I think his name's Goltanabe. If you look it up on Amazon, it's a manga adaptation. This guy's been doing H.P. Lovecraft adaptations in manga form, and they are by far the best adaptations I've ever seen of Lovecraft, purely because it's a medium over. So since he's doing a manga, you know, he takes and captures the essence of showing the fear, but still, like, this guy knows Lovecraft, still refrains from showing you sometimes, or leaves you on a page with their face and lingers and forces you to turn the page to see the thing. Like he's a master of the manga, but then perfectly adapts Lovecraft to it. And that edition, they recently came out with a special edition, a big book of it, like literally like last month, of Mountains of Madness. I have the original 2-volume one, and it's wonderful. And Dark Horse is doing them. He's already done them a couple years ago, but they never got translated to English. They were done for French and German, and so they're bringing Dark Horse is doing these new editions of them. Innsmouth came out at the end of last year. That was wonderful. It was so good.
I'll have to check it out.
And Call of Cthulhu is coming out this October, so I already gained. But they're great because if you love those stories, they're different enough that you can love them again to see them through this. Yeah.
Well, but there's a set that goes together. So the first one that I read was a set of short stories that was the Cats of Ulthar and all that stuff together, and then I had forgotten about the Silver Key, right? So the beginning,
Twilight Lounge.
Well, but the thing about the Silver Key is it's in this milieu, right? There's all these stories that fit together. So the Silver Key, when Randolph Carter was 30, he lost the key to the Gate of Dreams. It's a story like, what the hell are you like? And then you have to read the rest. You
imagine
people would interrupt me while I was reading the book, and I'd just basically freaking scream at them like, no, stop. Go away. Do not interrupt me while I'm reading this. Other things, whatever. Like, who cares? Like, because like I'm the kind of person, like, right now I'm and I'm not saying I'm actively doing this. I'm reading like 14 books because I can literally put a book down and pick it up 3 years later where I left off, and bang, that's not a problem for me because I read so deeply because I'm freaking dyslexic. It takes me forever to read a page. So, but like that, I was like, no, you do not interrupt me in the middle of this story. Like I have to finish the story, and then I'll be right with you. And by you, I mean hunger, thirst, needing to go to the bathroom, like plague, mass death. It would not that sun explode. No. I finish story first, and then I deal with outside world. Like you're so in these stories, just so good. They're just so good.
Can you imagine being a young kid or a teenager in the late 20s or 30s, picking up your latest Weird Tales magazine?
Oh, I know.
And reading that line that you just said, like on a Saturday night, like on a cold, windy Saturday night, and there's no distractions of TV.
I've got something. I gotta find it. I don't see it on the shelf in the office here. It might be in the box, or it might be in the shed in any number of boxes. But I got a book at the convention at Arisia years and years ago by the son of the guy who lived down the street from Lovecraft.
What?
And he wrote in the same genre. And he knew Lovecraft, and like they were buds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Lovecraft was known to be very caring and loving of his fans. He would write them back pages upon pages, and he encouraged everybody to rip off his stories and write their own stories, take it apart, do their own thing. He was known for that. In fact, Charles Dexter Ward, his buddy that worked for him, and then created Arkham. I forgot the Arkham House. Publishing and put all his works in there that he requested he did upon his death. He found that thrown in his closet, in the back of the closet. Charles Dexter Ward. He hated, like he was notoriously brutal on himself. He would have whole pages just lined out. Wasn't good enough. Very, very brutal guy on himself. I think it shows too, because when you read, like you said, those first lines in a book, you see how much that's been refined.
Yeah, that's August Derleth, right?
I think so. I don't remember his name, but he was
August Derleth and somebody, the other guy. There were two of them. Donald Wandry. Yeah.
Yes, they wrote with him, or they worked with him at Weird Tales or something like that.
Yeah, they were Weird Tales guys. Yeah, those are the dime magazines, right? Yeah.
Oh gosh, what
back
a
in
time.
the day.
When we're still feeling that. And we're still feeling that today.
Nobody
all those stories.
Nobody wrote it in books.
Oh, you mean that it's been yeah.
A lot of it's gone. Like this is great writing that's gone.
Because that was the thing about Lovecraft. He really was. It wasn't just like people today they say, "Oh, I was influenced by them." He loved Poe, and he loved that other guy you mentioned earlier. And he wasn't trying to emulate them. He was trying to be as good as a writer as them. Oh, Mark Twain was another one he mentioned. That he just he loved
Twain.
Them.
Yeah.
He absolutely loved them, and he wanted to be as good as them, not just emulate them.
Right.
But but the thing I was going to say was the thing about the veils and how he sees the veil of these things, and he writes these cautionary tales about the evil that can lurk behind veils. I think that's interesting because he's pointing to that, but then the using veils to hide beauty as well, like how that's also a thing. I don't know. There was just something about that I was like, what is that?
Yeah, I would say Lovecraft was the master of the veil. If you want to understand veils, Lovecraft is the guy to read.
He plays with it, just in even structure.
Well, like I said, I mean, he really has a sense for. I mean, it's not right. It's good contrast. He's not right because he doesn't have that sense that man is the thing between the ethereal and the material.
He was a self-proclaimed atheist
in right order, right? But because he doesn't have that, the contrast. Right, and setting it up as a dichotomy. So I mean, we can go back to the valid criticism if you haven't seen the book club on language creation, I gotta highly recommend it. Right, this book is set up the same way. Right, there's a dichotomy. Right, I mean, he explicitly, Mature Peugeot explicitly sets it up. Manuel will never get over this and never forgive him, I'm sure. But like there's a dichotomy explicitly set up in that book. Lovecraft does the same thing. Everything is material or ethereal. There's nothing else, and there's supposed to be a veil there. And when that veil gets pierced, bad things happen. And when you get on the other side of that veil, bad things happen. And if you get back, you're not the same. Right? And this is interesting. The ethereal always wins.
Yes, that's true.
It's always higher. Always. So he's got that right relationship.
Yeah, because he's always played with that. Because if someone survives, it's by pure luck.
Exactly.
It's not. They'll struggle against it, but
if they get in, if the veil is pierced and whatever gets in, whatever nameless thing or unnameable thing, which is the other, he knows naming is important.
Yes.
And there's some things you cannot name that are still things.
Yeah.
They still have force in the world, right? It's not necessarily by luck, but it's like by great effort that it has vanished back to the other side of the veil, right? Yeah, it's always that. So I mean, he's so good at all that. It's so good, and these morons are wasting their time playing freaking video games, man. And can you imagine? I've always had dreams, right? I'm like, if I had an unlimited budget, I could buy a studio and make them do a Lovecraft game. What would I do? Could I do it? Would I dare? Would I dare try? I'm not sure I'd try.
Almost every single one of them has failed. The ones that are explicitly Lovecraft, it's all the ones. Like some of them do work, but it's because they understand Lovecraft and they don't show it. They let you imagine it.
I mean, there's that finish it, but Sinking City was all right as like a detective type thing. It's like an actual
that usually gets done right. The detective part. It's when they show the monster.
Right. It's like horror at Red Hook would convert immediately to an excellent movie. For the right. I mean, you'd still need talent to do it, obviously, but like there's no reason that couldn't be a movie.
Did you guys happen to see
Reanimator can't be a movie because modern movie makers don't have a way to I think I could pull off Reanimator actually. I don't think
have you seen the Reanimator movie by what's his face?
I did. I wasn't impressed. I mean, haven't there been 2 sets though? I don't think I've seen them all. Did they do it twice?
He's done his own universe. There was From Beyond, Reanimator, but it's all done in that same Cronenberg style. Right, so they're not like a real adaptation of Lovecraft. It's more like an F&M.
See, that's the problem.
Body horror thing.
You're not improving upon Lovecraft.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
You're not good enough. The
closest thing that I've seen that has worked is when somebody has a vision who understands Lovecraft and then does an adjacent adaptation. I think that's the best you could possibly get. And the one that I really liked was the Color Out of Space. Did you see that one with Richard Stanley directed? And again, a director with a specific vision. And if you could get past Nicolas Cage being in it, that's one that if you keep watching it, you're like, oh, this is a masterpiece. Like he did a really, really good job in making this into a movie, right? Because it's not a book. It's really hard to do Lovecraft when you take him out of book form.
Right. I think you could. I think you could. Just certain stories. Like I could do Reanimator. I could do it better than Cronenberg did. That I don't think is hard. I would do horror at Red Hook. That would be easy. But like you're not going to do Cats of Ulthar. You're not going to do Silver Key, right? And I think you get a glimpse. You get a real glimpse in John Carter of Mars, the recent one there that they did. You get a glimpse of what you could do if you really understood the story. Like, because at the end, when he does when he actually pulls off the trick and opens the door and all that and traps him, like, if you can do that, you can do some Lovecraft. You could do it.
I would love to see like a an HBO series on Lovecraft, like not movies. Give me just an hour for a lot of his short story stuff. I think that would translate well.
I don't know. What is that game? They've got that card game, that paranoia card game or whatever it is.
Oh, Arkham Horror.
Arkham Horror, yeah.
Oh,
That's actually really well done.
You mean all those boxes right there?
Oh no. See, I know myself too well. I don't get myself sucked into things.
It is so good.
I know crack cocaine when I see it, Sanjuro. You apparently just don't even care.
I don't care. There's very few things I love, so I indulge. I love that card game, and I run Call of Cthulhu scenarios online. I prefer Delta Green. Dude, one thing that I find a problem with is you have these guys, speaking of, like, to go back to the Veil thing, you have these guys that play it and they know everything, right? And back to what you said about naming stuff, and they want to name things right away. And I'm just like, just get immersed in the mystery, man. You're missing the whole point. Like, they turn Lovecraft into an arcade game, and it's like, no, that's not what's fun at all. So I threw a curveball at them. I got this Kickstarter PDF of, it's called Occam's Razor, and it's all these scenarios that are specifically designed to run like a normal one shot. Some of them can be turned into campaigns, but they're designed to look like it's a cult, to look like it's this, but in the end it's always just like a murderer or it was an accident. And it's specifically for these kind of jerks that want to name everything, because they all go like, oh, is it this character, is it this monster and stuff, and it's like, no, they're just some serial killer.
Which elder god is it?
Yeah, which elder god, and it's made to trip those guys up so that they make mistakes. Yeah, they make mistakes and they go for the red herrings. And it's like, yeah, you fools. Like, that's what you do. Speaking of which, that True Detective and the Yellow King, man. All the other ones, I did like the third one with Masha Ali, because it wasn't what you thought it was. And I liked that. I'm like, that's actually pretty Lovecraft, that it's not what you thought it was.
I only watched the first season.
One is pretty.
Yeah,
that's the only one.
It's bonkers. I mean, it's really good. It's actually really good in a way, but it's so brutal. And this King in Yellow thing, have you read The King in Yellow? Like, I didn't finish it. I read
bits of it. I couldn't finish it. Yeah. I just got distracted, though.
It's too out there. But the interesting thing
I love the idea about a language infecting your mind.
Well, that's
like,
the
just
thing.
Seeing the image or the symbol.
But like, the stories are set in the 1800s and stuff.
Right.
And it's like, oh my God, how was the world? And you're just like, wow. It's so fascinating that the world was like that and that people were writing about it like that.
Yes, like that. At that time. That's the part that blew my mind too, with all of that.
Well, yeah, and I think actually probably Insanity looked like that back then. And Insanity doesn't look like that anymore.
Oh, that's an interesting way to see that. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think so. Like, I can see where that would, because you get a sense for that with Poe.
Right.
Right. And have you been to Boston, by the way?
No, I want.
Okay. To. There's a thing called Fort Independence, which it's called Castle Island, which I think Castle owns, right? It must be, because it's your name.
Well, I'm going to. I'm going to annex it and then not change the name because it's already.
Just claim it. Just claim it. Say, my name is Castle. This is Castle Island. Fort Independence, therefore, is mine. That's fine. Beautiful spot in Boston. I mean, it's gorgeous. Like, if you go to Boston, you're going to go there. It's very famous, too. It's very popular. Beautiful way to walk out on the water. There's these little things you can walk out in the bay and stuff. It's kind of cool. Well, apparently, like, who knows, right? Could be one of these wacky stories that isn't true. Apparently, that's where he got the idea for one of his stories from, because a guy there, he was stationed there, Poe. He was stationed at Fort Independence. And there was a story at the time that a guy was walled into the wall still alive.
Oh.
Right.
Oh.
Right. And that's where he's ripped off the story from.
Was that the Telltale Heart?
Yeah, well, two stories actually. There's two stories that are like that, right? So the question is, how much of Poe is, we'll say, unrealistic for its time compared to how we see it, because we're so much further away from that time because there's just been so much change, right? Like he dies penniless, having his organs stolen on the street because he got drunk. It's like, what? Things like that don't happen. They did back then. I can't imagine that. Like, I can't imagine.
That's
what are
pretty
you talking about?
brutal.
There was a rash of people stealing organs of drunk people off the street. What?
I'm sure there's some countries where that still happens, but not in the
No,
US.
it happens. It happens now, but it happens completely differently. Like, for example, back then, surgery killed you. Like, just period. Like, if you had to have surgery, your odds were not good. Right? And they're actually stealing organs and stuff. And then just dropping you off back where they got you, sort of a thing. And it's not the bathtub stealing your kidney stuff that they did in Russia for sure and other places. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to know how out there Poe really was for his time, because so much, and everybody was exposed to death. Bodies would be in the house for days after people were dead. Things
so true.
laid out on the living room table.
Yeah.
We can't imagine that. That hasn't happened to anybody in a while. It happened in the US still, maybe still in Appalachia for all I know. But like, that wasn't a common enough thing. Like Lincoln was laid out forever in the living room. These are normal things not too long ago. And it all changed. So what did insanity look like to people in the 1800s?
That might have been really scary.
That's why I don't know how far out there The King in Yellow is. I just know I couldn't keep reading it.
Wow. It affected you that much, huh?
Oh, dude. Well, because then I read very deeply. This is
but
problem.
See, I was just about to say, because you said something similar about watching season 1 of True Detective. I'm like, yeah, but what does Mark see that I'm not seeing, right?
Oh my God, dude, there's so much in there. But this is like I was saying, like, yeah, Jesse and I have been working on the Matrix thing, and the problem is Jesse and I both are like just overwhelmed. Like, what angle do you take talking about the Matrix? And it's like, you could say, oh, you talk about one aspect of the Matrix, and I'm like, what do you? That doesn't even make any sense.
That movie was a phenomenon for a reason.
But, right, because it's so deep.
It touched on so many deep things.
You have no idea. That's one of the things. Like, this is what Jesse and I were talking about this morning. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to do, but we figured it out. So we're gonna do a video, and like say this is what we're doing. We're not doing a symbolic breakdown. That would be lame. Like, who cares? Like, not important. But we're gonna do this whole cultural tie-in, tie it into the culture and to your life. That's what we're going to try to do. Oh yeah, we're going to swallow the whole elephant in one bite.
Yeah, because I remember walking out of that theater and having an existential crisis. Like, I was just like, are the stars real? Is this real? And it spoke to me on such a deep level that it's like, it's impossible, because what if the wool is draped completely over your eyes at such a total level?
Well, and it is to some extent. It is to some extent, but you don't know to what extent.
To what extent, exactly.
But that's not the problem. So that's how it relates to you, right? Here's the problem. 10 years after the movie comes out, what's the most popular theory in physics for how the universe came to be?
Simulation theory.
Because string theory is waning. It's simulation theory.
Yeah.
And the physicists will deny it. And it's just like, bro, let me explain to you something.
And then the connection to Socrates.
No, we did it all in math. And I'm like, bro, you watch The Matrix. Like, that's what happened. Yeah. It just took a while to filter through your slow brain. That's all. Yeah. That's all that is.
That was that one. A while back, there was an interview that Jonathan Peugeot did with, he was like some kind of physicist or something like that. It was painful to listen to. And he went into this whole thing of that he saw how the graphics were rendered in Grand Theft Auto 5. And that and this happens in like a lot of different games where you have kind of like the field of view, and that it's only rendering the things in the field of view because there's no reason to actually render every other thing that you're not looking at. And that's one of those things in that game you could kind of manipulate that, where if you called a vehicle that was supposed to spawn nearby, if you wanted it somewhere, you would look the other direction, and then it would spawn behind you, and that was kind of the way that you could do it. And then by the time you turn back, it would then render for you, and you could speed things up that way. But he actually, like, this guy, whatever kind of scientist he said he was, actually believed that like reality itself worked that way. That like if you weren't looking at something, like it just ceased to exist, and that it just only your field of view was rendering reality. And then he was like, oh yeah, and then he went into like some other thing, or he actually believed that like the Christian message was that you would die and then find out that you were God or something. It's like, dude, this is like painful to listen. That you would meet each other and realize like, oh, we're the same guy. Like, oh, we're all Agent Smith. It's just like, what in the world is this guy?
Mr. Anderson.
That's what happens with Gnosticism. But I want to catch up on questions. Local Ken. That's my question, really, man. What's going on, Mark? What's going on with what, dude? Like, there's so many things. Like, watch my whole channel. Listen to country music, like horses. Well, the Big Bang is in the Bible Belt. Yeah, well, pretty much. It's in the Bible for sure. Free speech is First Amendment. Yeah, well, there's a lot of problems. Math is the support for choice. Well, math is a choice. Like it's built in. Look, what's going on right now is chaos. Like nobody likes that answer because they want intelligibility. But like, no, it's the breakdown of order. Like this is why Peterson's so important, right? He saw all this coming, and he's like, no, you need maps of meaning to keep you from chaos. You need a map to put onto the chaos, and that's the problem, is that people don't appreciate how flat their world is, and so they don't see that there's a problem in the way they interact with it, right? And that's like what Lovecraft was pointing out when he was writing like 1920, you know, like
that's so trippy.
Right. Like and the thing, this is where the quote modernity frame doesn't work, but also makes sense, right? It's like the things that led up to World War I, right? Well, what led up to World War I? Well, actually, the answer is Napoleon, right? And so once you want to see my videos with Adam on history, once you understand that, it's this precision idea, precision artillery, precision tactics, right? Calculations that you can make to take a small group, because this is people don't appreciate Napoleon. First of all, he wasn't French, which is why he was so good. Sorry. Also, not sorry. French Canadian. Thank you. We left for a reason, right? He could take a small force and destroy a larger force. He did it all the time. It wasn't a fluke. The guy knew something. He knew what he was doing. And he could get away with it consistently. And that leads people down this path. Oh, he saved France from the revolution. Kind of? Like, no, but sure. Right? Because, I mean, at least the revolution burned itself out, right? But he just filled the vacuum that was created by it in the first place. But whatever. You can see it that way. It's all these misunderstandings that lead to this war machine in World War I. Like, World War II is just like round 2 of the Great War. There's no World War I and World War II. That didn't happen.
So
the easy way to think about it is one war.
Are you saying that his level of precision opened up the Pandora's box to that way of fighting, that it just changed how fighting was going to be done from that point forward? Yeah, because that's how the Germans come in, all in gray and Gatling guns, and wipe out dudes on horses with cannonballs.
They use techne. They use techne to conduct war.
It's the garments of skin.
War was never about techne. And that's why it took them a long time to adjust.
Interesting.
Right.
What was war about before that then?
It was about valor.
You're right.
You got to remember, nobody shot officers until the American Revolution.
There was all those. That's why we laugh about those rules of combat from back then.
That's right.
That's right. And it was a movement
right.
of that thinking that
Right.
way. And then when Technate comes in, now we're just meat bags to be grinded up in a meat grinder.
Numbers. You turn people into numbers. And so it doesn't matter which numbers you're going after, right? And but the thing is, the reason why the colonists win the American, quote, revolution, which is really rebellion, properly done rebellion, by the way, which is why we're successful, is because they shoot the officers. Because they understand there's a hierarchy. And if you destroy the hierarchy, you can't just be the officer. What we've lost is that, like, you audience, because you're an idiotic muppet, you think you could be the boss, whether it's your manager or the guy who runs the company. And the thing you don't know is that you can't. It's not that easy. I'm not saying they're doing a good job. I'm saying you can't do a better job. And that's almost certainly true. And it doesn't even, like, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter what you think you know. The thing is, if you haven't run something, this is what always puzzles me, right? So I'm listening to the Gamer Nexus guy, and I actually like him. But it's clear he's never worked at a large company. He's like, the large company this, and I'm like, bro, like, you need to go work at one of these places and see how clown-like and idiotic they are.
It's a bureaucratic nightmare.
It's not even a bureaucratic nightmare. It's like the machine is so good at being a machine. Like, we'll just take Dell. Michael Dell's brilliant, and he set up a system that's so good that you can put idiots in it and the machine doesn't break. That's what's happening.
I see what your point is.
That's what's happening. The great man set up, and he's only great because he set this thing up. Michael Dell, by the way, needs to, like, go away because he's responsible for me losing that $500,000 house, by the way. So, like, oh yeah, no, Mark is not happy with Michael Dell. Not at all. He was one of the freaking billionaires that built this fake bank to buy stuff from the federal. It's a whole scam. Anyway, we're not here for that. Now I will get too angry. But, like, he did set up this machine. And the machine is so good that you put literally incompetent. The company I was contracting for got bought by Dell. I know how Dell operates, right? It's so good that you put incompetent people in and it still operates. I mean, the business model for Dell when they bought us was the following. They told me this. They said, here's what we do. We sell consumer grade hardware. They were just getting into the business class PC business. So they were still a consumer grade machine business primarily. That's where all their money came from. They said, we sell these machines on the day you buy them at a loss. Every single machine they were selling under cost. Every single one. You know how they made their money?
Repairs?
They didn't pay their vendors for 90 days. They made it all on the cash flow.
Whoa.
Well, when you realize that businesses don't always make money in a one-to-one relationship in cost to price, in other words, cost to them to price to you, all of a sudden everything changes. And there's different ways to do that, by the way. There's not only one. And the reason why I know this is the following. So I'm a contractor. The biggest cash buyout in tech history just happened, and I got none of it because I was a contractor. Bad on me. I wish I had stock. I would have made something, even if it was like an extra 30 grand, would have been nice. So I'm a contractor, and they're going to cut over, and they got all these rules like, oh, we can only keep you on for 3 months because every other industry wasn't like this, but there had just been a lawsuit with Microsoft where a bunch of contractors sued and won. So now everyone's afraid to keep contractors for more than a few months in that industry. Other computer industries, like software industry, didn't care. The hardware industry cared because Microsoft got sued. It was a weird time. So they were like, well, we're going to keep you on. The problem is we can't pay you on the regular schedule anymore. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Like, I submit you an invoice, you pay me within 15 days. And they're like, no, our terms are net 90. And I'm like, that's not even a thing in the industry. What are you talking about? And they're like, no, we pay all our vendors that way. And I'm like, no one pays their vendors that way. What are you talking? This is nuts. I'm a contractor. You rely on me. I set the terms of the payment. That's how it works everywhere. He said, no, you don't understand. The corporate policy is we pay all our vendors 90 days out. And then he explained to me why.
Wow.
And I was like, holy shit. Now, this didn't bother me because I always had at least 3 months in the bank. So the fact that I was getting paid for 3 months wasn't a big deal. And look, when I stopped my contract, I was getting paid for 3 more months. So whatever. I got it all on the back end, so I didn't really care. But like, that's how it worked. And you need to know that. They were selling computers at a loss. That's how they had the market tied up back then. They were such a juggernaut. And they just played the float, and they were playing a money float game with loans and payments and all that nonsense. And it worked. And then they got in and started buying all these companies, including eventually EMC, right? They bought my storage company first, the one I was working for, which is a way better product, by the way. And then they bought our competitors up. And then that's how they got in the small business, business computing space, right? Because they had all these business class computing products that, they weren't enterprise level, right? And they weren't consumer level. They were right in the middle for small companies and small governments. We had a bunch of Canadian provinces, for example, as clients. So that was the world back then. That was the thing. And people don't realize, like, businesses work lots of different ways. They make money lots of different ways. And making money by selling things at a loss is a thing. And people do it all the time. All the time. And yeah, sometimes companies will sell, like the printers, right? You could get a free printer, and then like you're locked into the ink. So they were selling ink and there's a famous story online. I forget where it is. I forget where I saw it. I saw it years ago. This guy was like, he was a customer service guy at Dell, and the customer service pages at Dell, they had the markup cost. So they had the original cost and the markup cost and the percentage on their screens. So when they were talking to somebody, they knew, that allowed them, like if somebody had a bad deal, the person on the phone could like, oh, look, I'll send you one of these out for free, or I'll give you a discount, whatever it is, right? You got screwed, you get a bad product, we'll do something nice for you. So they always had these two prices. And then he tells the story, like one day he's poking around and he finds the ink, and the markup on ink is something stupid like 5,000%. So like an HP or Dell ink cartridge costs them like 3 cents, and they sell them for like $40 or something.
Right.
Oh,
right.
it's even more than that now. So I have a little story on that. That I, in my late teens, I worked at Staples on the tech side, and a huge amount of my time was just spent like just locking up ink cartridges in like those anti-theft things. And every now and then you'd see them open, and they literally had like teeth marks in them and stuff. But the like, no exaggeration, literally teeth marks in the anti-theft box.
I need that ink.
Just ripped out. And people would totally do it. We'd probably lose like $15,000 to $20,000 a year on theft, because people were very sophisticated at that. But the thing was, they were charging sometimes upwards of $90 for HP ink for the 4 cartridges.
You're right.
And so there was this thing where there was a guy that would come in, and he did this a few times until they told him like he wasn't allowed to do it anymore. So he probably like cycled different stores, but he would go, and the printers come with a starter ink, and some of the printer models came with a full set, and some of them came with that like a half or something like that. So he would go, and the one that came with the full set, it cost like $60 to get the printer. with the full ink cartridges, and then it cost like $95 to replace the ink. So he would just show up and just buy a stack of printers, and then he would just take the ink out and just junk the printer. And it's just like, yeah, he would just do that over and over again. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, but the markup on these things is nuts. There's all kinds of things like that where they make it back in service, right? Stores use loss leaders to get you in the store because you'll buy more. If you don't believe me, go to Target. If you can get out of Target buying only the things you intend, you're a better man than I. I just don't go to Target because it's like impossible to get out of that store with only what you want. It just can't happen. You don't know why. I don't know if they pump like drugs into the air system. Like, I don't know what they're doing. They're doing something.
It's the pretzels.
It's got to be something like that. It's got to be something like that.
I wonder if it's all the red. Like, could it be as simple as like the ripe fruit thing? I don't know.
Yeah, probably. It's probably something like that. Yeah,
you're in acquire mode.
Yeah,
they've got the psychology like dialed in.
Oh my goodness.
Ken, you can join, dude. The link's at the top of the chat. Right, it's pinned.
I was thinking
happy to have you join.
I was thinking about the thing you talked about a while back, like today still, but the thing about like being able to intake huge amounts of information if you actually have like a properly integrated and like intimate relationship with something. And that's one of those things that I've seen, you get like those workspaces or, positions where a person is in the role long enough and you couldn't possibly write an SOP for that. And that's one of those things that I've seen in a bunch of workplaces that I worked at, like, including the one that I'm at now, where it's just like to replace me would take like a year and a half because the amount of stuff that I have to just have memorized is absolutely absurd. And when I worked in that one police department for like the 3 years, we had an SOP that was like an enormous binder. And it contained maybe a quarter of the stuff that we had to have memorized. Like the turnover was absurd for people who were trying to come in. Yeah. Even county dispatchers would come in to work at a college part-time and they just figured it wasn't working.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you have to know this place front and back. Like it's not just the relationships. And like sometimes you had to do that because I had to wake people up at 2 a.m. or like call their spouse at 3 or 4 a.m. to wake them up and say, hey, you're on call. Sorry. Like not just police officers, like it would be like the people who were like campus directors and stuff. It's like we got to get an answer. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Or like the poor locksmith. He was paid very well. But yeah, I would the amount of times I had to talk to the poor locksmith's wife and explain that I needed to like yank him out for work at 2 or 3 a.m. or something like that was absurd. But like you had to know these people and you had to memorize stuff. And there was so much stuff in our data entry system because we were using Microsoft Access, and which is just like so outdated. And they refused to update it for any other data entry system. So I had like really in-depth knowledge of Microsoft Access, which is just a useless skill.
Access is such a pain.
It is, and it eventually got so slow. But I was just like, I had memorized everything. I knew like the numbers for a significant majority of like the doors on campus. Like I knew I could just like see something and know like where that was, and just I had free reign over so much of the stuff, but it was just, oh my gosh. But yeah, I would try to train people, and there were some people who were like good at other stuff, and they just couldn't get it, or they would just quit the next day. And to be fair, we weren't getting paid that much either. But it's just like you had to really care about that place.
You're like a memory T cell. Like your whole life is just to know this one thing, front and back.
Yeah, and it was like a box, so they would put us in there, and there was you would enter into the room, and it was like you had your own little dorm room. So there was a restroom, there was a door to the restroom inside the office, and then there was a mini fridge and like a coffee machine and all this stuff. So like the other people had a break room, but like you were there, just like you had radios and keys and bathroom and microwave and mini fridge. And like you had a monitor, like 5 monitors, and they were all like around the room and stuff. So I had the electronic access stuff. So I had access to every single door on the entire campus that was electronic, which was 95% of them at least. And then I had every burglar alarm or fire alarm or trouble alarm or any other kind of alarm, burglar alarm, anything on another screen. And all the stuff was running on like Windows 7 or something like that. And then, which is still good, but also like there's just a lot of stuff that they're just weighing on this, and it would get larger and larger. They're like, oh yeah, we built a new science center. It's like, great, how are you going to fit that in the system now that you have an additional 300 doors? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But so they would have that, and then I had the data entry, and then I had rotating cameras of the entire campus and off-campus properties. And management wouldn't let us have the remote, so it was on a rotation. And so if you saw something happen, you had to wait for the entire back, and you couldn't go back and like repeat anything. So it was absolutely wild. But yeah, so I had that, and I had 2 phones. So there was the internal line, and then there was the public line, and then I had a county radio, and then I had our station radio. And like you had to monitor all those at once, and there was also a window that people could walk up to, so that they could ask you stuff in person. And like that was the workflow, and they almost never allowed 2 people to do the job at once. It had to be 1. Yeah, there were 2 chairs, but they would only do that for like sports games or something like that for like 6 or 8 hours or something like that in a given time. But otherwise, it was 1 person. Every single time.
My God. What were the shifts? Were they 8-hour or 12-hour shifts?
8-hour. So, but unless the weather was insane and someone couldn't come in which case you got mandated. But yeah, that was interesting. But
usually those jobs are 3 12-hour days.
Normally, like they were for county, but no, it was 5 8-hour days until one of those days became a 12 to 16-hour day. But that's just kind of how it was. It was interesting how they managed that. I had fun. I learned a lot of stuff, but also that's not a good work environment.
How long did you stay there?
Just under 3 years, something like that.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
For a job like that, that's like Phantom of the Opera level.
Yeah, but I picked up a lot of skills that helped me later on. So like I'm grateful for having had the job and everything. And the people there were good to me. But the management made some questionable decisions. Like there was this ridiculous thing. So that's another thing. So we actually had our servers in the room, so you got to enjoy that nice white noise all the time, especially during winter when nothing was happening. And and also winter was amazing because you'd have complete silence for like a month and a half. But once an hour you would get a like 1-minute phone call or less from the entire place was running on steam heat. So they actually had a steam plant, and we had to receive a call every hour they only allowed 1 guy at a time at night, but the whole place was like scaffolding, so he had to call in once an hour to let us know that he hadn't died or something. And if he didn't call, then we would send somebody over, but most of the time they were good about it. But we had the nice sound of the server inside a big box, and it was a nice it was fairly well set up, but it had like a fan on it, and it was just a nice sound. So we had that in there, and they put like some of like the phone equipment and stuff like that inside there, and they used up some of the other things. Eventually one of those started making a grinding sound. And it was grinding for like weeks. And they were like, oh yeah, we have to figure it out and everything. We identified that it was the phone equipment that they put in there from like a vendor that, they could have easily replaced. In fact, the vendor was run by like some guy's brother who worked there or something like that. So they were allowing it. And so we told them, it's like, it's that equipment, we can handle the white noise, but you can just get rid of the other thing. Or you can move the entire box downstairs where we actually have room. Because there's like holding cells and stuff. It's like, just put it in one of those because we never hold anyone. Like, just, And so what they wound up doing is they said, no, it's the box's fault. So they got rid of the box, and then they spent like $5,000 or $6,000 on an enormous cabinet. But it was like a cabinet, like a vault type cabinet. that didn't have integrated fans or anything like that, and it was just like a big empty thing compared to the thing that had working fans. And they put all the stuff inside there, but they had to jury rig the thing, so there were actually cables like on zip ties and stuff, like just looked like this absolute mess inside the thing. And then it started overheating, so they have to wind up opening the cabinets. So you had this $6,000 cabinet with the doors open all the time, generating heat with no fan still. And so from that point on, like, you still had the noise, and it took up twice the amount of space because the other one was tall, but this one took up like a wide amount of space. And it was just absolutely ridiculous. But that type of stuff would happen, you know, and it's just like.
But it's people don't appreciate how stupid people are that run companies, because you can be stupid and the company will figure it out somehow because it's a giant machine.
The college was like 300 years old or something like that. To the point about like the great man thing. It's like it was named after a famous guy who founded the college and everything super early on. And it's been doing well. And they make enormous amounts of money, so they can afford to, you know, pay for any mess ups.
Right. They can make a lot of mistakes, and the money will cover it up. If you have no idea, when you get to business scale, no idea how much money businesses make. It's absurd. It's nuts. And crossing that barrier is very hard. That's why right now a lot of, you know, entrepreneurs and get investment money and. Right, but in order to get that, you need to prove that your business can scale to 10x.
Yeah.
Because, they'll give you 2 million, no problem. You get 2-3 million, no problem. You need to make 20 or 30, or they're not giving you the 2 million. And most businesses can't do that. Like I'm going to make cookies. Never going to happen. Never going to happen.
You got to go on Shark Tank.
Right. I mean, it's funny. Oh, Shark Tank is... It's part about Shark Tank.
That's such
not useless, but also like
it's a charity show at this point.
Yeah. Dragon's Den, the original English version's better.
I love that one.
A lot of people don't know about that one. Yeah, we steal all our good TV from England. So, Friends was stolen. Oh, what's the name of the British version of Friends that preceded it? Oh, I don't remember now. It's really funny. It's completely hysterical, and it's more realistic. Friends is so unrealistic, it's absurd. Also, everyone's a whore, so that's bad. Why is this an attractive show? It sounds like a horrible life. I don't know.
They are all miserable in the show too.
Yeah,
they are. Yeah,
they're all singing and laughing about it.
Yeah, all the shows are like that. It's just terrible. All the New York shows are like that.
Yeah.
I still like How I Met Your Mother, though, because that show
it was good.
It's my favorite. I love the book. You have the book? Matt Kuhn wrote a book. It's the like the bro code book thing, you know. It's Barney's book. It's hysterical. Hysterically funny. Yeah. But also complete, like, How I Met Your Mother is good because even though it's set in New York, it's extracted out correctly. That's what's so funny, is that despite being trapped in the New York City bubble, they managed to nail it.
Yeah.
And it's so hyperbolic. I like the one where the old woman comes up to him and goes, "The window is open." That's like one of my favorite episodes, because I'm like, it's so implausible and ridiculous and silly, and yet you can just see, like, not that, but like you can see that scenario, because basically the premise is there's this girl, magical girl, like these exist, right? She's just beautiful women and it turns out she's never single. Whenever Ted runs into her, she's never single, never. And so he devises this plan where he talks to the neighbor, who's like an 80-year-old woman, and says, the next time she's single, let me know. You'll say the window is open. Right. And but that story unfolds in the episode. Right? So at first the woman says, the window is open. And Ted goes, wait, what did you say? And she goes, the window is open. And then he's like, starts to scramble, right? Because he's like, got to get to the girl because the window's open. But the thing is, maybe you haven't had that, but you know somebody that's had that experience, right? Where, oh, she's single. I got to get her quick. I got to get at her quick. Right. And so it's one of these perfect things. Because it's just right. It's just correct. It's truer than true, as Peterson would say. And you got to capture that moment. And of course, at the end, he doesn't. He leaves her for somebody better because he's a useless piece of garbage. Different problem. But yeah, I mean, the way those episodes are laid out, and like the Barney character is perfect.
Oh,
right? Because he's such a scumbag, and yet, right, he's not wrong. Like, you know, because he captures that pickup culture, right? He captures that perfectly. I don't know where pickup culture is in relation to that show. I've never looked into that because I don't follow that stuff. But it'd be interesting to find out. But yeah, that whole thing it's so good, right? And I mean, it is a moment in time, and it is a bubble of New York City and all that. But at the same time, like, it's timeless because those patterns are there, and they're somehow exemplified in the show. So the slutty pumpkin. That's a good episode. That one. It's a Halloween. Yeah, there's all these tropes that are in there. They're so good. It's such a funny show.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that. I only saw the last season because my girlfriend, my wife now, the girlfriend at the time, she's like, "Want to watch this with me?" So I started at the last season.
I don't even think I saw the last season.
She was trying to catch me up verbally on like
the first season. The first season is some of the best TV ever.
Wow, that's
so good. It's so well written. They were dialed in. They had the season in mind. They knew what it's like the first season of Lost. They knew what they were doing. They knew where they were going. They planned for one season, and it was well planned. and then they stumble a bit. Same thing, right?
So they were only planned for one season at the beginning.
You can tell.
So it was
all
tight.
These shows.
Okay.
That's Lost. They only planned for one season for sure. You can tell. And then what happens is they stumble, right, in the next season a bit. But then they have these transcendently good episodes that are even better than anything in the first season. And then they've got some very mediocre episodes again, right? But it's so good. It's so good. Some of the stuff they go over is just so good. Part of it is, too, they've got the contrast of the married couple.
Right.
So it's not just a show about singles.
Right.
Yeah,
that's a good point. Friends
is horrific.
I hated Friends.
The only episode of Friends that's really any good is the one about porn.
I think I did.
Because they're like watching this TV show, and they're like, wait a minute, the stewardess doesn't like take off her clothes, and they're like, what? And it's like, yes, because porn distorts the world. Like when you watch, and think of how old Friends is.
Oh.
And the porn was a problem back then, at least enough for them to put it in the show. And I forget what happened. Like they got free Showtime or some goofy, right? It was an accident of the cable company, and they get indoctrinated into the porn thing. And then like they start seeing regular TV as porn and expecting the porn outcomes and stuff. So
that show started in '94. Holy cow.
Right.
It went for 10 seasons.
It was a problem back then.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah. See, people don't think about little things. They're not little.
That's like dial-up still.
All through. This is why I was saying, like, doing the Matrix videos is virtually impossible. I mean, we'll get it, but like that's the thing.
Maybe you have to do a multi-parter for that one.
Oh no, there's going to be many Matrix videos, believe me. We're not going to be able to cover whatever we did, whatever the audience, because we're going to let the audience decide. Whatever the audience decides on how we're going to cover what we want to cover. It's going to be a while. It's going to take a while. It's going to be a long thing, because Jesse and I both have so much to say about the Matrix, and like his contributions are going to be awesome. So yeah, it's and that's the problem when you talk about media, especially good media, good movies or good books or whatever. When you're talking about their impact,
Yes.
like we do not appreciate at all, you know, especially the Matrix, but like there's lots of other stuff that comes out. A Clockwork Orange, which I haven't read. Sorry, Jesse, I'll get to it. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that
I love that movie. It's so horrible.
I will not watch the movie. I will read the book because Jesse bought it and sent it to me, but I ain't watching that movie. That ain't gonna happen.
How come?
I can't do it in film. There's no way. I would flip out. That would be like watching the first season of True Detective again. I can't.
Well, so is it that you get so deeply in the sensory of it?
No, I mean, I think it's just too much. When you're reading something, you have the option of stepping out of it or stepping into it. Unless it's Lovecraft, in which case you're screwed. Like you're in. You just we went over that earlier, right? Like I proved it. But like when you're reading a normal book that's not written by a ridiculous magical author, you have the choice to be to critique, right? You have the choice to stand and postmodernly outside of it.
Interesting.
Set apart from it. When, or at least I do, right? When you're watching a movie, that's part of that goes away because you're not in control of the imagery anymore. Like you don't own the camera. Okay. When you're reading a book, you own the camera. You're the director, and you can decide to be a director, or you can decide to be in the book. But when you're watching a movie, there is a director, and you're not him. And so your perspective on what's going on is controlled by the director. That's the purpose of a good director, is to control your perspective. So you don't have the same options that you have when reading a book.
And then how does that affect you then? Do you not like not having that control?
No. I think certain things should not be put on film ever.
Ooh, tell me more about that.
Well, I mean, again, I'm going to highlight this comment real quick because it's pertinent. Ixnot, definitely read Clockwork Orange over watching the movie. Well, there's always lots of reasons for that. I gave you mine. I suspect Clockwork Orange is like this. So I'm wondering if I can do it with something else. I'm trying to think of all the book movies that I know of. It's hard to get a good standout one. I mean, they're all like this. The Ready Player One. Do you guys know Ready Player One? Did you read the book?
I heard it wasn't too good, so I didn't read the book, and I wasn't completely blown away by the movie either.
No, so the thing about the book is that the emphasis in the book is on the income disparity.
Okay.
In the movie, that's way muted because they had to cut something.
Yeah, it's just background.
It's too big a story, right? Except it's not background in the book at all. Right. So if you're not telling that part of the story, then you're missing the rebellion and the subversive nature of the book because he's the poorest of the poor. Right. And it's not very well done. I mean, I love the book. Don't get me wrong. The author's not great. He's better than average, but he's not great at making that. Even that, it's kind of a lame story, right? He's an orphan. He's living with his aunt and this whole thing, right? He's not good at telling that story well enough. but it's very much rags to riches, ragtag fugitive fleet. Sorry, I love Battlestar Galactica, the original. Right. Very much, the Matrix, right? Like it's Neo and it's all these crazy, diverse guys, basically, right? On the crew. People miss all this in the Matrix. I'm like, no, this is the important stuff, right?
Yeah.
But like all that is in the book. Very much, like it's front and center in the book. Like the living in the stacks, what the stacks are like. There's these big. It's like poor suburbia. The stacks are poor suburbia. So there's no McMansions. Everyone's living in a trailer home that's stacked on top of other trailer homes, right? That are as close together as city blocks.
Right.
So it's not even a trailer home with no yard. It's a trailer home with other trailer homes attached to it, with different people living in them, and they're all like wobbly and big. So you get that sensation, and then his escape from that world is this virtual world, right? And then that dichotomy in the book is not in the movie.
Yeah, the movie, it's more like quirky, look at him on his day leaving and look at his quirky neighbors.
And the thing is, the movie's very well done.
Mm.
It's actually very well done. It's a reasonable adaptation, but it's a bit like, and not the same as, so they do the Lord of the Rings and they leave out Tom Bombadil. And then there's two schools of thought. Well, there's more than two, but there's two main schools of thought on that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they left out Tom Bombadil because it's not pertinent to the story.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Those are the people who, with low reading comprehension, didn't understand Tolkien at all. Sorry. I hate to break it to you, but you just didn't understand Tolkien at all. And then there's the more practical people who are like, you leave it out because people aren't going to get the message anyway. In other words, it's a better story without it. And so, and I will critique Tolkien here explicitly, maybe incorrectly, because who the hell am I? But also, Tolkien's a terrible storyteller. Awful. Just atrocious. That's why when they rewrote it for the movies, it's better. So, for example, Tolkien's pacing, because he's not writing stories. It's not. The Lord of the Rings is not a story, right? It's a mythos for England.
Right.
It's not supposed to be a story. It's not supposed to be a good story. It's not supposed to be any kind of story. It's not even supposed to be a bunch of stories that cohere together. That's not its purpose. So I'm not saying like Tolkien didn't do a good job at what he was doing.
Right.
He just wasn't writing a story, right? Like everywhere they go somewhere and they're there for months.
Yeah.
You can't write that into a movie. Like, how do you do that, right? The movie's very fast paced.
The movie's like, bum, 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 bum.
Right.
Yeah.
Great music. Yeah. And the thing is, Peter Jackson and his wife did an excellent job of turning it into a
They
story.
did a really good job adapting that.
Right. So the flavor of the books is not there because of that. It's not there. And it's the same thing. And you always have to pick when you're doing a movie what you're flattening out of the book. Because oddly, books are bigger than movies in all cases. That's why people always say the book is better than the movie.
So
there's always something that got cut out.
So for you, it's mostly when it comes to an adaptation of an existing book that you don't want to see the movie.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, some of them I like, but in this case, I don't want somebody else telling me what I can and can't look at.
So how does that apply to the first season of True Detective?
So the problem with True Detective,
because you originally said some things should not be made into films.
For me, the mistake they made in True Detective was showing too much. And had they never found the videotape, that actually would have been better. Like, had they left it all completely up to your imagination, that would have been better.
Mm.
But
And it would have
you
been
don't see much
easier
on the
to
tape, though.
digest. Huh?
They don't show you much of the tape though. Like when it has that moment where he sees
Right.
it, they cut away and they only let you see his reaction.
I know, but they should have written the story such that they didn't need the videotape because it didn't end up being used anyway. Right. And like, if it hadn't been there, it would have made the story better. It actually would have made it better. And I would have had more imaginative control over how I cast that event. But at the same time, it would have been worse.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it would have enhanced the story by leaving something out. And it would have given me more control over what I was seeing in the story. And it was already horrific.
So now I'm starting to see.
Yeah, there's 3 scenes. There's the videotape. Well, there's more than 3 scenes, but there's 3 themes that are in there. There's the videotape. There's the time that he's with his sister. His sister? Yeah, I think it's his sister. Where he makes a comment, and I'm like, now that did not need to be in there. That was no good, right? And there's at least one other one, and I don't remember what it is. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for bad memory in this case. But had they left that out, it actually would have improved the show significantly. And they tend to make that mistake a lot in films like that, in things like that. The way to see this best is when Cuties came out, Tim Pool commented, and he actually did an outline where he explained the what, why, where, and how of doing Cuties better. And he was actually correct about that. And once he said it, like, they could have done Cuties and left these parts out, and it A, would have been better, and B, they wouldn't look like they were pedophiles filming it.
Mm-hmm.
And he was right. Like, when I saw that, I went, man, he's right. Now, that doesn't change me immediately unsubscribing from Netflix and vowing never to give them a dime ever again. Because, like, there's a bigger issue at play for me. But, like, Tim Pool convinced me wholesale there's no excuse for that. Because they could have filmed it better and not look like the pedophiles that they definitely are. I was like, fair. That's fair.
So you say things shouldn't be put to film. What is being violated with that statement?
Well, like I said, you're losing the autonomy over your own imagination and being forced to think about something in a way that is not under your control anymore.
So it's being subjected to that possibility.
You're being subjected to somebody else's vision of what that looks like. That's the problem, right? So, like, if I'm left to my own devices, I can dial it up or dial it down. That's not hard.
So you think that film overall would be better if that was toned down or not done so often?
Most things are. I mean, look, this is the old trope. What's better, the naked woman or the woman who's partially covered? And now, partially covered is going to vary for all of us. But one trick people used in the old days of film that's actually much better than scantily clad women is to infer the nakedness. So, and if you want any proof of that, Psycho is the classic film for inferring nudity without actually having any.
Yeah.
And that's what made the film so much better than anything that's come since that's tried to duplicate it. Is they don't remove the veil. They keep the veil there. In this case, the veil is a freaking shower curtain. Right? Because in your imagination, she doesn't have any clothes on. But the film doesn't reveal that at all. Right? And so when you leave it in the abstract in my mind, I get to pick and choose how abstract it is and how real to make it. When it's on film, I don't get that. Now, you can use that to your advantage on film if you're not retarded. Unfortunately, filmmakers nowadays tend to be retarded and they want to show everything. And there's no reason for that. It actually makes the film worse. They don't know that. Or they do know that and they don't care because they're a bunch of scumbags.
Okay. And so you don't want to see the Clockwork Orange movie because you suspect that it's going to show you a bunch of stuff that you don't need to see.
Right.
Mm.
But it'll show me things that I don't want to see in that way. I'd rather leave them abstract as they are going to be in the book.
I see.
I had my wrong microphone on. Can Psycho be made in this day and age, do you think? Because I agree with the allusion to the mind making up those gaps.
You can do it.
Works better, but I think a lot of nudity in film these days isn't added for the artistic aspect. It's one of those other things to draw like cinema goers in. They're expecting it already. So to weave it into the plot, I think that they even have like the opposite effect if they don't get it. Like a woman's about to undress and they're like, oh, and then she doesn't. They go, oh, okay. They were just like sort of teasing me.
Yeah. The myth of progress is a myth. Like, no, right? Like all the good stories go to the same level with everything. They never go past that level. And that's what people miss, like, because they don't read deeply enough. They don't realize, oh, all these stories go to exactly the same level. All these stories that are good go to exactly the same level.
So you're actually pointing to a boundary between good and poor storytelling.
Yeah. Oh, there's lots of boundaries, but that's
so
one
cool.
of them. One of them is how much you reveal and when. And so, like, the problem with doing Lord of the Rings as a movie at all ever, which was talked about when they announced the project, is how are you going to match the expectations of my imagination?
Right.
I know what elves look like. You're not going to be able to make an elf that looks like what I know an elf looks like. And that turns out not to be entirely true, right? And to be fair, it's almost always true.
Right.
Other science fiction things they've redone. It's Philip K. Dick's a perfect example because he got mentioned earlier, right? Philip K. Dick is a very open-ended writer. That's what makes him good. He leaves lots of room for you to abstract and insert your imagination, project your stuff into his stories. And they're mostly short stories, right? And I'm not super well-read Philip K. Dick guy either, right? But like, that's what makes it good, okay? When you try to put that on a film, you get a bunch of upset people. Because if your projection is too far out there, no one can match it. It won't be solid enough or close enough to a nucleus, to an essence, right? So you see that with a lot of fantasy novels. When they get converted, everyone hates them.
Right.
Wheel of Time is awful. Like, I didn't even read Wheel of Time, and I'm like, this is a horrible book adaptation. I can just tell.
That show was terrible.
But also, you were talking before about that movie that had the videotape in it, which was alluded to.
True Detective. It's not a series.
So my microphone wasn't working because I had the wrong one on, but I was going to say that's like a reverse Chekhov's gun idea, because the Chekhov's gun idea is that they sort of show the gun the first sort of part of the plot, and they're pointing at it saying like, this is important for later, and what you're aiming at is saying like they need to do the opposite, is don't allude to like the tape, and it would have more intrigue.
Well, this I talked to Justin Wells about this in my second part 2 talk, although listen to part 1 and part 2, and we'll have a part 3 where we'll go more into story and less on Gerard. But I told him this. I said, that's actually all wrong. Like, I know people said that. That's actually incorrect. It's not the way to do good storytelling. And it's not a way to do a good play either. And you actually know this. Because one of the interesting things in interesting stories is when you have an overpowered character who does not bring to bear his full power. That's actually way more interesting. And it's not used everywhere, and it shouldn't be used universally, because that's not how stories work either, right? You got to understand the symbolic patterns, right? But like, that's more interesting, is what a character doesn't do. And the problem with society, because of what I just talked about in storytelling, especially in movies, is that we don't know how to look at what was left out and appreciate that. Because that's the more important part, right? I mean, this is my frustration. I've said it many times before. It's very, very difficult. Father Eric alluded to it tonight, right? So I'll tell you the story about what happened. I'm driving up to DC. I'm going to meet somebody. I'm going to meet Father Eric before he leaves because he's in North Dakota, and DC is a lot closer than North Dakota to South Carolina, right? And like, you know, whatever, 7-hour drive or 6.5 hours, whatever. And I wanted to meet somebody else up there too, right? So I'm like, I'm driving up there. I'm listening to Jonathan Peugeot and Alex O'Connor. I have no idea that I'm going to do a commentary video on this. It wasn't on my radar. I wasn't going to do commentary videos. I already refused several times because I didn't know how to do them. I didn't like them, whatever. I get up there and I say, I have figured out the secret to DC traffic, because I swore I was never driving my car in DC again after last year when I drove up there to see him. Right? I said, the secret is just watch Alex O'Connor. You'll get so frustrated you'll forget about the traffic.
I remember that now.
But I get up there, and this is me, and like most of you cannot, well, none of you can appreciate this, but like me in person, especially if I know you, it's 100 times. 100 times. You take the worst I've ever been on my stream, multiply by 100, you'll get close. Like,
close.
It's intense. I'm jacked up from this drive. It's a long drive. I've been driving all freaking day. I'm early, so I'm a little excited. I'm a little pumped. I just had to listen to this, for all intents and purposes, functionally retarded person who allegedly graduated Oxford. It's like, we're giving degrees to the wrong people. This guy cannot think. He's a very poor thinker. He's very weak. Bad logic. Horrible logic. Good Lord. You and logic don't get along at all. If you met logic, you wouldn't even recognize it, dude. Like, he's out there. So I am jacked, and I'm excited to be out of the car early because I have lots of time to talk to Father Eric, and because I have a short trip. It's a very short trip. One day, right? It's one day. So I go off about Alex O'Connor. I go off because he's just like, I know Jonathan Peugeot. I've met him, right? Like, he's being abused by this halfwit. And I'm just pissed on his behalf, right? He's French Canadian, obviously God's chosen people like myself. So, like, I'm just like, no, man. So your Father Eric gets the brunt of this, obviously. Because I'm just like, you wouldn't believe he said this. Can you imagine? And you're like, I'm just like, I'm going full bore. Like, I'm just completely off the rails, right? You heard Father Eric. Like, I was impressed with how muted your commentary was. Yeah, because in person, especially after the event, like, I'm not pulling any punches, right? I'm going full bore. And so that's the thing. Like, when you engage with something in that way, there's a visceral sort of an impact. And if you're forced to engage with something in a certain way, it causes a problem, right? And that's why storytelling is important. But we don't tell stories of what's missing. And so I try to explain to people, like the kindness I am doing you by restraining myself all the time on stream is not appreciated. And I'm not saying it should be, because you can't appreciate it. I get that, right? You can't. That's okay. But also, it's, what are you missing? Right? What are you missing out of, and I'm good at getting a sense, right? So, like, I understand, like, you're all into Lovecraft, and I avoided being that far into Lovecraft because I know me. Like, I know when I go into something, it's over, right? It just consumes my existence for some period of time, right? But I understand that draw, perfectly well, right? And like I dove pretty deep into Lovecraft. I just refused to get into the games and all that nonsense because I was like, this is a rabbit hole that I can't resist.
It's
And
right.
therefore,
I'll bring the cards over so you don't have to.
there we go. So yeah, so therefore I won't,
There was the conscious moment where I decided that if I'm going to go down the rabbit hole and be the guy that curates this for all the people who can't go down the rabbit hole.
Right. And that's an important decision, and yeah, you can do that, and that's the thing. Yeah, look, Sally's like trying to explain. Like, him and Elizabeth got asked to leave a restaurant at the Symbolic World Summit.
I can totally see that.
Well, I'm very good at matching the people around me, and sometimes that turns into a loudness competition. So,
I can totally see that.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Right, and but that's the thing. Like you don't appreciate the things that you haven't experienced, but there's a way of storytelling in which you can give people that sense, right? That the character could have just done away with you, right? And Tolkien does that, for example, right? Where Frodo's like, "Why didn't Bilbo kill Gollum?" And he explains to him why, right? And that's foreshadowing for sure, but also like there's a reason for this. And also, just as an aside, if you want to Tolkien at better storytelling, it's The Hobbit's him, being able to tell a story,
That's
a
true.
children's story, right? Or Smith of Woot Major there. That's another. That's actually really good, right? But like being able to appreciate things that aren't done is a mode of storytelling we've lost entirely.
Yeah. Have you guys read Tom Clancy's Without Remorse?
No, I haven't read any Tom Clancy.
No,
I haven't gotten super deep into the Tom Clancy stuff, but I did read Rainbow Six and Without Remorse, which is a prequel to that one. And Without Remorse is one of those ones where they've tried doing like movie stuff and they just wind up doing like some sort of like action spy movie or something.
Yeah.
But the actual story is like, without getting super deep into it, not that you would read it or anything like that, because it is a little bit of a commitment. But the idea is that a grievous wrong is done to this guy who's military, and he winds up. It's done by a gang. And he essentially becomes like he has an apartment in the city, but he actually decides to live as a homeless person so that he can stalk this gang. And so a significant portion of the book is him actually like sleeping on the ground outside and like making himself seem more homeless progressively so that he can hunt a gang. And like that is a slow burn. Like you can't do that in any sort of way, and the payoff at the end is amazing. But it's just like, oh my gosh, you can't do that one like at all,
Right. Well, slowness is not good for film unless you're a really good filmmaker.
Yeah,
you have to be a really good filmmaker to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
That reminds me.
Depends how slow, because Andy Warhol did a 9-hour slow motion film of like something dropping off Empire Story Building, and to me, like that's a bit too abstract and artistic to sort of.
Yeah, you can't do
a
it.
thing.
He's not a filmmaker. He's not even a good artist. He's just a horrible CIA plant, right? Whatever. Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
there was a book I read on screenwriting and the structure, how we get it. He's a professor, and he went all the way back to like Epidipus Rex and the ancient plays and such, and how he defined film, specifically cinema and plays, is that what frames that is that you're asking people to sit for a 2 to 3 hour sitting, and that's actually where the structure of it all comes from, and why there has to be a certain pacing, why there has to be a certain movement. And he says the rules that apply to that don't apply to writing. Like they kind of do, like as far as the components. But you can spend as long as you want in this area. You can come from this angle. You can switch it up. But when it comes to cinema and plays, it has to be, well, at least from what he saw from the ones that have been successful from across time, they have to have 24 scenes. They have to follow this three-act structure, ups and downs, ebbs and flows, when the turn happens in the middle, and having a focus on a character. And then he shows in that, like, to what you're saying about the hero's journey, it's like it doesn't have to be just the hero's journey. As long as the characters are experiencing those changes together, you can have multi arcs. You can do these things together. But that's
the problem. That's the problem, right? When they try to break it down and turn it into propositions, you can't do that, right? Because if you think about it, if you go and look, there's no hero's journey. That never happened. There are no stories that are hero's journeys that anybody will ever remember, because that isn't real. Like no single entity does stuff at that level in the world. That's never, ever happened. Like, you can sit there and you can say, oh, look, Steve Jobs built Apple Computer. And it's like, well, without Woz, he never gets off the ground. And without, I forget the designer's name, without the famous designer who did the Apple look, Apple never goes there, right? You need those guys. Like, Steve Jobs is nothing without those guys. Nothing. He'll have all his skills, which are significant. Like, he's a great man for sure, but like, they'll never manifest. And that's the problem, is that because people won't cooperate, their greatness is limited. And they did it to themselves because they won't cooperate. And that's the problem. Like, that's the modern problem, so-called. That's the meaning crisis. You can't make an equality relationship with other people that allows you to become greater than you are and become that great man that goes on that hero's journey. Because Jason and the Argonauts is not one hero, right? The Iliad and the Odyssey are not one hero. There's no single hero stories in the Greek myth. They don't exist. There aren't any.
You would just say heroism has to come through co-creation, just like sanity.
There's no single skills. There's no guy that has, like, even Hercules. If you read the stories, like, he's always either getting help or getting screwed by a higher power. And that's either helping or hurting him ultimately. And it's not like what the higher power does, right? There's not a direct one-to-one relationship. The relationship has a quality to it. And that's the thing that causes things to work for us. Because we realize the world is complex at an unconscious level. And we interact with it that way. And so the stories that last all have that symbolic relationship for us, where it's like, oh, this story is not like set in stone. At any minute, it could go a different way. There's a possibility or a potential that we can interact with.
So what is it specifically about the hero's journey that gets wrong? Because he said, is the like we're talking about Campbell's theory? Is he saying that the hero does everything alone? Because I'm not saying I agree with it, but I thought that the idea that he puts forth is the structure of having the wise man to go out, as Peterson says, to find the thing, but it has to have helpers along the way. So
the framing is wrong. Campbell is an individualist. So all of his framing is immediately bankrupt and completely worthless. And to some extent, when you propositionalize complex stuff at a high scale, you're going to run into a flattening of that type, right? And so what he does is he places it as a journey. Okay, good stories don't have one journey. That there's no good stories with one journey. That they don't exist. And he places it as one main character.
Mhm.
And the problem is that while you may have one quote main character, that's already a bad way to think about it. That's not the important part of the story. Like, that character is not the key to the story ever. Right? It's because and this Critical Drinker sort of hits on this at some point, right? If there's no character development, right? So if you focus on the character and you say there's a main character in the story, that's wrong. Because a good story, the character changes. And therefore there can't be a main character. It's a bad way to think about it.
No, I don't know if that's what Campbell says in his theory though. Like, I'm only saying that because
it's not a hero's journey, because there is no hero. In fact, the best stories, well, look, I mean, we'll do Tolkien. Like, why not?
Well, my understanding of a hero's journey is that there has to be something that changes, like that's core, or it's not a story.
Okay, is Bilbo a hero?
Does he change during the story?
He changes during the story. Is he a hero? Well, that kind of depends on what part of the story you're talking about and how you define hero. Bilbo's not a hero. He's a coward. That doesn't mean he doesn't do great things, but he doesn't do them heroically at all.
So it's the word itself, hero, is the problem. The framing is what you're referring to.
Again, if you say there's a main character in a story, that story is either a lame story, and it could be a very popular story, whatever. Like, there's romances are the best-selling books in the world, and they're all garbage literature, right? But like I'm saying, if there's a main character in a story, it's not a good story. It won't last. If there's a hero in a story, it's not a good story. It's terrible, right? It's the framing that's wrong. It's not redeemable.
Can the words main character be referred to as the main protagonist?
No, because you're talking about one thing. A good story doesn't focus on one thing ever. That's the problem. Look at Bilbo. Bilbo's not remarkable. Even Bilbo with the ring is not particularly remarkable because there's an implication that he could have gotten away with it without the damn ring. Like, when he was hired, he didn't have the ring. So they thought everything that he did, he could do. And they didn't even know about the ring. Like, the ring is not a factor at some level. Right? And so he's not a hero at all. Like, there's no hero Bilbo.
So what is a hero?
And he's also not the main character. John. It's not his story.
Well, it's the dwarf story, right?
Right. It's the dwarf story.
And of course I'm not disagreeing. I'm trying to wrap my head. So it's the reducing the storytelling frame to suggest that there is a hero and a main character is restricting story to a point of ridiculousness.
Where you can't tell a good story. Because story is not about characters. Story is about relationship and change.
Right.
And if you only have a single character, I'm not saying you can't do that, because it might well be possible. I don't know of any examples off the top of my head. That doesn't mean anything. I'm not super well read at the end of the day. Right. But like, it's very hard to talk about relationships with a single entity. Right. Mm-hmm. And so the other mistake that people make all the time in storytelling, and this is where you get the term Mary Sue from, by the way, is when you have one entity that is so different from the other entities that no matter what else you tell about that entity, your sense is it's not the same creature. It's not on the same level. That's why people use the term Mary Sue. And that's why it's kind of hard to nail down, even though it's not wrong. It's nothing wrong. When they say Mary Sue, it's a freaking Mary Sue, dude. Yes. I mean, if it's Critical Drinker and he says this is a Mary Sue, he's not wrong.
But
on the other hand, the phenomena that he is pointing to is that particular character is so unlike anything else in the story, not any other character, any other phenomenon in the story that it doesn't fit.
Yeah, because they have no challenges to face because they can just beat them all, so they can't grow.
But it's worse. It's the physics of the story, the relationships in the story
break down,
relate to the other entities in the story, don't apply to that entity.
Oh, true.
Like my mind immediately goes to that scene in the Star Wars Force Awakens where she looks at Han Solo and she goes, "I took out the power converter and fixed it," like that, and it's like she's not even in the same universe.
Exactly. Right. No,
nothing
that's
applies
exactly
to her
it.
at all. Right? Yeah.
That's what they mean when they say Mary Sue.
The Mary Sue breaks the verisimilitude of the story.
That's why it's not wrong. But also, there's a Mary Sue that's not a woman, right? Which means you can't use the term Mary Sue, but it's the same phenomenon, right? And B, not the type of character that is front and center enough in the story that it fits. So you can look at the Star Trek movies and Simon Pegg's portrayal of
Scotty,
young Scotty. Yeah. Right? He actually, look, I love Simon Pegg, whatever. Like, I don't get, I just don't care, right? I'm too much of a Star Trek fan to care. But like, he doesn't fit. And the reason why he doesn't fit is because he's a Mary Sue. He's so far out, but he's not a main enough character to move the story because he's only a supporting character. Right. But actually, the original Star Trek, Scotty's a main character. But we've lost that. It's weird, right? On the one hand, we keep rejecting hierarchy. On the other hand, it keeps popping up. But when it pops up and you're not managing it, it pops up wrong. And people don't understand this about storytelling. They're very confused. I don't blame them. I mean, watch my talk with Justin, right? Like I kind of tell him, like, no, Gerard has this stuff wrong, and you can't tell me that putting the gun on the mantle means you have to use it. That's actually false. There's a more powerful way to tell a story where you know what the gun can do. There's lots of stuff. Like The Rifleman is a great example of this. If you've never seen The Rifleman, it's an old black and white show, but it's a fantastic show. He has the gun. It's a superior technology. It's got a hair trigger on it. He's a very good shot. He almost never uses the damn rifle. The show is called The Rifleman. He never uses the freaking rifle. He never shoots anybody. Not never, but and that's the thing. It's it's not never. It's not a rule, right? It's not a rule that's followed in that way, but it's a pattern, right? And the gun is always exemplified as the gun in The Rifleman is too powerful. And so it's treated with reverence, right? Because it's unlike everybody else's rifle. It's way better than a pistol because it's hair trigger. And the guy who owns it is a magical creature, basically, right? But he's never using it to raise himself up. He's always trying to subordinate himself to the power of this reverent weapon. You never see that in today's storytelling. It would never happen. Right? Everybody would be like, "Oh, the gun, the gun, the gun. It's so pretty. It's so shiny. It's so..." Right? And the focus, that series is ridiculous because it's all moralizing. It's all virtues and values. The whole show is virtues and values. It's all him teaching his son as a single dad how to be a good man. That's the whole show. It's a fantastic show for that. It's fantastic for that. So that method of storytelling is much more powerful and much more lasting and much more deep and important. And unless you understand that Mary Sue isn't a female phenomena, right? That it's pointing to some more abstract thing where you have an entity that isn't following the rules of the universe you've set, and that's how the story is being moved forward. That's what Mary Sue means. Once you understand that, you'll see it all over the place in the past like 20 years of storytelling. The Matrix might be a good example of that, right? Right. And you see this problem with hierarchy because of that. Okay. So I'll give you a little tip because Jesse and I were talking about this. So here's a little teaser for the Matrix. I know I drop them every once in a while in the live streams because I just get ahead of myself. But I'm going to drop this one because it was something that I saw this morning in talking about the Matrix. This is why the Matrix is dangerous. This is the mother of all rabbit holes. So in the Matrix, you have the male-female hierarchy, and you have several heroes, right? So who's the main character of the Matrix? Is it Neo? Is it Trinity? Is it Morpheus? Or is it the Oracle? Wait a minute, Mark. You just listed 2 males and 2 females. Oh, and what's the hierarchy? Oh, Neo, except Neo gets saved by the woman. So the woman's actually the top of the hierarchy in the first movie. Oh, no, it's really Morpheus. Okay, Morpheus is taking his orders from the Oracle, who's a woman in the first movie. What happens in the second movie? This is why it's important to watch all 3 and not just the first one. The male patriarchal hierarchy is reestablished because they introduced the architect.
The architect, right.
Didn't see that, did you? Oh, no, you did not. Oh, no, you did not. It's right there. Did Mark ever formulate it that way until, like, how many hours ago? 14 hours ago or so? No, I never, like, I knew it, right? I knew it, but I hadn't had to tell it to anybody until Jesse and I were talking about this because he's mentioned it many times. Who is the hero of the Matrix? Who's the main character of the Matrix? There's no hero's journey in right? I mean, there is a hero's journey, right? Because the ordinary guy, becomes the master of the universe. That's the least interesting part of the whole freaking first film. That's actually the least interesting part. It's like not even the driver of the freaking film.
Right.
Right, but when you look back and you do the postmodern trick, you fool yourself into thinking that's what the film's about. It has nothing to do with anything in the film.
What's the postmodern trick?
It's actually the result of their poor storytelling because they suck. They're terrible writers, right? But the thing is, you don't notice it. They don't notice it. And the reason why it happens is because these patterns are inevitable. And they're just caught in the patterns they don't understand. That's why in the second movie, they instantiate the patriarchy. Because you have to tell a good story. You can't leave this is why I'm like, how do you watch the first movie and only the first movie? That's insane. Oh, it's because you compressed the movie down to a movie about Neo, when in fact the movie has nothing to do with Neo. He's an incidental character in the film. Every other character in that film is actually more important than him in every possible way. And you don't see that right away because you've done the postmodern, I understand the movie trick to yourself. It's a total self-own. It's a complete psyop that you did to yourself.
Yeah, because if you get to the third film, it's clearly a chess match between the architect and the Oracle.
Exactly. So they move one layer of analysis up, right? Because even the first film's a 3 or 4 layered movie, but they add a layer in film 2, right? And they keep that layer in film 3. And people don't Like no one realizes that, and like fair enough. So that it is what it is. But like that's what I mean by like if you analyze the Matrix and you didn't understand the pairing, B, the fact that the female is always on the top of the hierarchy, and C, the fact that the male patriarchy reasserts itself, you don't actually understand those films at all. Like, you don't understand storytelling because you need to understand that to understand what makes it a good set of films, despite the Gnostic cesspool disaster that the messaging is, which also got into your brain unconsciously, by the way, and is rotting your brain right now. Sorry.
Well, I think I'm gonna run away. My bedtime was 2.5 hours ago, so I think.
Thank you for joining, Castle. It's good to see you. Do you have any parting thoughts on Constraints or anything we've talked about?
Well, for sure, I would love to see a future stream on the struggle versus suffering thing. I mean, when you mentioned that, I looked up the etymology of the two and immediately caught on to what you were talking about. It's like, gosh, I have to like look up every single word in the etymology dictionary now just to make sure that I'm actually understanding stuff right. Because it immediately clicked, and there was a lot of stuff like this week that I realized that like I don't want to completely change the topic over to that because I do think it would be a great live stream. But it's super topical to the week I had, and there was both. But there was a lot more of the struggle than there was suffering. There for sure was some suffering in there, but that was mostly my fault. But I think it would be great, and I still need some time to process that trauma. So for a future stream would be pretty good for me to give my more formulated thoughts on that. But otherwise, the constraint and everything, the whole thing of being able to become greater yourself by submitting to constraints is very much kind of like it having a bigger body by inserting yourself into a larger body, especially a hierarchy or something like that. I'm experiencing that all the time of just like, I'm just going to go and offer my services to some people, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, I have increased, in weird ways, and it's just like, oh, all of a sudden like everything just got better, and so I highly recommend Constraint. It's one of my new favorite things, and with that, I think I'll leave it there. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and then I'll be trying to catch up on. Thank you. I'll be trying to catch up on doing some diagrams for tomorrow and see what insane stuff I can bring. So anyway, nice talking to you guys.
Have a good night, sir. Sleep well.
Thank you.
It's on the list. Struggle versus suffering. It's on the live stream list. We'll see. We'll see what we do next week. Yeah, Andre, stop poking the drunk people. Just leave him alone.
I'm not trying to poke at him. He's been poking at me.
I know. Just leave him alone.
Yeah.
Like, don't poke at the drunk people.
Sally said he was a vet, and like, knowing
he's
that,
obviously
he's
a vet.
drinking. I'll just leave it.
Yeah, don't make people worse. We don't need to. Yeah, Michael, do you see what I'm saying about story and about the importance of it? It is the sort of thing I want to tell Justin Wells because he's so he's like, let's break down the story archetypes. It's like, no, you need to do the exact opposite.
Because I want to be clear here. Like, the reason why I'm asking is because intuitively everything you're saying I agree with already. I have no words for it. So I'm constantly trying to update my map side, which is why I'm asking for your rationale through that, because just hearing everything that you said now, because I'm thinking, of course, like a story can't be reduced to one hero or one main character. You can, but it's not going to be a good story. And in a character who doesn't change, that's not a story. There's no journey to be had. It's an anti story.
Well,
so now what I was going to say is, now that I understand about why I was questioning, because I wanted to really understand what your critique is on Campbell, and essentially what it is that Campbell seems to be pointing to some aspects of a storytelling, and that's it. And he's just expanded that out to the entire whole, and it's
he's linking a single character to the archetype.
But in simple ways, plots can progress. Like a challenge is put before and then it makes them change, and then they come back home, and it's like he's reduced it down to, which if it was a board game, one mechanic of 100 and something thousand mechanics.
One object, one mechanic.
Right.
That's the problem. That's
and he
the
was like,
flattening of the
I'm
world.
a genius. Let me write 2 books about this.
No, and to be clear, to the audience, the only reason why I asked you if you understood is because that tells me whether or not I'm right. Because if you understand what I'm saying, then that gives me some confidence that I'm not wrong, that you that you see it too, right?
Well, I had, in my mind, I already agreed. It was catching up my language-wise.
No, it's good. It's good. You need to make me articulate it too,
right?
And then I get better at articulating it. So when I talk,
that helps me to understand what it is that I'm understanding.
Right, and then when I talk to Justin, because I'm going to do a third talk with him for sure, because I wanted to focus on story. I wanted to segue away from Gerard, and
because I love the line that you draw there about the several lines about breaking the verisimilitude of the story. And and the showing not telling thing, and how that really affects storytelling. Because I agree with all the, like, if I had a choice, because that's what I was going to say earlier. Part of the reason why I've always known that I just accept when I go into any type of adaptation that it will be different from the original source. Period. I don't even think about that. I know that I am subjecting myself to the vision because of the constraint.
It has to be
adaptation, right?
It's different. It's different tools, right? And so you have to use different, like the brilliance of Ridley Scott to adapt Philip K. Dick. He takes a short story with no meaning, right? Which is just like a lot of Philip K. Dick's work is this open-ended what if stuff,
right,
and he turns it into Blade Runner, and the first Blade Runner movie is amazing.
Like,
and the reason why, but the reason why is because he gives a form to something, but that form is so close to the form in your head, and it's usually better. Not always. There's a couple people I've met who I could tell, but from talking to them, that they had a dirtier, grimier sense, than comes across on screen, right? But he's so good at capturing the disparity element in the story, which is, you'll notice that's what's missing in Ready Player One. That's in the text and isn't in the movie, is that disparity, that wealth disparity. It's no shade. I love the movie and the book. It's no shade on either.
It's got that Steven Spielberg smear on it.
Right.
It really, I mean, that opening sequence in that movie is pretty much all you see of where he lives. And it's done in a playful Goonies-ish type of way.
Don't get me started on Spielberg. Don't even go there. Don't even open that box.
But he likes oneers. One take.
But like the grittiness and the griminess. And the thing about Blade Runner, you get to the wealthy guy.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
The grime isn't gone. It's just polished.
Yes. It's worse. It's arguably worse.
It's worse because he didn't get rid of it, and he could have. It seems to you like it shouldn't be there.
Yeah, I'm with the replicant at that point. I'm with him 100%.
And then what happens? I mean, I don't know if he did this on purpose, because I don't know how you could. And I'm not Ridley Scott, like, whatever, right? He flips that in Roy Batty. I've seen things you can't imagine, and then he pops into poetry, and you see the beauty in the machine. And it's like you flip that whole thing. Not only, like, it's a double flip, right? Not only is it a flip from the the grimy to the beauty with wealth, and then you've got the human, right? That's not human, to the actual human that's inside the machine Right? It's like
Be
these
more
double flip.
beautiful. Yeah.
One's at the societal scale and the other's at the personal scale.
Right.
And they're linked by a single character. So you go, there's a main character that links these two layers, right? The two abstractions, the personal abstraction and the societal abstraction, because that's the purpose of a main character in some sense, right? If you want to identify the main character, it's the character that's between the two abstractions or two or more abstractions. That's the main character, right? So if you have a group of heroes and one hero has a direct connection to the gods and the other hero doesn't, that's the main character, right? But thinking about a story in terms of main character can never produce a good story.
Right.
That's what I mean. Like there is no main character. That's a foolish way to think about a story.
That's why there's that meme. People with main character syndrome in their own story.
Right. Well, that's why it's dangerous, because it creates that meme in the world. Right. It creates that meme in the world. Oh yeah. See, Elizabeth gets it. No surprise here. Grime and shine. Right. And that's the contrast. That's the dichotomy. But again, in one sense, you can say it's not done well in Blade Runner, and that's actually true, right? But I think it's deliberate. I mean, Ridley Scott's just genius. He knows what he's doing, right? But like, the grime is there just in a different way, and once you understand there are no main characters in that way that we use the term, but there is a character that transcends the abstractions within the story. Then you understand, a story has to have abstractions, and it has to have a character that grounds in both abstractions, or is grounded in one and touches the other, right? And you can't have what we identify as a Mary Sue, even if it's not a female, a character that's only in one abstraction, because then that's not the main character. There is no main character.
It's almost like it should be just called like the grounding character or something like along those lines. Because a story needs somebody to relate to.
A story needs, I want to say 5 aspects, but it might be more. But it needs at least 5 aspects. So you need a grounding character. Okay. You need a transition character. That's the main character.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right.
Whoever's having the change.
You need a character that's ungrounded. That's usually the bad guy.
So usually the bad guy, correct. He can't change.
Well,
he
doesn't want to change.
No, we'll go with Blade Runner. There's one guy in the sky above the grime and everything else who effectively runs the world, who happens to be the bad guy. You've got the transitional character, which is Harrison Ford's character, right? That's there, right? And then you've got the grounding characters, which is basically all the background characters. In this case, it's the replicants.
Yeah.
Because they're like lower than humans in some sense, but they're not humans. I mean, that's the premise of the story, is that you can't tell the machines from the humans.
Right.
Do you have like supporting characters or characters that?
That's what I mean.
Is that the transition character?
Right. You need, in addition to those characters, you need supporting characters.
Right?
Because their fate is tied to either the villains or the heroes.
No, it can be independent. And then you've got a really good story.
Well, that's a good story, right? But most of the time,
no. You don't need that for a good story. You need that for a really good story. You want a really good story? Have independent characters. So,
absolutely.
Like there's a cast of characters in Tolkien, the Rohirrim.
And I love the Rohirrim.
But they're independent characters. Right? Because some of them are off in the mountains after the Helm's Deep gets attacked. And they just go back to the village and repop the village. Because they're not the army of the Rohirrim. So they're detached from the story. The Hobbiton is detached from the story. They're independent characters. Like explicitly, Tolkien says this. The Hobbiton is detached from the world. It's a reverent place that's being protected. I mean, in some ways, the reason why Tolkien's not telling a good story, there's lots of reasons. And again, it doesn't matter. He's not trying to tell a good story because he's put everything in there. It's all there. Like he's got a whole side quest in there in the books. I forget the name of they're coming down to go to Gondor. And Sauron's already marched an army up north, so they can't come down. And they know this. So to bypass, they need to take this pass. Okay? But the pass is through a woodland, and the woodland is inhabited by magical creatures that just eat everybody or something, right? Everybody vanishes. And it's like, why did he stick this in the story? Because it has nothing to do with the story. Like, there's no reason for them to be there. Like, it's all contrived. But again, they're incidental characters. Why? Because the world is bigger than the characters in the story. So if you don't have incidental characters, you can't build a world. You can just tell a story. There's nothing wrong with that. And you can use other stories to build the world. Totally, absolutely do that in literature. But you can build a world in a single story by having incidental characters.
So then what they do,
but aren't part of the action at all.
Right. So when they make films and television, oftentimes they'll try to cut that out as much as possible.
They have to for editing purposes, and because they've been told that if they put a gun on the mantle in Act 1, they have to use it by Act 3, and that's a lie, and it's wrong, and it's bad storytelling.
So that's the point you're trying to get across. These
one of the many points?
The framings of how we look at literature are getting in the way of seeing the potential of storytelling.
When you cut up a story, you destroy it utterly, because a story opens a world, and you can't open a world by dissecting it and then adding individual pieces back in. You can't do that with anything. Once you dissect something, you kill it. That's why there's no main characters. That's a load of shit.
And that's why you're saying earlier, that's why they cater to making it dumbed down for people and attention spans.
I don't know that they cater to that. I think that they're incompetent.
I think they definitely use these framings to try to maximize profits, which would be trying to appeal to the massive.
They use those framings because they're just not good, and they're trying to be something they can't be. They're trying to escape their constraints using science and scientism and gnosis. So they're trying to cast a magical spell. And I'm actually going to do a video on this for sure, but I gotta be careful how I do it.
You don't think that PR guys are thinking that they're doing that? I mean, I agree with you that they clearly don't know what they're messing with, but that their intentions are to try to maximize profits.
No, there's lots of people involved, and different people have different goals. But I'm telling you right now, and you can see this because the people who aren't part of big corporations and do stories screw them up in exactly the same way. And regularly produce exactly the same kind of garbage. Right? It happens all the time. These artsy people who do their own independent films and stuff, they're not maximizing profits. They're not going to get any profits. It's never going to happen to them. And they know it. And they don't want any profits because profits are bad. Right? Like, profits corrupt my story. They tell the same garbage flat stories. Why? Because they're trying to tell stories without knowing how to do stories. And they took a class, and there's nothing wrong with that. I wish I had taken some writing classes, to be honest, with Lehane, for example. I could have taken a freaking writing class for almost no money at Bunker Hill, with Lehane. I should have done that, right? But that's all they've done. They actually don't know how stories are structured. They don't understand that building a story is building a world. And what that means is that you need to put stuff in there that isn't part of the hero's journey, isn't part of the main character, isn't part of a
Archetype.
character changing. It's there to show you that there's more to explore. And the reason why we don't know that partially is because we don't understand the exploratory mode at all. Jordan Peterson hints at this. He talks about play, but he doesn't really dive into what's play. Play is exploration. It's not only exploration. It's not always exploration, but part of play is exploration. You have to understand that humans need and seek exploration independent of, we'll say, negative and positive experience. And we've just reduced everything down to negative and positive experience as a binary frame. And so we don't understand exploration is a big deal. But if you don't have elements in a story that don't need to be there because you're not using them in the story, then you can't build a world. So you can't build a good story. You might be able to build an adequate story. You might be able to build a story that people relate to, whatever. That's fine. That's easy. Anyone can do that. You can do that with a formula. You can't build a good story without extra elements that pique people's curiosity. And that's what's missing in storytelling now. You have to be able to do that. And I'm not saying it's easy, but yeah, there's no such thing as a main character. What a stupid idea. Elizabeth, building a story is building a world. You need, yes, you need to give stuff for the person to explore that's not spoken of. So the only thing that's not spoken of in like Force Awakens is an explanation for her magical powers.
I know the answer. It's J.J. Abrams' mystery box.
Right. Where does the mystery box belong?
Ugh.
It belongs in the guy serving noodles to Harrison Ford.
Right.
That's the mystery box.
Right. Those guys in the background.
What is
They
Tutter?
have a life. We know nothing about their lives. But we know they exist.
Because his whole theory about the mystery box is taking important information from the plot in the middle and hiding it from the audience to create a false sense of mystery.
Which isn't what he's doing. That's his explanation for why he's a terrible storyteller. Well, once you realize that, you're like, wait a minute, watch his TED Talk. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I watched it
and
several
then
times.
Realize he's giving you a post hoc rationalization for why he sucks at telling a story. And you can say, Mark, that's not true. Show me one
100%.
story that idiot's written. He's retarded. That's his whole secret. He's retarded. That's it. He's a horrible storyteller. He's just horrific. He's a freaking nightmare. The guy's a disaster.
The killer
That's
of
his
franchises.
whole secret. He babysat Steven Spielberg's kids. He got put in a position of power he couldn't handle. I'm going to do a whole video on this, by the way. Not on that, not on Abrams, on something.
And from what I understand, it was primarily his idea to get rid of all the Star Wars Expanded Universe content. Let's destroy the world building that has been going on for 20 some odd years.
You can't create mystery boxes if the world's fleshed out.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. And then you'd have to end the damn story and solve the mystery. Instead, I'm going to weaponize the exploratory nature of story without knowing what I'm doing because I'm basically functionally retarded. Like I'm a bad writer. I'm going to weaponize that because I've discovered it and other people don't actually know about it. But again, he doesn't understand the mechanisms he's using at all. I'm going to call it mystery box. Oh, I want to explore the world that you create. This is why I'm pissed off about Lost.
Yeah.
I'm angry enough about Lost that if I ever meet J.J. Abrams, I'm going to punch him in the face. For sure. Immediately. I am so pissed off about that. Dude, you have no idea how much time I spent hooking up a laptop to a TV so I could watch that damn show on my schedule. Because I had it. I just built my own DVR, basically, because I wanted to watch with a friend. I didn't want to watch it alone, and he was busy, and I was, whatever, timing. So I was DVRing the damn thing back before DVRs were a thing, because I'm me, right? So I had this whole setup with the laptop. I spent a lot of time building it. I had a lot of fun. I don't regret any of that. I learned a lot about video and all that back in the day, right? But like, dude, what the hell did you do? Like, why did you do that to me? And the thing is, that's not where it ended.
Mhm.
Like, this enables, you know,
Living
Martin
off.
to do his garbage medieval fantasy trope
Mhm.
based on his
Oh,
sadistic turtles. Like, why did anybody make his First of all, I read a page of his and I said, this guy can't write at all. Like, his English grammar is awful. Why are you reading this? It's garbage. So like most sci-fi and fantasy writers are complete trash. They're the bottom of the barrel. I'd rather read a freaking romance novel because they have better grammar at the very least. These guys are trash with English. Trash. They know no English. They're very unimaginative, don't know how to form sentences, very bad paragraph structures. It's garbage. It's complete garbage, right? Martin is awful. His writing is horrific. It's a freaking train wreck. He's just good enough that you don't really notice how bad it is. But like, actually, it's just garbage. He's such a bad writer. And then his stories are not even stories. It just kills all the characters off.
Like he
And
even
introduces
says
new
that the
ones.
way he writes is he's a gardener. He sits there and then he just plants things and sees what comes up. So he's literally just kind of meandering.
He's
the whole
mystery
time.
box. He's reverse mystery box. He lays out a field of characters and then starts cutting them all down. And then
I like
pops
that.
up new
Yeah.
characters, new mystery boxes, new characters.
Reverse mystery box.
And then he cuts them all down. And then he pops up new characters. And then he cuts them all down. Right? And then even when he, quote, leaves a character, he alters the character such that it's not the same character anyway. Right? Like, he flips the script on him or whatever, right? And this is what I was telling Justin. I said, look, you know, I mean, you can watch that video. There's 2 videos of Justin are great, by the way. If you get told this nonsense about Chekhov's gun and using the gun in the first, you have to use the gun if you put it on the mantle in the first act of the play. What happens is, and that every story is a limit story. That's a load of garbage. Dude, you do not want to write a limit story, actually. That's actually not what you want to write. You want to write a story that points further than it goes.
Yeah, what's a limit story?
Well, yeah, what do you mean by limit story?
Oh, limit stories are stories that push things all the way to the extreme. That's what everybody was taught in writing courses, in Hollywood in particular. This is actually well known. I'm Justin.
Oh, I know what you're talking about now.
Right.
Right. You can't just tell a story about a guy being a baseball player. He has to be the best baseball player or the worst baseball player.
Yeah.
It always has to be pushed to, okay, yeah. Okay.
Right. So what happens when you do that to a generation, which they did? Like, this happened. I mean, I said it in my talk. I said this happened. Like, no, this is not theoretical. This is what happened. Is that then the only way to, because there's only so many limit stories you can tell. You run out real fast.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah.
Right. Now you can only tell a subversive story.
Right. You're left.
And
with
then it's
only...
like, well, I have 1 subversion. Well, I have 2 subversions. I have 3 subversions. Oh, I'm Christopher Nolan all of a sudden, and I just subvert everything to the point where you don't have an ending. And you have no idea what happened. And now again I've weaponized exploratory, because I've created an open-ended world, not in the story. The story's completely closed. Right? The story's completely closed. But you don't know the ending. So it's an open world, because you don't know the world when he's done.
Which film are you referring to?
Inception, in particular.
Okay, I was
all of
feeling about Inception.
All of his films. But Inception, it's so clear in Inception. You cannot know the ending of Inception, which means even though you know all the rules of the world, all the characters in the world, and all the way the world can play out, because it's a very small closed world, you actually get the feeling that the world is big because you don't actually know the answer. Were they dreaming or not? How many layers in were they? I don't know.
Sure.
I can't answer that question because the movie didn't tell me. It hinted at things. I want to explore it. There's your mystery box. Is he J.J. Abrams? I don't think so. I don't think he describe. I wouldn't describe him that way at all. Like, he's got talent for one thing. J.J. Abrams clearly doesn't. Right? So, like, yeah.
Interstellar has an ending.
Which does?
Interstellar.
Do you know what happened in Interstellar?
What do you mean?
Do you know what happened in Interstellar? Like, is it clear?
Yeah, mankind got saved from dying Earth.
How?
That they affected their own future by their future selves.
How?
Affected them through a
Right.
test,
You don't
through
know
a
what
tesseract.
happened. You don't know what happened. You don't know how it happened. The world's entirely open. And any number of stories could be told in that framework.
Okay, so it's not restricted to an ending. You're talking about, do you understand how the story
Well, you can do either one. You can do either one. Like I said,
because
like
Interstellars would be like in the middle-ish that you don't get because you don't understand how mankind made the tesseract.
Here, Michael, do this. Interstellar, Inception, complete flip. One has an open-ended world with any number of middle possibilities, and one has no middle possibilities but an open ending. Where's the mystery box? It's in the middle in one, and it's at the end in the other.
Okay.
And you can do other things. So, like Memento.
Right.
The mystery's in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
There's no mystery at the end. There's no mystery in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. All you're doing is moving the mystery box. If you want to think of it that way, again, I'm doing an injustice. I understand that. I concede.
You're going off the top of your head, yeah.
But but it's not off the top of my head. But I'm telling you that fits.
Mm-hmm.
What does that say about storytelling? That you can take mystery box and explain Christopher Nolan and Jar Jar Abrams with it. Storytelling itself is broken. It's very flat. That shouldn't be possible. What I just did there, which is correct, unfair though it may be, and maybe it's not even, but unfair though it may be, it's correct. You can think of it that way. You can do that, and it's totally intelligible to you. Why? Why are stories fitting into the mystery box, middle, beginning, end?
So
Christopher Nolan's a great director too. Like, I'm not like whatever.
So storytelling is supposed to be at its finest, a reflection of how reality is.
Yes. Reality is not a mystery box.
And so what you're saying is that the writing tropes or the skillless writing or the non building upon the art of writing, so to speak, has created a limit, and everybody's just working in subversions within that limit.
Right. Well, and Ixnat has a nice comment here. Because in a flat world, the limits are the only contrast. That is correct. Why is Blade Runner?
Awesome.
Why? Yeah, it was very, very good. He awesome. Said it earlier, but you got there, and then his comment became super relevant. So that worked out well.
Cool.
Why is Blade Runner so good? Because there's no
limit.
Like I said, there's no contrast in the film. There's no contrast in the images on the screen, because even the shiny, bright, wealthy section has the griminess. Where's the contrast, dude? Where's the contrast? The contrast is in the question. The question is, what makes a human? Right. And then the pointing, the aiming, the orientation in Blade Runner is towards something that isn't anywhere in the film. It's not implied in the film. It's nothing to do with the film, and it's not in the dialogue.
Right. C-beams,
because the dialogue,
gate.
It points to that, right? And if you want to get stupid, where's the mystery box? There's 3 mystery boxes.
In Blade Runner?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Hold on, let me play this game. Is he a replicant?
That's one.
Oh man. Okay, tell me.
What does he do at the end? He drives away with
The lady, the girl, the replicant girl, right? Wait, are we talking about directors or theatrical?
Is she?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Oh, and guess what the third one is?
Hold on, let me try to take a shot at this one.
Because you can do this. Because I the answer's right there, except it's flipped.
Like, I'm getting so excited, I'm drawing a blank. So go ahead.
Where's the flip? Where's the contrast in the replicants?
The creator?
No. The contrast in the replicants.
Whether they fill or not.
No. There's Roy Batty and his crew, or actually it's Roy because he's the ideal, and there's her.
Okay.
So there's a question about, even if she's human, was he?
Okay.
So you don't know the answer to any of those 3 questions. It's not in the movie, and it's all pointed to, all of it.
Right. That's the
Those
difference.
are the 3 mystery boxes.
It's there and it points to them, but it's not the verisimilitude of the universe is not broken because of that.
You will not get there watching that movie by yourself. That will not happen to you. But you will feel it. You'll get it intuitively if you're of a certain type of person. Right? People who understand symbolism intuitively will understand that at some level. They won't be able to articulate it.
What a beautiful movie.
Oh, Blade Runner's awesome. I love Blade. Anything with Rutger Hauer, by the way, is awesome. If you want a better Rutger Hauer movie, you got to watch Lady Hawk. Lady Hawk is one of the greatest movies. I just love Lady Hawk to death. Fantastic.
I remember watching Blade Runner for the first time, and you truly do feel like Harrison Ford. You're just kind of like, oh.
That's the thing. The thing is, like, and this is the problem. Like, look, I just described all kinds of movies in terms of mystery boxes and all kinds of people in storytelling in terms of mystery boxes. It's not that hard, actually, right? Because it's not wrong enough to be useless. Because some things are so wrong they're useless. Mystery box is not useless. It's just it's a lame way to talk about what's happening, right? Because but contrasting the way Jar Jar Abrams uses mystery boxes to the way Ridley Scott uses mystery boxes is useful, right? Because one is closing because he never answers the box.
Never answers the damn thing.
He points at them directly.
Right.
Ridley Scott does not.
Right.
He points at them all indirectly.
Right.
And that's the difference between intuitive and concrete knowledge. In the knowledge engine model, see my video on the knowledge engine model on navigating patterns. See it. Really important. That if you watched it before, watch this and then go watch that. Right? Maybe tomorrow, but like watch it again and maybe you'll get it. Like once you understand that model, it's like, oh, this is how the world works. Okay. Nice, simple, easy model. Right? You can understand everything. Everything. It's insane how good it is. That's the difference between trips and knowledge, right? If you're pointing at the concrete stuff, if you're dividing up stories and saying, this is how storytelling works, you're going to end up with a concrete closed world story that isn't going to be open to possibility unless you leave a mystery box. And Christopher Nolan leaves reasonable mystery boxes. He has good stories. They're good stories. Like Inception's, it's good. It's not a great story. It's not a great story, right? It's a good story. It's a small closed world. Right, like.
Well, I never saw Inception after the first time. That was probably
I
one
only
of my
watched it
least.
once. I only needed to watch it once. I knew
you only
exactly
need to watch it once.
when I watched it.
That's the problem with some of those movies. Like you watch it once, it's like the magic trick's over. You know,
exactly.
You know how the magic trick works, and then it's like, what's the point of coming back?
Exactly. Makes it.
I don't know how you feel or anybody else, but I really liked Oppenheimer. I saw that several times, but I think
haven't seen it yet.
I think that because it's a biography, that helps a lot.
You might just be
I-
getting towards storytelling. Yeah, it's easier to tell a story when the story's already told by the person.
when the story's already told and it's about a person, as opposed to, because Inception I never went back for, Memento I never went back for.
You can't go back to Memento because it's a one-trick pony.
I did watch Prestige a few times because that had some really nice characters. And
Prestige was interesting. I really liked that too.
That story was a cool story about revenge and stuff. Like the more human ones, I like those ones a lot more. His high stuff is a little
right.
Yeah.
But if your best stories are biopics or whatever, right, you're not a good storyteller on your own. And then like that's no shade. Like most people can't tell their own story at all. And maybe they don't need to though either. Like not everybody needs to be a good
seems like he's
storyteller.
far more interested in the filmmaking technology side of making films anyways.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And he does a
Yeah.
great job and he really grabs people and everything else. And like again, no shade. Like I'm fine.
Right.
I
But
don't
your point stands exactly.
right.
The way that mystery boxes get used, and it's a lame way of describing what is actually going on.
Right. But it works. Like you can do that.
Works.
But that just shows you how terrible storytelling has become. That I can do that.
Hence the TED Talk, right? Because that TED Talk can even show you like this is the moment when it really starts to become cynical, like filmmaking. You know, all the people that surround J.J. Abrams, like David Libanoff and what he did with Prometheus. It's like, I mean,
Prometheus. Oh my God. I feel like I should sue you for emotional damage just from mentioning that movie.
Yeah, I came out of that movie mad. That was one of the few ones I was like, I'm like, what is this? You're not even trying. This is just, you're just some guy just chopping stuff up and don't even care about anything making any, not even sense, but just like having any type of coherence, like from one point to another. You're just trying to throw cool stuff at us and go, shiny.
Throw cool stuff at the screen.
Look at this. Oh, here's a twist for the sake of a twist that has no purpose in the story.
And then you go back, right? And I mean, I will never watch Lost again. I don't have to. Thank goodness for my awesome memory. You go back and you look at Lost and you know who wrote what immediately. Mm-hmm. You know who wrote what. You're like, oh, this piece was written by this person. This piece was written by this person. Mm-hmm. Right? Because there's some cool stuff in Lost. You're like, oh, that's a really cool idea. I'd like to see that explored. And of course, they never explore any of it. And you're like, oh, but then once you understand Prometheus, you're like, oh, well, we know who wrote the cool stuff, and we know who wrote the mystery box stuff, right? It's like, oh, I see how this works. Like, and now you can deconstruct their whole world because it's a closed, small world. They have one-trick ponies.
Alex Kurtzman over at Star Trek and all of that garbage.
Yeah,
you were
all
Star
the
Trek
action.
You were a Star Trek fan, right? Growing up.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you happen to see Picard season 3?
No, I didn't watch any of that. I knew better.
So you might want it because it's so jarring. Everything we're talking about, season 1 and 2, done by Kurtzman, terrible. And he gets pulled to another project. They have to do a season 3. He gets an kind of old school. He was a young writer for Deep Space Nine and for Voyager.
Oh,
Terry Matalas, who did the 12 Monkeys TV show as well. He comes on with a garbage budget, no money whatsoever. He takes season 3 and turns the entire season into one big bottle episode that completely disregards everything that happened in season 1 and 2 and makes out of nowhere a perfect Star Trek The Next Generation season of television.
I heard Critical Drinker
even wraps it up with a bow with like, the story could continue with these characters, but it ends here and it's satisfying. And it was this weird breath of fresh air in the middle of all this cynical nonsense. Just it couldn't be more of a starker difference. It's such a weird thing to look at. Like, I'm sure people will look back at that and be like, what was that anomaly? Like, all of a sudden, the tone, everything, the writing, just boom, you got Star Trek back. This guy knows it.
That's what Critical Drinker said. He said 3 was really good. I think I saw 1 or 2 episodes of it.
Back.
I didn't watch the whole thing. Maybe I need to do that. That'd be fun.
I tested it out with my wife and her mother, who they were both Star Trek fans. They haven't been checked in since like Deep Space Nine, And so I just dropped them in season 3 and loved it. They didn't have to know anything about nothing, and Terry Metalis made it that way on purpose. And it was a
That's funny.
perfect. You could literally just go from here, from the next generations, and it works.
Ixnon apparently, by the way, never heard Jar Jar Abrams. That's critical
Oh,
drinker.
Jar Jar
and
Abrams. Yeah, that's
That's-
all those
yeah,
neurotic and all those
they're
guys.
all the cynics. Sally Joe, what would you say is the difference between storytelling and just talking about something you see in your imagination? Well, you can describe things. Those are descriptions. Did I do a live stream on descriptions? Oh, no, I did a video on description, explanation, prescription, prediction. Yeah, descriptions are everywhere. And this is one of the problems. Like, people are enchanted by descriptions. Oh, and by the way, Sally, I have, based on your clip, reconsidered. So I am going to probably do a commentary on that clip you put on my Discord server, because it just made me mad. I don't know who I hate more. Do I hate Terrence Howard more, or do I hate Eric Weinstein more?
When I
Or
saw
do I
that,
hate
I'm
Joe
like,
Rogan more? I don't know.
I saw that, I'm
I'm
like,
having
you
an
trying to give
existential
Mark an
crisis.
aneurysm?
She wants me to do a commentary on that because people can't. And I'm just looking at that like, if you can't tell that these 3 people need to just shut up and go away and not do this, I don't know how to make it clear. But I can see that if that's the case, and it apparently is, that I need to find a way to do that, to show you how dumb all 3 of them are being in the moment. So I'm not committing, but also like, and this is the problem. Like, anybody can give a description. Like, it's very easy. Terrence, there's actually a really good video. Sabine Hassenfelder, who's I like her, although she's melted down already, of course. She might be back on her feet, but like, she's still, like, her life is ruined. Like, this academia just ruins everybody, especially when it's been destroyed, right? She actually did a video about this, and she said, look, I read his book, and the problem with his book is he says 1 × 1 equals 2. And he bases everything on that. And it's like, this is the problem with a description. All descriptions are correct. Actually, that's the problem. Descriptions are arbitrary. I can describe Sanjuro as some guy living near Hollywood with a family. That is a correct description. Unfortunately, I didn't tell you anything about him. And it's certainly not a story. And your imagination will just give you images, and you can describe them to people. Unfortunately, when you take something out of your brain and you put it in a proposition, you flatten it, you compress it, you reduce it. It is not a story, right? Maybe there was a story. So, like, I was talking about a dream I had the other day. This is funny. I'll tell you whatever pieces I remember, which isn't much. Dreams like that, they don't stick around. But, like, I was in the northern United States somewhere, some place that doesn't exist, I'm sure, but, like, certainly I haven't been to, right? And there was, like, a village there, and for some reason it's on the Canadian border, like the whole village. Okay, so you just walk into Canada and you don't know you're in Canada, but you're actually in Canada, without going through any security or anything. And the Canadian side, which is just, I know where this came from, right? It came from the Niagara Falls. The Canadian side of this town or village or whatever is gorgeous, but it was just being built, right? And that's the problem is, and there was an event going on, and I don't remember if it was a conference or whatever. And I kept crossing over into the more beautiful but yet unbuilt side in Canada. And it was a question as to whether or not that was an okay thing to do. Like, should I be doing this? Is this okay? Am I going to get in trouble? Even though there was no barrier to stop me or no even indication, like you could easily stray into Canada illegally. If it was illegal, it wasn't clear to me that it was illegal, right? Because it was one village, but it wasn't. It was 2 villages. Like, I didn't tell you a story because a dream isn't a story. I can't. I just described to you all the images that came up in my head, but like whatever. It's not meaningful. It doesn't have any meaning. Like I said, I know where pieces of it came from. I don't know why it popped into my head. I know not to take those particular OTC medicines before bed now. That's all I know. There's the meaning. Don't take Huperzine A directly before bed in large quantities. That's the meaning there. Right, but like there's no story there. It's just a description of a bunch of images. There's nothing wrong with that, but like it's a description. Not everything's a story. This is why we compress the world. Everything's a story. Everything is not a story. Everyone's life is not a story. Everyone does not have a story to tell. No. Sorry. Every event that happens to you is not story and cannot be made into a story. Sometimes events are just events, and sometimes they're completely unconnected, and they're unconnectable. And that's the problem. And it doesn't matter what elements are in the description. And that's where storytelling goes wrong, as we were pointing out. Like, you can reduce a story to a hero's journey or a main character, but that doesn't make it a story. And when you start from main character and try to build a story, you're going to have a hard time. I'm not saying you can't do it. You're going to have a hard time. You're going to have a really hard time.
Would you say at the bare minimum, a story needs to have a purpose or something to point to?
Yeah, exactly. It needs a telos. West Coast Refugee, No Country for Old Men. Did not see it. Probably will never watch it. Sounds fundamentally evil from all possible descriptions. I don't think it has a telos. I think that's explicit. I think it was a shock value film. And that's what it was for.
It was definitely a subversive.
Yeah, it's a subversive shock value. So they lured you in with multiple shocky things. It's the same thing that Reservoir Dogs is. Like Reservoir Dogs is just like, you want a limit story. Reservoir Dogs is a limit story.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing. I love Reservoir Dogs. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I don't love the limit story aspect of it. That's just how it was told. I think you could have told a better story with the Reservoir Dogs middle and without the limit. Right, because you find out about the characters and their nature. Like, there's no character development in Reservoir Dogs. You're just discovering the characters, which is a really cool way to tell a story, because no one would tell you that in storytelling school. They'd say the characters have to go through a development, right? But actually, it's pure discovery.
Yeah.
Which is cool. It's great.
Yeah.
Like, I love it. I think it's a brilliant way to write a story. That's part of what makes it so great. Right, Reservoir Dogs in particular. West Coast Refugee. Sometimes there is no story. Yeah, and you just shut up. Like, don't put that on the screen. Don't write it in a book. Most of your life is not story. Who cares? No one cares. Don't try to make it into a story by putting a Michael Bay style explosion in the middle. Or do a limit, right? Don't try to make it a mythos. And the thing is, like, Tarantino, I like some of his stuff. He relies on limit though, and that I think is a mistake. Like, he'd be a better storyteller if he didn't. What was the one with the with Juliette Lewis and the Mayan temple that Tarantino did with the vampires? His vampire movie.
Dusk Before Dawn.
Yeah, Dusk Before. But what a great movie!
Dusk Before Dawn is an amazing movie.
Right. But he didn't need the limit story at all. Like, that would have been a better film had he not used the extreme characters. And he did that as a fetish, you can tell. Like that's just
A lot of feet.
well, that's but there's other fetishes in there too.
Oh,
Darker ones.
You're right.
He's got all these dark fetishes. I mean, that's Reservoir Dogs is a dark fetish.
Yeah.
Right. Like he's obsessed with this like this enforced death in Reservoir Dogs. In you know, he makes this really cool vampire movie, but it's all about his fetish for Juliette Lewis and the broader theme, right? And it comes out also with the feet. But like, and again, is that a story? Because there's a good question. Is From Dusk to Dawn a story? Is
Not
there
really.
any character development at all?
Not really. The whole thing is there just to trick you into a vampire movie.
Right. Which is cool. Like I
mean, it's a
love
cool
it.
magic trick, just like Nolan
I
is a
love
cool magic trick. But I see what you're saying.
Magic trick. That's exactly what it is. It's a magic trick. Inception is a magic trick. I like magic. I'm not a no on magic. Are these guys good storytellers? No, they're garbage storytellers. And Tarantino's not like that for everything. Kill Bill is amazing.
Mhm.
Kill Bill is amazing for so many reasons, but I think he tripped into that. Like I don't think he clearly had intentionality in Reservoir Dogs around his fetish. He clearly had intentionality around his fetish in Dusk to Dawn. I haven't seen all his movies. I don't even know what's going on in Kill Bill. It's so good. Right? And there's so many. The thing about Kill Bill is it doesn't matter what layer of analysis you go after in that movie. There's layers of analysis to go after in that movie, which is already amazing because a lot of Hollywood stories like The Force Awakens, there's no layers. There's nothing to analyze because there's no layers. That's what Critical Drinker misses, and fair enough, it's hard to see. Kill Bill, lots of layers. Any analysis layer is awesome. They're all like, oh, there's so much coolness going on here, right? And like, he was in the spirit for that. And that's the thing. Sally Joe, still have no idea what many of the inspirations for my art are then. The mystery continues. Good. If you solve it, you won't be an artist anymore. Feel like there's a narrative. Yeah, they you and your word narrative. I have a video on story narrative archetype. Watch it. It's great. Art is often trying to surface an archetypal pattern. Because we talk in propositions, we talk about archetypes as objects. And it is not invalid to see an archetype as an object of exemplification. Unfortunately, we totally misuse the word object, as I talked about in my opening monologue today for this video. Go see that if you haven't. Right. However, and there is a point to saying there's an exemplar and it's an object in the way that we'll say a modern person would read the word object. There is a point to that. However, because we've reduced things to propositions, we tend to compress time, so we don't talk about patterns. The purpose of a painting is not to show a scene, it's to give you a sense of a pattern. So my favorite painting is a ship on the ocean, effectively. And the ocean is obviously, it's a ship in the storm, right? So the fact that it's in a storm and the ship is obviously moving, it's a painting. The ship isn't moving. Hint. The fact of the matter is when you look at it, you know the ship is moving. It's a painting. The ship isn't, do you see what It's captured a pattern of motion.
Correct.
And it's not one pattern. There's a ship, there's a storm, and there's a mechanism, the ocean, right? And all three of them are in relationships to one another. So the storm drives the ship directly through the wind and indirectly through the ocean. Right? And there's some symbolism for you in one little painting. And unfortunately got stolen out of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in the 90s, which pisses me off. And so John Singer Sargent, if I remember correctly, that's his painting. So within that, it's not capturing a ship. It's not capturing a storm. It's not capturing the ocean. You can't draw a storm. You can't paint you can't do that. But somehow you can put a storm in a painting. Don't ask me how. I can't even freaking draw. Sarah did the drawing. Like, I can't draw. Like, I don't know how to put a storm on a freaking in a painting. What are you, high? I don't know how to do that. But you can do it. And that's the problem. Like, that's what art does. It's a static representation of a thing in motion, or usually several things in motion and their relationships. In other words, it conveys a quality of relationship in a static form. Okay, another word for that is magic. It's magic. A good painting is a magical device. It's a magical piece. And that's why people confuse it with techne. I mean, maybe techne is even the right term from the ancient Greek. I don't know. But like, it's magic. We should conceive of it as magic.
I was thinking as you're saying that, Peugeot's term for art meaning well fitted. And so when it's well fitted or beautiful, maybe that's where the magic comes from, or what we would call good art.
His postmodern flattening of the world does not avail him in that instance.
I'm still thinking what I said earlier, which is like, the closer it gets to capturing or reflecting reality, the better.
Yeah. Well, the more it opens you up to your connection with reality.
Correct.
That's really what it's about.
Right.
So you can have, and this is the problem with so-called modern art, which is a fair problem, in fact. Not that I don't think all modern art shouldn't immediately be burned, because I do. But there's a fair way to think about this. The problem with modern art is that while it may capture reality, and I'll just go to Andy Warhol, who, like, I don't like Andy Warhol. Like, I always lay my cards out on the table. You always know you stand with me. I don't like Andy Warhol. I think he's terrible. The soup can thing was brilliant. Why? Because it represented something important in reality. And it opened you up to looking. I mean, this is not my critique. This is the critique, right? It opened you up to looking at an ordinary object in a new way that you would never otherwise look at it. It's also an unfair critique, because anybody who actually owned Campbell's Soup had the cans arranged that way once or twice. And so it's a very elitist new way of looking at things. It wouldn't have worked for the lower classes. And therefore, it wasn't good art on that basis alone. There's many other reasons why it was terrible art. But it does point to something real, but it doesn't relate you to it.
Right.
I look at the ship on the storm, and I'm like, oh. And you can multi-aspectualize that picture, right? So you take different perspectives within the picture. You can be an observer. Excuse me. Say, from the lighthouse of the ship. You can put yourself on the ship. You can put yourself on the crow's nest of the ship. You can make yourself the captain of the ship. You can make yourself a regular sailor on the ship. You can relate to that painting in multiple ways. it relates you back to reality. Now, it won't do that for everybody. Kind of helps that I'm a sailor. I was a sailor back then. I've been sailing for a long time. It helps that I've been in storms on the ocean, right? And so my ability to use that painting to relate to reality is enhanced. If you don't have that, that's not necessarily a bad thing. There are other paintings. If you can't relate to any paintings, you have a problem with poetic information that you need to fix because you can't relate to the real world. So if you can't relate to poetry as such, which happens to a lot of people in the meaning crisis, you're screwed. You won't know good storytelling from bad storytelling. You won't know good politics from bad politics. You'll get fooled by somebody being accused of being a communist and then actually spewing communist doctrine 3 days or 4 days later. Unironically. Like you'll be possessed by that sort of thing, or you'll be attracted to that sort of contradiction. And you won't know you're in a cult. Sally Joe. Trying to decide to do more of the multi-frame, almost comic stuff like dog-headed. Like dog-headed. Like this. Which is
They
excellent.
came with metal.
They came with metal. Or work to reduce to one image. But I'll probably do both. Yeah, I wouldn't limit myself, Sally. You're an artist. The mini scenarios I see often 4 frames. Yeah, well, good for you. I've been defining them as stories. No. So I'm just chewing on what your story means regarding that. No, they're not stories. Because stories contain a journey, and art actually just contains enough symbolism to make a quality relationship between you and reality, or good art.
Way of putting it.
Yeah. That's really what we're talking about.
Yeah,
and I would actually push back and say the beauty's optional in art. Completely optional. And I think again, if you wanted to give the modern art any credit, you'd have to admit that.
Right. Exactly. Well, what you're just saying with the cans.
Exactly. You'd have to admit that. You'd have to admit, oh, you don't need the beauty to get a relationship with reality. Like I don't even think that Storm on the Sea is beautiful necessarily. I don't.
You gotta give the devil his due.
I don't find that. I don't find that. I'm not. I don't paint. I don't have the patience for that. So it's not like, oh, the brushstrokes are beautiful. I can't appreciate them in that way. I know I can. I'm retarded. That's fine. I'm retarded about lots of things, so one more won't make any difference to me. There's no beauty in that painting, but for me, it's pure connection to reality because I sail. I've been in storms. I've been in storms on the ocean, so I relate to that painting in a way, and it's that level of symbolism, of deep symbolism, that connects you in and through, and up. And I think it's the up that Sally Joe was on early. She's like, oh, no, all art needs to point at the highest or it's not good art. And I'm like, yes, probably yes. And I think modern art points across horizontally. So some of it's symbolic. Most of it is garbage. Some of it's symbolic, but it never points up, or almost none of it points up. And therefore, it's not good art, even if it is art.
Sometimes it's right. Literally
even if you want to struggle with the term.
Yeah, the journey distinction is very important. Maybe that's why a written story has the ability to give you something like Moby Dick versus the painting. You can kind of start understanding what it's like to be on a boat, having never been on one.
Yep. Right. Well, and what's a journey? I mean, among other things, it's change.
Change, absolutely.
Painting doesn't change. Once it's painted, it's done.
Correct.
Right. You can change in relation to the painting, but now we're talking about a relationship, not the painting. right? And so now we're back into the realm of symbolism. And that's why a good painting is good symbolism, good deep symbolism, because that's what it enables. Right. And I think once you understand it all that way, you start to get a sense for how the world actually lays itself out and why we're attracted to things. And that while beauty is an attractant, it is not a universally good attractant.
Mhm.
So I can say all of Christopher Nolan's films are beautiful. I think that's actually a
Yeah.
true statement. I haven't
I
seen all
think
his
that's
stuff,
actually a
but-
true statement. Yeah.
Right. But none of them are good in the way that points up, and therefore they're not good in that way. Which is not to say they're not entertaining or you shouldn't watch them, or it's not, or that the stories are terrible, because they're not. They're decent stories. None of them are good stories. That would be my argument. I'm willing to go back and forth on your favorite there, but I don't think it's a good story. Like, maybe I could be convinced, right? But I don't think so. I don't think he tells good stories because he doesn't have the point up and out. He's only got a story that could be described with a mystery box. So
Yeah.
I'm skeptical if I can describe it with a mystery box adequately, and I think I did. Maybe I didn't, but I think I did. Then I don't think it can be a good story.
That's why I think Oppenheimer's his best film, because he really does focus on how he tells the story as opposed to what the story is about.
I will watch it. It's on my list. I got to buy a screen for the outdoor so that I can use my projector.
That's the reason why. Yeah, because he focuses on the how, but he has a story already made for him. So it's like you get the best of both worlds. You get his good on his how, but you get an actual complete focused story about a person's life that has a point.
That makes sense. I will
because
check it out.
it's different. It's different from all his other ones. Every single one of them is what you were saying, horizontal.
Yeah. I mean, he is a good filmmaker.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with his filmmaking. It's fantastic. I think if he paired with a good writer,
See that?
it would be amazing.
Yeah. Because I think that's what happened with Oppenheimer, because he based it off of that book, the biography book that was written by somebody else.
Right. Yep. What else we got? We got anything new? No, nothing new. All right, man. I got to shut this down because I am tired. And if I talk any more about art, I'll definitely screw up. And I'd rather make these as not screw uppy. Yeah, I mean, this was great. I'm glad that you came on, as always. I'm glad Castle came on. I wish he had gone over his notes, but maybe he didn't have any. Maybe we'll get him to. He gave me an idea for a live stream. I got to start doing like 2 live streams a week though, because I'm backed up on live streams now too. Live stream topics are important. If you like the live stream, comment. Let me know. Let me if you want to see something specific. Always like the feedback. What do you got to close this out, sir? Any closing thoughts on any of this?
No, I'm gonna really meditate on the limit thing. I really like that. Like I really like having a way to describe what I've seen intuitively there, but now really narrowing in on these boundaries and that the subversion for the sake of subversion, because everything's a limit story. And it's like, because I was thinking about someone who doesn't fall into that trap, and it happens to be my favorite filmmaker is P.T. Anderson, and he'll find stories in the mediocrity, and I think he doesn't really subvert. He just tells a comprehensive story about a person who goes through a lot of changes, and it's just real deep. Like There Will Be Blood or Magnolia or something like that. But yeah, I'm going to think really hard on that limit thing and just how to create a lens so I can see it even better.
Godzilla -1. No limit, no subversion.
Oh, I love that movie.
No limits, no subversion.
I love it.
Totally open-ended. Beautiful story. Perfect story. I was blown away by that movie.
I love it.
Blown away. Completely blown away. All
There
right,
wasn't.
Sally
There
Joe,
wasn't.
let me just. Yes, the Isenheim altarpiece. What? Art for the ill is proof of beauty not required. Yeah, that's true. Christ done with local skin sickness. What? I don't know what you're saying. It's not about beauty at the center. It's about sharing of suffering. Yes, the beauty emerges as the result of. Right, which is a case that the beauty will save the world people never consider. Right. In the case of Christ, suffering will save the world because that's where the beauty comes from. And obviously that doesn't fit into beauty will save the world. Oops. Yeah, good observation, Sally. I like that.
That's a good one. That's really good.
That's the problem with Sally. Everyone's what she puts, bangers.
Yeah,
So,
Sally
listen.
doesn't. She drops nukes, man.
She can. Sometimes she just spews gobbledygook, but then she'll drop a nuke. So
That's how she gets the nukes.
it's worth it. Yeah,
That's how
she
she finds the
assembles
nukes.
them from gobbledygook. Yeah, look, guys, I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I'm always amazed that anybody watches these. I think I'm going to point Justin at whatever point in this we started talking about art and storytelling, because I think he'll get something out of it. And I do want to do a third talk with Justin Wells. It's going to be awesome. If you haven't seen those two talks, you got to watch them. They're great. You might want to watch them now since I've got into more detail about where I was trying to head him, and where we're going to go in the third talk. I don't know what the next topic's going to be. We might go with Castle's suggestion. I've got a whole list. Like I said, I might start doing other live streams. If there's a time slot that works or something you want to see, let me know. Put in the comments. Channel's doing real well. Got another commentary on the way. Thinking about a third. Got animation is coming. Animation should be here Monday. I think I'm going to release the animation on Monday, and then I'll release the commentary on Wednesdays. I think that's how we're going to do it, and we'll keep this Friday slot at least for now. Listen, if somebody wants to come on, Castle, potentially, and take in this time slot, I'm always open to taking a Friday off. So that is an available time slot for pirate captains or crew who wish it. So I want to leave that open in case anybody, look, I'm looking for participation. I really appreciate that people come on at all. That's great. But if you want to be more involved, that's an option too. I'm not requiring it or anything. I'm not saying I'm going to shut these down if nobody does that or anything crazy. I'm just saying these are available options. So everybody have a good night. It was great to see everybody. And I will see you next week. Enjoy your week.